Signals that it's the dancing part of our show. Skins out suits, the deadly stare. You shouldn't dare take a drink that scents of pink. You clench your fists, you can't resist. Look closer now, the music's loud, their mind vibrates, the hips rotate. Take a pill and have no pill. The sight's intense, won't relent.
Hey, what's up, Minnie? How's it going? Just getting warmed up. Yo, what up? Just a little warm up. So last night we were watching the Jeffrey Epstein hearing that came out like a month ago. Damn, this band's good right here. This band is playing live right now at the Redwood Bar in Los Angeles. I'm feeling this band right here. This band's good. But yeah, we're going to get to the Jeffrey Epstein hearing. Back to the Jeffrey Epstein hearing right now. Yeah, we watched half of it last night, so I'm going to watch the rest of it right now. But yeah, I watched the Mexico versus England soccer game. That was a good game. Congratulations to England. As they say, the better team won, but yeah, they both played their hearts out. I don't normally watch soccer, but man, I watched that whole game. That was exciting. That was a good game. I think Mexico, they could have won 4-2, but there was a couple close calls. There was a couple goals that they missed by inches. Oh yeah, this band's awesome right here. I'm doing well. No, the ignition switch on my truck broke today, but I managed to fix it today, so back on the road with my husky dog. Yeah, I'm gonna listen to this song real quick, and then we're gonna dive into the Jeffrey Epstein hearing right now. Yeah, these guys are awesome right here. From the Redwood Bar. This band's called Mirrored Vision. I'm sure they got like Instagram and all the socials. Yeah, this band's called Mirrored Vision. They're live right now at the Redwood Bar. This is the Redwood Bar's live music feed right here. All right, let's get into the Jeffrey Epstein hearing. Hey, what's up, Don Tinker? How's it going? All right, let me see if I can find it. What up, everyone? Happy Sunday fun day. Let's see here. It would be in here somewhere. Damn, where would that be at? All right, hang on. Give me a second. I got to find it.
250 years ago, 56 men in Philadelphia signed their names to one of the most radical sentences ever written. The governments derive their just powers from the consent of the governed. I'll repeat that again, from the consent of the governed. That clause was treason. It was a line that terrified every monarchy in Europe. It was the line that made America possible. And today, this Independence Day, the radical idea behind that clause, it's again under threat from one man who exhibits the very behaviors our founding fathers fought against. A corrupt and unstable president is forcing us to ask a once unimaginable question. Do we still have a government that belongs to the people? Strip it all down, and what separates a democracy from a monarchy, from a dictatorship, is the fundamental right to vote. Lose that, and you lose everything. Which is why on America's 250th birthday, we need a declaration of election independence. Freedom from election manipulators and deniers. Freedom from the militarization of Election Day. Freedom from the fear of imprisonment if you don't go along with Trump's schemes. In a few months, the American people will go to the polls. And Donald Trump, he knows exactly what's coming. He knows that Congress, accountable to the people, will put an end to the lies, to the corruption, to the sale of this government to the highest bidder. And because he knows that, he's afraid for himself. He doesn't care about you. He doesn't care about America. He hardly cares about his own political party. A man like Trump does not lose gracefully. He grabs every lever of power within reach. He cheats. He lies. He steals to hold on. We don't have to guess whether he'll try it again. He's already done it. We all watched it. In the weeks after the 2020 election, Donald Trump picked up the phone and asked Georgia's Secretary of State to find enough votes to overturn the results. At the same time, attorneys connected to his campaign organized slates of fake electors. Private citizens aligned with Trump falsely declared themselves the duly elected representatives of their states. They tried to hand Congress a fraudulent set of results to count on January 6th. And on that shameful day, as Congress gathered to certify the peaceful transfer of power, Donald Trump sent a violent mob to storm the Capitol, to smash windows, to beat down police officers. One of the darkest days in our nation's history. And it didn't stop there. We watched a coordinated campaign to install loyalists in county election offices across this country. We watched the United States Department of Justice illegally seek sensitive voter information in at least 30 states. Right here in California, we watched a mega sheriff seize hundreds of thousands of ballots in defiance of state law, in defiance of every prohibition that protects ballot security. And we watched Donald Trump illegally.
Hey, what's up, MAGA cult members in the house? So check it out, guys. This is your new daddy right here. Gavin Newsom, get used to it. In approximately 4 months, Gavin Newsom's going to slap the cuffs on Trump and throw his ass in jail, in prison where he belongs. But what up, everyone? Hope you're all having a good Sunday fun day. Thanks for tuning in. I finally found the hearing, but since this Gavin Newsom thing automatically started playing, there's only like 5 more minutes left of this, so let's hear King Gavin out. And then once Gavin's done here, we'll dive into the Donald Trump best friend Jeffrey Epstein hearing.
Control of California's own National Guard and march our soldiers in the streets of Los Angeles against the will of the state, against the law, against everything those uniforms are supposed to stand for. Hear me clearly. That was a test run, a rehearsal. He's measuring how far he can go and who would dare stop him. Certainly not our Supreme Court, not with the evisceration of the Voting Rights Act, the outright hostility to equal representation, particularly for Black Americans, the slicing and dicing of our congressional districts. There's no warning loud enough, no alarm sharp enough to match what is happening in this country right now. But we are not powerless. In the very Constitution that Donald Trump wants to shred, we find the tools of our own defense, states' rights, direct democracy, the franchise guaranteed to all people. We have agency. We can shape the future. We need to stand up and stand firm. I'm proud of my home state of California, because just last November, we did just that. We fought back and we won. The voters here stood up to Trump by drawing new congressional maps, a direct response to his attempt to rig the election before even one vote was cast. We stood up. We stood up to Trump's twisted logic that an election somehow is legitimate only when he wins it. Let me speak directly to anyone considering helping President Trump interfere with our election or our count. If you violate California's laws, if you interfere with our voters, tamper with our ballots, or meddle in our election, you will be prosecuted. Doesn't matter who gave the order. In this state, our vote, it's sacred. Our polling places will be free of intimidation. Our counting will be open, honest, and complete. And Californians will use every power, every lawyer, every law, every ounce of will to defend our democracy against any illegal order this president dares to issue. That's why I'm moving.
Yeah, the only thing Donald Trump's making great again is Coinstar machines, because everyone's scraping up their change and going to the Coinstar machines to make ends meet.
New legislation that would make it a felony to seize ballots before the vote has been certified by state and county officials. We will not be his victims. We will be the wall he cannot get past, because we believe that once an election is decided, the winner governs for everyone. That's the architecture of American liberty. Donald Trump, he doesn't believe in that architecture. He works for one man. What more evidence do you need? That one man has added more than $4 billion to his personal fortune while sitting in what is supposed to be a public trust. He told you that he was going to drain the swamp. He didn't drain the swamp. He gave it a presidential suite with gold leaf. This is a corruption story. This is a heist. This is corruption with a flag pin. This is one man trying to do to our American self-government what no king and no foreign power has ever managed to do. And the question on this anniversary is whether we will let him. What is happening with Donald Trump? It is unprecedented, but this is not the first time our country has been tested this way. Women marched by the thousands and chained themselves to fences for the right to vote, a right secured only 106 years ago. Americans marched, sat at lunch counters, walked through schoolhouse doors, faced lynchings and beatings, fighting for equal citizenship and the right of Black Americans to vote without interference.
Some guy named Derrich Beats asked, how's the homeless crisis in LA going? So over the last 10 years, I've done interviews with all the homeless people across all of LA County. And so the study finds and the data shows that 99% of the homeless people in Los Angeles, or 90% of the homeless people in Los Angeles are transplants from failed red states.
Out intimidation. Every single time, every time. This country's answer has been the same. We expand the promise. We do not abandon it. 250 years ago, there's a group of farmers, printers, of shopkeepers. They looked at the most powerful empire on earth and refused to kneel. They faced certain death if they failed. But what they did was an idea. That's what they had. Ordinary people with an idea that believed that they were fit to govern themselves. That's the miracle of America. At times in our history, we may have been wrong. Sometimes we've been cruel and we've fallen short of our own words, but we have never stopped reaching for that idea. Every generation, that promise is carried down the road. Seneca carried it. Selma carried it. And now it's in our hands. That's the spirit that lives in every American who still believes their voice counts, who acts like it. Our freedom is guarded by you. When you show up, when you vote, when you participate, when you rise up and you refuse generation after generation to let go of the wheel. So let's keep our democracy. Let's prove one more time that this is a government of the people. Happy Independence Day. Now let's go defend it.
All right. So there you have it, folks. That was MAGA cult member's new daddy right there. The cool thing about Gavin Newsom being your new daddy and all is he's not going to sell
fans.
He's not going to sell you the Kool-Aid like Donald Trump. I personally think MAGA doesn't even drink the Kool-Aid anymore. They just like freebase it and snort it or something. All right, let's dive into this Jeffrey Epstein, Donald Trump, best friends forever hearing here. All right, so we're picking up where we left off because we watched the first half of it yesterday. So now we're going to watch the second part. All right, so this is titled Survivors Fight for Justice, Exposing Epstein's Crimes in Palm Beach and Across the World. So this is going to be about an hour and a half long, guys. I got my snacks, I got my cookies, I got my grapes, I got strawberries, I got some coffee, I got some hippie lettuce. What up? Smoke it up, homies. We got the smoke. Let me see if I can light it up somehow. Let's see here. All right, here we go. Time to smoke. Oops. There we go. Yeah, this stuff smells pretty dank. All right, let's get this party started, guys. Let's dive deep into Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein's connections over here and their crimes against humanity.
Placed on the perpetrator and not on the victim, similar to Courtney's experience. My experience with law enforcement, I was so terrified, and I did feel like I was being interrogated the entire time that I was there. I thought that I was going to go to jail that day. I was like, my life is over. It didn't really make me want to talk to anybody, but the FBI came back to my home in 2019. Anyway, I'll just say it was a very threatening feeling. So having an advocate in those spaces would also be really important. But just elevating survivor rights and making sure that we start with that baseline of Virginia's law. Thank you.
So I come from a different country, and I have a job. And if you come to me and you ask me, what should I do, and ask a question about my job, I'll give you an answer. I appreciate you asking that question, but I don't know. That's your job. You guys have to figure out how to make justice, not me. And you can't give me justice. Like this, when I came to this country, I thought something's going to be different. And I am shocked that this is happening here in the United States. You keep on saying this is the worst case in the United States, but it's not. It's the worst case in the world. This never happened to me in other places, and I traveled as a model all over the world. This didn't happen to me there. It happened to me here. You need to figure it out, and I hope you do. And I hope this never happens again to anybody. Keep it in the history books. Don't stop fighting. Don't let it go away.
No, she's one of Epstein's victims.
I wish one day we all can sit there and never hear the name, but I also hope that we will forever, so this never happens again. Good luck.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I think that says it all. It's our job. So, thank you.
Thank you so much. Representative Frost.
Thank you so much. I want to talk about something very specific. As we know, Jeffrey Epstein trafficked and abused women and girls, not just in Florida and New York, but internationally, across the globe. This case shines a light on the truth of sex trafficking, and it informs us as members of Congress of the changes and the reforms we need to pursue in many different areas that sometimes seem different but are all connected. I want to first thank you all for coming here today, especially the survivors, and sharing your stories. In many instances, we have seen that traffickers and sexual predators control employment opportunities for the people that they abuse. This happens everywhere, from working communities to the wealthiest and the most powerful pockets of society. Right here, this is from documents produced to the committee. It appears to show copies of passports in Epstein's possession belonging to young women. We believe many of these are survivors. Epstein's network is bigger than what many people understand. It stretched across the entire globe. And we know that Epstein did not act alone. Him and his associates exploited financial and immigration systems, broken immigration systems, to traffic women and girls. Epstein helped women enroll in English language schools, facilitated their admission into American universities to help them get visas and help them secure jobs, all as a premise for getting the women into the United States. We questioned Epstein's lawyer about this and his accountant about the sham marriages which they helped arrange for immigration purposes. And many of these women, sadly, became survivors of Epstein's abuse. Rosa, thank you so much for your very powerful testimony. Why did you come to the United States? You spoke a little bit about this.
I was a model. I came here thinking that my modeling career is going to be continued here. I traveled before United States and I was very successful. When I was able to escape the ring of Jeffrey Epstein, I was a successful model afterwards, but only after. During it, I couldn't.
So you came for opportunity?
Yes.
And we told you, right? We told the entire world, we've told the entire world, come to the United States for opportunity. This is a land of opportunity where you can be anyone, where you can do anything, right?
Yes. New York City was a top of a list for any model traveling. And
Hey, what's up? What's up, Eric Klein? Happy Sunday Fun Day. Good to see you.
the contract.
Rosie, can you help us understand how Epstein, Brunel, and their associates used the promises of modeling jobs to recruit you and other women?
When you enter modeling, you have a dream of ending up and walking a Victoria's Secret show or on a cover of Vogue magazines. So when you're a teenager and somebody approaches you saying that they can be there to help you and be your word ally, I hate that word really, because that was used many, many times in trying to make me believe that they are my ally in order to get those jobs. So naturally, it comes across like these people care. And you believe them. Why? Because you were just a teenager. It doesn't look really scary to begin with. So they gain your trust. And then they put you in a situation where financially you can't leave. The ticket back home costs $1,300 round trip. I was giving $100 a week in New York City to survive. And if any of you go to New York City today and try to live off $100, good luck.
Oh, yeah. Rosa, we also know that you're an immigrant, and we know that Epstein and his network also manipulated and threatened women using their visas or immigration status. Can you talk about your experience with this?
Every time I came to my agency or Epstein, which I didn't know why I came to him, I begged them to let me go back to other places I used to model before, on which they said, why? You are not going to do well there, so stay here. What do you need? I would say, job. And then they offered me job. They didn't give me money to purchase a ticket, and I didn't have a credit card. I didn't have my parents sending me money. I couldn't afford a ticket back. So they used my dreams against me, saying that it's just a time and everything's going to be okay. And if I trust them, all my dreams going to come true.
We know that he weaponized people's immigration status, right? And the fact that they were immigrants against them, to manipulate them, to force them into his horrible crimes and the horrible things he did to them. There are so many changes that need to come from this investigation. And I think it's important that we also remember immigrant women are disproportionately impacted by sex trafficking in the United States. Epstein exploited this broken immigration system to do these crimes. And I think your story, your testimony shows that, and many of the other stories and testimonies that we've heard. This investigation shows us that we have to fix this system, not just demonize immigrants. And in a moment where the same people that are obstructing this investigation, the same people who are engaged in the cover-up of this investigation are also the one demonizing immigrants across this country, shows us the real truth, that if we spent a modicum of the money and energy that this government is using to go terrorize our communities and round up innocent people, to go after the billionaire pedophiles and sex traffickers and people who have exploited this broken immigration system, maybe we'd have some justice here. And so just thank you so much for being here and sharing your testimony. I yield back.
Hey, what's up, Madame?
And now I'll recognize Ms. Lee from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Ranking Member. I want to start, like many, by just grounding us in the people who have too often been ignored. Survivors like Danny Bensky, who was just 17 when she was lured to work for Jeffrey Epstein with false promises and then threatened with her mother's illness. Rosa, who was trafficked across borders and abused for years. Courtney Wild, who not only survived abuse, but then had to lead a legal fight for recognition by a Department of Justice that was supposed to protect her. And Jenalisa Jones, who has sounded the alarm that a paltry release of DOJ files hints at a possible, probable cover-up. I just want to thank you all for being here, for continuing to show up, for your continued courage and your commitment to justice. We recognize that you are unfortunately four of very, very many more survivors. And I hope you know that your presence today means to survivors across this country how important it is to them. For decades, survivors have worked in good faith with law enforcement to try to expose Epstein and his co-conspirators, only to have their interests and their needs ignored. From a bogus non-prosecution agreement way back in 2008, to the inexcusable release of personal identifying information from Pam Bondi and Todd Blanche's DOJ. The DOJ seems perfectly capable of concealing the names of these rich and these powerful folks in the files that have been released, but they did not give that same level of care to the actual survivors. And here in Florida, Alex Acosta spent more time cutting deal with Kenneth Starr, Alan Dershowitz, and other well-connected lawyers working for Epstein and with Epstein than he did actually listening to survivors. The sweetheart deal enabled Epstein to continue abusing survivors while he was out on work release, as we've heard. The DOJ has failed to indict any other perpetrator of sex trafficking beyond Epstein and Maxwell, despite all the complaints and the reports that other individuals were implicated and involved, including from survivors themselves who have named these people. They seem to have no plans to do so. So Todd Blanche stating that the Epstein files, quote, should not be a part of anything going forward, unquote, is where we need to spend a little time. This is a glaring proof of a two-tier system of justice in this country. Mr. Cuban, this saga began with a failure at the state level when prosecutors declined to fully pursue justice against Jeffrey Epstein, right?
Correct.
You represented one of the first survivors in Florida. We saw a non-prosecution agreement that shielded Epstein and protected his associates. Can you explain why that agreement was so unusual and how harmful it was?
So first of all, as I said before, it was unusual because ordinarily the U.S. Attorney's Office would consult with counsel for the victims and talk about the potential charges that they're going to bring, and they never did that. They kept it secret. They would not answer phone calls. When I was able to get through to the U.S. Attorney at the time, who was Maria Villafana, she said, I can't talk to you. Second, it was so unusual because it not only gave immunity to Jeffrey Epstein, who was the target of their investigation, but it gave immunity to co-conspirators without prosecution of those co-conspirators, or even a hint of prosecution of 4 specifically named co-conspirators. Lastly, the most unusual part of that deal was that they added the phrase unnamed co-conspirators. I have never in 30 years doing this ever seen a non-prosecution agreement so broad as to say that they're giving immunity to unnamed individuals. It was a gift.
Ms. Wow, really quickly, can you tell us more about those emails between Epstein's lawyers and the prosecutors and what made them seem different from what you would think a typical plea negotiation will look like?
Yes, ma'am. When me and Brad Edwards were able to we got the emails, it was literally friends. They were meeting at Starbucks, they were meeting off the record, wherever they wanted. These were friends literally negotiating how much time, what it would look like, what the charges were going to look like, what they were going to say during the grand jury. It was all scripted. It was all set up, cover up.
I just want to say really quickly, does any survivor have you felt protected or seen or heard by the government?
No, ma'am.
Just no.
The redactions, none of my information have been redacted.
This is about a system that asks survivors to carry the burden of proof, the burden of patience, the burden of pain, while people with wealth and power are given time and protection and silence. While we're here today because of Jeffrey Epstein, sexual abuse survivors across this country know all too well that he is not an anomaly, but he's a high-profile example of a system that too often works exactly as designed, to shield abusers and silence those that they harm. So to all of the survivors, the fierce attorney advocates who are with us here today, I just want to thank you for coming forward despite the many frustrations, the threats, the dangers, and the setbacks that you've experienced. We have a responsibility to all survivors who are still waiting, to the ones who have never gotten justice, and to the ones watching right now to say that this ends here, and we take that very seriously. I thank you all so much, and I yield back.
Thank you so much, Ms. Lee. And now I am going to recognize myself for 5 minutes. I've been smiling probably more than I am supposed to as I've sat here, because y'all bring me so much joy. And let me tell you why. The reason is this. It's because in spite or despite this incompetent government, y'all have not backed down. For some people, it is the very first time that they're seeing your faces, but you have been there when no cameras are rolling. You have been there for decades, and you are still showing up. The reality is that you are not a child in this moment, but you know that other children are potentially being subjected to something similar in this exact moment. And it is your courage that is contagious. We don't have that, unfortunately, in Congress. We got a bunch of cowards. But your courage is contagious. Think about it this way. One of the things that I really want to clarify, because I have had an opportunity to hear some of your stories and meet with some of you in person and behind closed doors, a lot of people who potentially are not on the right side of history right now, one of the common questions that they ask is, how is it that this could have happened to so many people, yet when you were going through your experience, you failed to see anybody else or know anything else, and you thought that you were all alone. And I know that that is something you have told me directly. So for the people that are watching and they're hearing numbers like, man, thousands of girls, but at the same time they're hearing, you know what, I never saw anything else. Whoever is most comfortable, if you will, because for me, I don't think that I have that much confidence in the government overall doing what's right for the right reason, but it is the pressure from outside. It is you going out there and being courageous that has made the people rise up. That is why we were able to get some kind of movement. And so I want to build more allies for this movement right now. So if any of you would like to answer that question.
Thank you for that, first of all. But I think it starts with our young people knowing that they need to speak up. Because for me, I think I was pit against a friend of mine that went together to Jeffrey the first time, and he was very good at using the manipulation to hold us there. And so I felt like I couldn't tell anybody, and I didn't tell anybody. So I think it starts with the youngest. You know, if an experience feels off, to have a young person speak out and talk to even just a friend about that, and then say to that friend, hey, is this happening to you? Then the two of them can talk to an adult, and then we're already making change because we're already taking it out of the dark. I think the secrecy was the hardest part in my own abuse, and meeting all of the survivor sisters in September absolutely changed my whole life. And so I do think if you can find community and if you can find the people who boost you, it's really important, but it starts with our youngest survivors.
Thank you so much for that. And in fact, you brought up young survivors. You know, a quick question that I have for each of you is, do you believe that a child has the ability to consent to sex?
No.
Okay. Interestingly enough, most of the time our laws, whether they're state or federal, acknowledge that as well. But I have a transcript and I won't go through it, but it relates to the case that stemmed out of here where they were trying to make it seem as if a child victim was a criminal. That was the focus of their questioning. So it is so frustrating because literally when I was in the state house in Texas, this is one of the things that I actually worked on, was making sure we changed the actual language in the code, specifically as we talked about child victims. So that brings me to kind of where we are on the federal level. And I'm gonna wrap up because of the time. I wanna make sure we stay on time. My colleagues are nicer than I am. I'm gonna be real. They've used words like cover up, choice. For me, it's obstruction of justice. It's real clear. And that's just the lawyer in me. This is pure obstruction. Anyone else that would engage in this type of behavior would be charged with obstruction of justice, yet somehow, because it's the Department of Justice, the ones that are supposed to enforce justice and law in this country, we're not calling a thing, but that's what it is. And so it is my hope that we understand that while these survivors have taken the time to come out, and some of them were outed unlawfully and absolutely need to have some semblance of justice because of that illegal outing, because our law was very clear, to be clear about that. I need people to understand that we all have a role to play. People in this moment keep asking, what is it that I can do? Well, I'm going to be partisan as well, because they're not being partisan. The Republicans could have shown up today too. They did. So let me be clear. I am going to be full on partisan. You have to vote. If you care about this, you have to vote, and you have to understand who is fighting for you. There are certain things that were always a basic kind of standard in this country for what was right. We protected the most vulnerable amongst us. We're not doing that nowadays. We made sure that we believed in quote unquote law and order, but we're not doing that nowadays. It is time to wake up. It is time for us all to do our part, because again, I'm gonna be partisan because only the Democrats decided to show up today. So with that, I will yield. And my next, okay, they're making me skip down. Okay, well, we gonna head to Virginia. Reps Rubanium, it's your turn.
So thank you. I want to thank you all for being here today, and thank all the people in the audience here today. And I will just say that it's because of you that we had the Epstein Files Transparency Act passed, and the president himself had to sign it into law begrudgingly while in the background trying to figure out how to break it later on. And it's because of you that we were able to issue an August subpoena led by Representative Lee, and they still haven't complied with that subpoena, but it's because of you we got that far. It's because of you that they won't even hold hearings, real hearings in the Oversight Committee on anything anymore, because they're afraid we'll subpoena more people about Epstein Files and Epstein Transparency Act. So just think about where you've gotten us. I know it's not enough. It may never be enough. Someone mentioned before, but I just want to thank you for getting us this far. And I know there are a lot of girls and women around the country, around the world who thank you as well. One of the things that has driven me crazy is that there's millions of files that have still not been released. And so this question really is for anyone. But one of the things that I remember hearing from many of the survivors last year was, you'd at least like your own files, your own witness statements. Has anyone received your own files? So no one has received their own files. And has the Trump administration talked to you about potentially giving you those files? I'm seeing everyone say no. And did they ever talk to you about which files they were withholding and why they would withhold them, or consult with you about that? I'm saying everyone shake their heads as well in the audience and all the witnesses we have today. And so I guess I would ask then, we're going to be talking to someone next week, Pam Bondi. And so do you have any suggestions on what we should ask her tomorrow? We can start as well. Anyone who'd like to answer.
I think there's a lot to ask her, right? But do we believe anything that's going to come out of her mouth?
Let's pretend yes.
Yeah. Okay. I definitely. Why? Who are we covering for? Like, you were willing to lose your job to cover up for these people. What do they have on you? Because I'd like to know. You're a woman. You're a mother. And you look at us. You couldn't even look at the survivors. So what's your part in this?
Can I add to that? Process. What was the process? And we would ask the same of Todd Blanche. What was the process for moving Keelan Maxwell?
I can actually speak to 3 very specific things that you should ask her. Number 1, there was hours of video surveillance taken by the lead investigator at the time outside of the home, watching people go in and out of the house that has yet to be released, and we know it exists from the probable cause affidavit. Secondly, back in October of 2003, there's record evidence that there were surveillance inside the home because cash was stolen from Mr. Epstein by one of his workers, and Sarah Kellen showed police that video from inside the home. That means surveillance cameras in fact existed in the home. Where is that video? And then lastly, Maxwell photographed everything. She loved taking photographs of people. That was her passion. They have not released even a fraction of the photographs that Maxwell took.
So I'm just going to add on to Danny's point about process and be a little more specific. So what transpired in advance of the files being released were a number of the lawyers who are in this room provided DOJ with lists of names. I think one lawyer provided about 300 names, and those names got released in the first batch. Many of those names got released in the first batch of files when they were dumped. The lawyer went back and said, these names need to be redacted. I'm just going to use Danny's as an example. Hope that's okay, Danny. So her lawyer went back and said, redact Danny Bensky's name.
There's a lot that this investigation needs to do just that. And so what I can say with certainty is that what the inspiration for this work looks like, and I'm looking at all of you. I'm looking at every single survivor, known and unknown, that continues to inspire us to do this work. And I thank you for being here. We do not take that lightly, that you've agreed to be here today and share your stories and being honest about why this matters, because as my colleague said, this administration has made it harder, not easier for you to be here, but you are our inspiration and we appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you, Congressman. Next up is Representative Min.
Thank you to the survivors for appearing here today. Ms. Wild, Ms. Jones, Ms. Bensky, Rosa, Mr. Roberts, Ms. Roberts. Your testimonies are powerful and extremely heart-wrenching. And we're sitting right now just 2.8 miles from the Epstein estate where so much of this took place, 4 miles from Mar-a-Lago where Jeffrey Epstein spent so much of his time. And I don't think it's lost on any of us up here how much courage you all are showing in being here today and sharing your stories, because as we begin to unravel the threads of the Epstein files, we're seeing just how broad and deep this conspiracy goes, and a number of you have talked about the threats you face, and that must be incredibly frightening. Many of the world's richest and most powerful men are implicated, and they have directly perpetrated a decades-long cover-up. Even after we were able to pass the Epstein Files Transparency Act, over the maneuvering and objections I'd add of President Trump, then Attorney General Pam Bondi, and Speaker Mike Johnson, the rich and powerful were still able to pervert justice, with the DOJ refusing to turn over 50% of the documents in their possession, redacting the names of the perpetrators while releasing personal information about many of you. re-victimizing the survivors, and that's outrageous. And we for damn sure need to ask Pam Bondi what the hell happened here and why she chose to re-victimize survivors when she appears before us next week.
A fire truck is socialism.
I want to start, Miss Hirsch, I want to start with you real quickly. Are you aware of any instance where the DOJ contacted survivors before they released personal identifying information about the survivors last year?
The DOJ did not contact survivors directly, but we at World Without Exploitation did reach out to DOJ, and they did return a phone call, but when we asked them to speak with survivors, that never happened.
And that's outrageous because the DOJ is supposed to represent justice for people who are victims of crime, not re-victimizing them, not protecting the perpetrators of crime. And what's at stake today for you all and the hundreds of other women who were trafficked and abused by Jeffrey Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell, and their associates is justice for you, but also the idea that there's one rule of law for everybody. That we don't have one set of rules for the rich and powerful, the Epstein elites, another that applies to the rest of us. As I've said before, I spent my career fighting for the rule of law. This is very important to me. I also started my career at the Securities and Exchange Commission, prosecuting corporate fraud, then taught banking law at UC Irvine. And I also know that following the money is the first rule of tracking down any kind of major criminal conspiracy. And as I just want to reiterate the points that were made earlier by Rep. Christian Murthy, by you, Ms. Roberts, that we need to follow the money, that Epstein survivors have sued and won settlements from a number of large financial institutions, including Bank of America, JP Morgan, and Deutsche Bank, hundreds of millions of dollars. We need to get the SARS reports from Treasury. We need the SEC, Treasury, and the banking regulators to investigate and potentially prosecute anyone or any institution that was complicit in covering up or helping facilitate the Epstein trafficking ring. Now, Mr. Kubin, you've stated previously that Epstein would never have been able to get away with this horrendous crimes without the complicity of banks, the big banks. And back in 2023, you stated, I've always said that he would never be able to molest these young girls without the banks and the money behind it. Could you briefly elaborate on what you meant when you said that?
Correct. So we found during our original litigation back at the inception that he was pulling out large amounts of cash and transferring funds back and forth, and large amounts of cash were coming out of the banks. There were never any questions that were being asked of him at the time. And in fact, as I alluded to before, even back in 2003, he had envelopes filled with cash that he even reported to police that had been stolen from his home. And the banks appeared to be working with him, not questioning him, because of all of the money he was moving through those institutions.
It is a damn shame that the Department of Justice and the FBI have never followed this thread, even though it's something that is very, very important. I will just add that House Oversight Democrats have worked with Chairman Comer to issue subpoenas for Deutsche Bank and JP Morgan, but we're seeking subpoenas for an additional 21 banks. I think this is going to be really, really important. Another important piece of evidence that has not been followed up on is the camera evidence, the computer files. The lead attorney at the time, Maria Villafuena, had referred to. Now, you had mentioned, Mr. Kubin, that you saw a number of cameras in the estate that potentially have a lot of damning footage. Can you describe what cameras you saw and how many, where they were located in the estate?
Right. So after we originally filed the first case here in Palm Beach for one of the victims, I was granted an opportunity by the court to go on property at Epstein's home and do a site inspection. There were spots within the home, both in the bedrooms and the massage area and other areas of the home, where you could see mounting brackets where cameras used to be. And then there were CPU or computer units that had been taken away. And then I was able to verify back in 2003, as I said, that Sarah Kellen had actually shown internal footage to the police department back then of someone that had allegedly taken money. So there was verifiable evidence that cameras were in fact in the home. Lastly, I represented a client in Manhattan who, when she was brought to the home in Manhattan, saw the entire network of cameras that was being utilized in the Manhattan mansion. None of that video has been released today.
In fact, lead attorney, I'll disclose with this, Maria Villafuena, had said that was a smoking gun, this evidence. They knew exactly where it was, and Alex Acosta, who was then the U.S. attorney, refused to investigate this or actually seek to have this turned over. I want to thank
Trump literally rolled out the red carpet for Putin, and he lifted sanctions off of Putin during his unlawful war.
Again, thank you for your courage and being here today. That I yield back.
Thank you, Congressman. Next is Representative Randall.
Thank you, Mr. Ranking Member, and thank you to each of you for being here today. I especially want to thank those of you who shared your stories about surviving unimaginable abuse. We thank you for your immense bravery, which we do over and over again, but also for your willingness to relive your trauma in pursuit of justice. I know you've waited far too long and are still waiting, who are seen and heard by every member of Congress in this room, and we will make sure that your stories are not ignored. Former Attorney General Bondi literally kept her back turned away from a room full of survivors. We've seen the photo. We are here to do the opposite. We are here to walk alongside you and to shine a light on the stories that you have shared over and over. We'll keep fighting for truth, for transparency, and an end to this shameless DOJ cover-up of all the information relating to the heinous crimes of this Epstein case. DOJ's document productions to date have released very little new information about Epstein's co-conspirators. In fact, we know that there are more than 2.5 billion documents still hidden. But unfortunately, as we have heard today, recent releases have exposed private and personal identifying information of survivors. DOJ has created serious risk to safety for survivors and published names and photographs, some of them very explicit. Survivors have also shared with the committee that in multiple instances, as we heard again today, loved ones didn't know that you had been abused by Epstein until that information was released publicly. Every oversight Democrat sent Pam Bondi a letter back in February to express alarm at DOJ for publishing survivor names and photographs thousands of times, while taking special care to redact information that could be crucial for bringing justice and holding perpetrators of abuse accountable. The sheer amount of personal identifiable information released after survivors got assurances from DOJ that they would be protected raises the question of whether this is just incompetence or, far more likely, deliberate witness intimidation. Ms. Bensky, you have spoken about this, about the harm of DOJ's sloppy Epstein file release that has caused you and other survivors. You spoke about your own name being released despite repeated requests to redact it. Will you share again for us, for the record, what that experience meant to you and other survivors to have your information be exposed?
Yeah, I mean, I am public. That's a choice that I made. But never in my life did I expect for anybody to read intimate details of abuse. To me, it's always been about protecting others. And, unfortunately, I have friends in this story. And to see somebody's name out there who has worked so hard to move past this in life is something. It sends a shockwave through your body. It hits you like reading your own name in the file first. Just like I went into the files thinking I would have to look pretty hard to find things, type my last name in, and everything came up, right? And it's like, there's like a hot flash moment, right? It hits you sort of like a bullet to the chest where you're like, oh my God, it's that feeling of like that PTSD is real, right? So the PTSD of the trauma that I endured definitely came back, and then you're reading on and then you see more and you see survivors being outed, a survivor that I had said, don't ever worry, you've always been a Jane Doe. So, and to feel the impact of that is something that I will carry forever.
I'm sorry. I feel like you deserve an apology from your government, and as Democratic members of Congress, we are here to continue to work with you. But I also know that we absolutely have to fight for better. We have to fight to pass Virginia's law, and I know Congresswoman Frankel wanted us to share that she's also been working on the Courtney Wild Reinforcing Crime Victims' Rights Act to ensure that those rights that you are owed are actually upheld, that we work with survivors to inform you about any prosecutorial agreements, to ensure that folks know what rights you are awarded and deserved. And we will continue to investigate and to fight for all of you, but also for every survivor and every young person who is being victimized around the world. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, Congresswoman. Representative Ansari.
Thank you, Ranking Member. President Trump, former Attorney General Pam Bondi, and Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche promised truth and transparency regarding the Epstein files. They have instead led the most egregious cover-up in American history. Despite their public assurances, Pam Bondi released Epstein files at an excruciatingly slow pace, and when she did, as we heard in powerful testimony today, protected the names of rich and powerful men who committed the crimes while revealing the identities of survivors. In March of 2026, the DOJ admitted that it withheld almost 48,000 files from public release, including allegations against President Trump. The Trump-Epstein administration continues to try to cover it up to this day. President Trump has said most recently that we should stop wasting time and energy on the Epstein files. He's called the fight for the release of the files and transparency, and I quote, a hoax. Abuse and trafficking of thousands of minors is not a hoax. Abuse and sexual exploitation of women is not a hoax. Survivors deserve the truth, and the American public deserves the truth.
Oh man, what a piece of shit Donald Trump is for calling it a hoax. What a slap in the face to all the victims. The Orange Man's a disgrace to this country and to humanity.
Jones, you have said that you, and I quote, put your hope in President Donald Trump and that you believe that he would do right by the survivors. Now, do you believe that he has broken his promise?
He's broken many promises.
Thank you. I want to remind everyone.
Actually, I have a funner fact. Trump only has 4 months left in office because we're taking back the House and the Senate. Come midterms, it's going to be a blue wave tsunami, guys. And I have an even funner fact than that. All the MAGA cult members are going to be assigned to community service for their un-American ways.
Former Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene alleges that during a phone call, President Trump told her that if he was to release the Epstein files, and I quote, my friends are going to get hurt. And now the Trump Department of Justice that is responsible for overseeing the release of the Epstein files claims that there is nothing more to investigate in the Epstein case. Todd Blanche met with Ghislaine Maxwell, Epstein's accomplice, before moving her to a cushy, minimal security prison. It is so ridiculous and insulting. So far, only Epstein and Maxwell have been prosecuted for sex trafficking, and there has never been a full accounting of Epstein's financial crimes or additional prosecutions of suspected co-conspirators. Last month, Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche said, and I quote, from the information that we have within the Epstein files, we do not have a case against anybody. Ms. Jones, based on your experience or based on what you have seen in the files, do you believe the statement to be true?
Absolutely not.
Ms. Bensky, based on your own experiences or what you have seen in the files, do you believe the statement to be true?
No.
Ms. Wild, I'd like to ask you the same question.
No.
And Rosa, lastly, I'd like to ask you the same.
No.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, Congresswoman. I'd like to now have Representative Walkinshaw.
Thank you, Ranking Member, and thank you all for being here. Walking into this room and telling your stories again takes tremendous courage. And I've heard a lot of the stories from survivors, and like everybody, I'm struck by the courage, the commitment to justice for Epstein, Maxwell, and everyone involved. in these crimes, but I'm most struck by your commitment to protecting every child and every potential victim of sexual abuse or assault. Epstein, Maxwell, and their co-conspirators shattered lives. They targeted vulnerable women and girls, objectifying and attempting to silence them. They were protected by their wealth, their power, their privilege. We can see it here in Palm Beach. And as we've heard today, their ability to commit these crimes reflects a systemic and intentional failure by the very institutions meant to protect you. Our government lets you down when you deserve protection and justice for the crimes that were committed against you. And we're here today to try to do our part to correct some of these failures. And we're not going to stop until the truth comes out, the extent of the crimes, the involvement of all of the co-conspirators is revealed. I want to focus on two patterns that have emerged today. First, Epstein and Maxwell weaponizing immigration status and travel documents against survivors, confiscating passports, holding visas hostage to trap women and girls in their orbit. And then when survivors like yourselves were brave enough to speak up, our justice system ignoring you, reinforcing the sense that there was nowhere safe for you to turn. Rosa, Ms. Wild, thank you for being here today. I want to ask you both just a couple questions related to these patterns. Rosa, can you tell us again how Epstein used your visa status as leverage to keep you under his control?
O1 visa is a visa for an individual with extraordinary abilities, and it takes a lot of documents to obtain that visa. I have helped one individual to obtain similar visa, and I learned the amount of documents needed to be gathered. Looking back at my case now, I did not have documents to obtain that visa. I am 100% sure of that. My agency being able to obtain that visa for me in such a short time, which was less than 6 months, it's a miracle. You try to do that right now, you won't be able to. I want to know how. And it's impossible.
Hey, what's up, Bug 101? What up, everyone? What's up, Brenda? How's it going? What's up, Eric Klein? My dad, how's it going? What up, everyone? What up, YouTubeville homies? Thanks for hanging out, watching this Donald Trump's best friend Jeffrey Epstein hearing that happened recently. So there's still about an hour left to go, but yeah, it's pretty interesting. Thanks for everyone that's hanging out, interacting, sharing your opinions, and please hit the like button. Thank you.
So I knew that my visa was linked to him, and if he is unpleased, I would be sent back.
And are you aware of Epstein?
But yeah, all these victims need justice. Like Donald Trump ran his whole campaign on it, and then all of a sudden, like he's trying to say it's a hoax. What a scumbag.
Similar tactics against other women or girls.
I have personally met a foreigner girl at his mansion in West Palm Beach, and I have not seen a foreigner come forward to tell.
Hey, what's up, Aloha Kitty? Good evening.
Story, and I hope my case will bring more people out in front, because there are many other people who speak broken English or don't speak English at all who can tell their stories.
Thank you. Ms. Wild, you were 14 as you testified when you first encountered Mr. Epstein. Is this you?
Yes.
A child?
Yes.
I just want to go back to the DOJ investigation and the sweetheart deal for Epstein and ask you, were you told by the Department of Justice that your case was still being investigated even after Alex Acosta signed off on Epstein's plea deal?
Yes, they sent me a paper in the mail. My attorneys have it. That saying it was going to be a lengthy process and that, they were doing everything that they could. to put him away. But at that time, when the letter was dated, it had already been signed, the non-prosecution agreement.
You learned later that they had already signed the deal.
Yes.
So that letter they sent you was a lie. They lied to you.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you both. You're back.
Thank you, Congressman. Next up is Representative Presley.
Thank you to Congresswoman Lois Frankel. Thank you to Ranking Member Garcia, to Congresswoman Summer Lee. Your efforts have made today.
I like this. I like this politician right here. Doesn't make she doesn't make too many appearances, but yeah, solid politician right here for sure.
So of course,
so Senator Presley, I think.
Thanks to our courageous survivors. I've been on this committee since I was a freshman, and Elijah Cummings, the great Elijah Cummings, our chair at the time, would often remind us that the role of the Committee on Oversight, our mandate, is to be an efficient and effective.
Oh yeah, what up? Yeah, Carlo wants to send his love to everyone out there. Carlo. Yeah, he's tired. With the fireworks last night. I actually have a meme about that. He was unbothered though. He's all tired now though. We went on an extra long walk this morning and we got some fish tacos for lunch. It was pretty good. And then he took a nap, and then I took him to the dispensary with me to get some medicinal marijuana, and then there's a park nearby that he likes to go to, so we walked around the park in the evening. But yeah, he's kicking it now. This is funny right here. I shared this with my family today. Dogs on the 5th of July. The explosions. It changes you, man. All right. Carlo's too tired. You want a treat? You want a treat, Carlo? Oh, now you're up. All right, let's give you a treat real quick. All right, take a little intermission. This is an executive producer. His name's Carlo the Husky. I think he's sad because he's actually a rescue husky from Mexico, and the Mexico team lost today, so he's kind of bummed out. But yeah, he's got the RFK Jr. liver crunch. He loves these treats, little old Mother Hubbard. All right, you want a treat, little biscuit? Little biscuit for the husky? Oops. I dropped it. Oh, he's quick with it. Hey, good boy. Sit. There you go. All right, catch. And he was quick. He's like a shortstop. He's like the goaltender in soccer right here. Watch, you can't get any biscuits by him. You should have been the goalie for Mexico, buddy. You would have had all the saves. All right, let's get back to the hearing. Carlo wanted to make a little cameo. But yeah, I think tomorrow morning we're gonna do a live stream adventure walk, so stay tuned. We're gonna try to go at like 6 a.m. to catch the sunrise.
Pursuit of the truth. Now that pursuit is what brings House Democrats here today. Because instead of Epstein's victims being met with efficiency, they've been met with obstruction and delays by law enforcement and by the Department of Justice. Instead of Epstein's victims being met with effectiveness.
Hey, what's up, Mort? It's good to see you.
They've been met with systemic cover-up. And I would add cowardice of those who were intimidated by the power and the privilege of Jeffrey Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell, and their co-conspirators. So today we are here to shine a light, because sunlight is the best disinfectant. We're here to shine a light on the corruption, on the failures of this investigation. But most of all, we're here to center the survivors, to center the courageous. Survivors who are grown women before you, but who were children. Children whose innocence was corrupted, whose bodies...
Hey, RuPaul's awesome. Who said RuPaul? I love RuPaul.
...violated, whose dreams were destroyed.
whose lives were irrevocably changed. Maria, Courtney, Janalisa, Danny, Rosa, and Sky and Amanda, here for Virginia, we thank you. Congress enacted the Crime Victims' Rights Act in 2004 to mandate specific obligations for the
Ha ha ha, Isaac Torres. So funny I forgot to laugh.
justice to ensure that survivors are protected, informed, and able to heal. Now, Mr. Kubin, you've spent decades representing survivors and fighting for transparency around the federal government's handling of their cases. Can you speak to how the federal government violated, after their bodies were violated, after their dreams, their dignity, their lives were violated, how were their rights violated?
It was our understanding after the release of documents and the bravery of Ms. Wild here at the end and her case that was brought and the final disclosure of all those documents, it showed that the federal government and the state attorney's office colluded together to not bring an indictment because they knew that if they did, then the Crime Victims' Rights Act would then be triggered and they would have to inform the victims of what they were doing. So what we learned was they intentionally kept it out of the hands of victims so that the victims couldn't object or have any say in the process by secretly doing this deal that they did. And the federal judge, very brave federal judge,
Hey, what's up, Mortz? Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, she's rocking the bald look well.
Found it.
Shanae O'Connor, she was another one that rocked it well.
It was a violation of the act here in the Southern District, and unfortunately, because of the way the law was written, there was absolutely no way to get them any justice or any remedy as a result.
That's right. So they weren't notified, they were not consulted, they were not given the opportunity to participate in proceedings that directly affected their lives and their safety. These rights are supposed to be guaranteed by the Crime Victims' Rights Act. Now, would any survivors like to speak to any examples to share about how the federal government ignored or neglected your case? I see the clock is ticking here. Would anyone else like to speak to that? How about this? Let me just say this as a survivor myself. I know that this is not only about your safety that you were robbed of, your innocence and your dreams. Survivors are also forced to carry the financial burden of abuse. Lost wages, housing instability, medical expenses, legal fees, security costs, trauma that impacts your daily life. Could any of you speak to that?
We have put ourselves on the front line and spoke out and put our face to the public when we should have never had to. And that comes with a huge toll. Now every job that we apply for, they Google us. They know our most personal information of things that happened to us as children. That is forever going to follow us. We don't get that back. We don't get that luxury. So that is just the one of the most important things that comes with the weight of this. All because the government couldn't do their job.
May I, I heard this before from the survivors. I'm a really cool person if you meet me outside of here. I have a life stories, but these release of documents made me something else. And I can't do daily tasks without certain help. And I have a support system and I'm grateful for it. But if I didn't, I don't think I would be here today alive. So it's really hard. I want to tell the world, it's hard to be here today. I'm very uncomfortable. I'm trying to look like I'm okay, but I'm not okay.
Yes, would anyone else like to speak to the financial burden of abuse, lost wages, housing instability, medical expenses, legal fees, security costs?
So I was gonna, when I was younger, I met Jeffrey, I experienced a lot of homelessness. So I think I misunderstood your question, but
Oh, no, say whatever you would like.
yes, ma'am. I was just gonna say that, just like you were walking over the bridge, a 14-year-old going to Palm Beach, it was like, as soon as you go over that bridge, you just feel the money and power, and it's just such a contrast. If you go down Okeechobee to Okeechobee and the Turnpike, there's a road called Drexel, and it's a mobile home street. There's that's where I was from. So to go from here to there is just, it's so confusing. I was homeless. My parents had addiction problems. He prayed. He knew what he was doing. It was all very calculated, and then later on, the fact that he used those things against me. We had the feds pulling up our MySpaces, treating us like criminals because we were at a party at 16 and 17 drinking, rather than going out. So for me, it's so sad that he knew who he preyed on. He preyed on young, especially in Palm Beach County. He preyed on us kids who came from troubled backgrounds and everything else, and they portrayed us as these underage prostitutes. Which is that a real charge? Is it? Like, what was the statute number? I'm on his charge that he took. Spencer should. Is that a real charge?
It was bizarre to us even at the time, but it made absolutely no sense, and the statutory guidance was very questionable given that they were minors. But speaking to representatives,
I mean, regardless of what these MAGA cult members say, like, their narrative, like, why didn't the Democrats, why did they like sweep it under the rug, as somebody said in the comments? It's like, these victims have been, it's been like 3 decades that, no justice has been served. So, all the people that, did all these crimes, they all need to be held accountable. And then, same with all the people that, that didn't do anything. But at the end of the day, it's irrelevant whatever happened in the past, because the fact is that Donald Trump ran his whole campaign on, bringing justice. So he's just nothing but a big liar. He's a con man. He's a fraudster. MAGA movement's over. It's dead. Taking back the House and the Senate in 4 months, guys. Blue wave tsunami. Let's go.
Specifically in representing survivors over the last 30 years now, it affects not just the survivor. It affects their family. It affects the way they raise their own children if they have daughters. It affects their mental stability and ability to maintain employment. Try telling a survivor they've got to pay a lawyer for 20 years straight if they want to get justice. It's impossible, especially with a law that doesn't provide any remedy. So they've got to seek out victims advocates that are willing to do it for free. And there aren't many of those, especially none that want to do it for 20 plus years to fight. So the financial ramifications of being...
I mean, not only that, look at Donald Trump's Secretary of Commerce, Coward Nutlick. He's all over. He was over there island hopping with Epstein. Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein were best friends for like 20 years. Ghislaine Maxwell, Donald Trump, sent her to like a minimum security prison where it's like not even a prison. It's like a country club. She's ordering Uber Eats. She has like a pet dog. Like Trump's personal lawyer, Todd Blanche, arranged that. Coward Nutlick's over there island hopping with Epstein, lying under oath about it.
Especially if somebody with unlimited resources.
Donald Trump said Jeffrey Epstein was a great guy.
It is dramatic.
Can I add to that? I think also to continue this fight, like we're all here right now, and this isn't the only thing I'm sure we're all doing this week to talk about getting the messaging out. Advocacy is expensive. Therapy and healing is expensive. And there's no time to work because honestly, we got to change it for our kids because I don't want to raise my kid in a world like this right now. So.
Yeah, I'll just close out with one point to Courtney to your question about these prostitution charges. We need to eliminate the prostitution charges from the books altogether. We absolutely should be holding sex buyers accountable for the harm they cause, but people in prostitution should not be criminalized for being in prostitution because the vast majority of them are not there by choice. They're there because of lack of circumstances, poverty, other vulnerabilities. And what we see so often is that traffickers deliberately use that notion that the women and girls will be arrested for prosecution.
I mean, part of some of the Trumpstein files that they did release, it's already been proven that Trump was asking Epstein to be part of his cabinet in his first administration.
Prostitution as a tactic. It is the number one tactic in order to make sure that survivors, victims are too terrified and too traumatized to talk. So we've got a lot of work to do.
And I just want to, again, I thank you all and thank you for being prescriptive with a number of the legislative responses to address these systemic harms. I'll just say that there is no amount of compensation that can ever fully account for what was stolen. But every single survivor certainly deserves much more than sympathy. And that is the work that I'm committed to doing alongside of you legislatively. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Congresswoman. I'd like to turn it over now to Representative Frankel.
Thank you. Thank you again for being here. Let me just start with Courtney. You and I met many, many years ago. And just to let you know, I took for heart what you said. And myself and colleagues, Democratic Women's Caucus, we had filed a bill many years in a row named after you to make sure we can get these rights that you talked about. And the Courtney Wild bill would assert that the victims of federal crime.
Hey, what up, Amber Leslie?
Entitled to all the rights guaranteed under the original Crime Victim Rights Act, regardless of if the charges are filed in court. And then it lists out a whole set of criteria. So I want to thank you for your bravery. We're still trying to get that bill passed. It's a little difficult under the circumstances, but we're going to keep trying. And thank you so much for your persistence. Yes. Now, I want to tell everybody, I don't think I was able to tell you exactly why it took so long to have this hearing in Palm Beach County. Because I think many of us always believe there are 3 witnesses who have been missing, who must be asked the question, why did Jeffrey Epstein get the deal that he got, and why were the survivors so mistreated in the grand jury room? And those people are Barry Krischer, who was the state attorney, Lana Levick, I don't know if I'm saying that name right, she was one of the prosecutors in that grand jury, and Mary Ann Dugan, who was one of the prosecutors. I have requested for many years that those people be subpoenaed. We almost had an opportunity. In 2019, Karen Maloney was the chair of our oversight committee when Democrats were in charge. We actually scheduled to have this hearing here. And what happened was the Justice Department had engaged the Maxwell prosecution, and they said they would not allow survivors to testify. So that's why and that was correct, actually. So that's what happened. And then political circumstances changed. But we need to get to the bottom of this. And my next question really was for you, Mr. Coogan. Thank you so much for all you've done for the justice system. Can you give us any insight, opinion, why these charges were so watered down? Was it power? Were the attorneys, was the state attorney here? Let's start with Barry Krischer, because he could have stopped it right away, right? Could have stopped it right away. Was he overpowered? Was he sweet-talked? What happened?
I think all of the above. Unfortunately, the system is political here, and he was an elected representative. And after my client went forward to police and the investigation began, we saw a full court press meaning that Epstein hired his lawyer from Miami, Roy Black. He hired Alan Dershowitz. He hired Mr. Lefkowitz from New York, and they all swarmed into Palm Beach County. And they met with Barry Krischer with all kinds of information that was just an attempt to smear victims. They called them liars. They called them young, prostitutes. As Courtney stated, they were pulling up MySpace pages of these girls. And then they were talking about the parade of horribles that could happen to Mr. Krischer. And they were doing this in the history, unfortunately, of this county. Many may forget that there was a failed prosecution of a rape here in Palm Beach County from one of the Kennedys.
Yes.
And there was a huge publicity problem associated with that on a political basis. And I know that Barry Krischer was aware of that. And I think he saw his career going up in flames if he were to prosecute these. So I think he was looking for an out. And as a result, I think that's why he tanked the grand jury investigation.
But what a bad excuse. I think perhaps his career should have gone up in flames, really. I mean, look, I'm taking the personalities out of this. I would suggest not only did the lawyers put pressure on him, but I would assume that he got many phone calls. Is that correct? You want to add to that?
We have no doubt that a number of phone calls were made politically. In fact, Chief Ryder at the time, who I spoke with and in sworn deposition testimony, stated that he, in fact, was so concerned that he asked Mr. Acosta directly, is he a protected informant?
So you mentioned Chief Ryder, because I think it's always good to identify the good guys. And Chief Ryder, who originally brought this case, was appalled with what Krischer was doing here. And ironically, he ended up taking the case to the U.S. attorney who didn't do much better. What happened there? Was it the same type of pressure?
Yeah, it was even higher pressure at that point because then Ken Starr got involved as well on Epstein's team, and we all know that name from history. And there were huge amounts of political pressure that were being exerted on the U.S. Attorney's Office in the Southern District at that time. But you're absolutely right. Chief Ryder fought the good fight, and he was so angry at Barry Krischer that he wrote a scathing letter that's in the record now to him, just astounded at the failure of his office to prosecute these claims. And they were looking at the U.S. Attorney's Office to save them, to save the case. And unfortunately, they were just appalled at what they did as well.
And one more comment, which is to really salute the power of the press. Because it was a Miami Herald article in November 2018 called Perversion of Justice that finally really started to bring a lot of this to light. And then it was the Palm Beach Post going to court to get the grand jury proceedings of Palm Beach County open, and that was in a couple of years later. So we thank them, and I'm going to yield back in a minute just to say again, thank you so much to the survivors, to our witnesses. So for you are an inspiration of courage and perseverance, and give us really the intuition to continue for this fight. And again, let's make sure that we subpoena and have all the relevant witnesses testify, and we find out who else should be accountable, because Jeffrey Epstein did not act alone. And with that, thank you so much for holding this hearing. I yield back.
Thank you, Representative. And I want to, again, just as I close this out, I want to thank, first and foremost, Representative Frankel for hosting us today. This would not have been possible without her leadership, her team, her insistence on why Palm Beach County is so important to this broader investigation. And of course, I want to thank Mayor James and his team for their support in putting this hearing together. Most importantly, I want to thank the survivors that are here and our witnesses. Your testimony on the record is so important, and I know so many of you have had to continue to speak out, but having your stories and your answers in the record is really important to our investigation. I want to thank you for your courage. I also just want for the public to understand that for those of us on the committee, we are focused on truth, accountability, and justice. Clearly, Palm Beach, the U.S. Attorney's Office, so many of the prosecutors that were involved in this case, law enforcement officials, these are all individuals that we have a lot of questions for. For us to really move this investigation forward, we need to understand why the prosecutors that went forward to the U.S. Attorney, to other courts, and demanded and asked for prosecutions and asked for actions to be taken, why those were denied. We have yet to get responses from Alex Acosta, but it's clear that we have additional questions for the former Labor Secretary, and we certainly have numerous questions for the line prosecutors that were involved in making those recommendations. Palm Beach County will continue to be an important place for our investigation as we continue to explore and investigate the links between what was happening at Mar-a-Lago and...
All right, it looks like the hearing might be coming to a close. We'll write it out and we'll play it out. But I got some good news. Once this is done, we're going to play Sheldon Whitehouse did a very powerful speech from the Senate floor, tying all Trump and Epstein's crimes together. So he brings the receipts and the facts. So we'll dive deep into Sheldon Whitehouse, Trump Epstein connections.
Jeffrey Epstein. And to close, we'll say we look forward to hearing from Attorney General Bondi here in a few weeks. And then we'll continue to ask the majority to partner with us in additional subpoenas as this investigation moves forward and as we work to protect the survivors. And with that, again, thank you all to our witnesses, and this meeting is adjourned.
Thank you.
All right, it looks like the meeting is adjourned. All right. So yeah, justice for all the release all the Trumpstein files and bring some justice to all the victims. All right, let's go check out Sheldon Whitehouse's breakdown of all this.
Objection. Thank you, Madam President.
All right, so this is Sheldon Whitehouse, titled "To Uncover Connections Between Trump, Russia, and Epstein." This is a good one, guys. Break out your popcorn. I'm actually going to pack a fat bong load right here for this one. Hey, what up, YouTubeville? Thanks for hanging out. Happy Sunday night, or Monday morning now.
It was the spring of 2019. Public and media interest in Special Counsel Robert Mueller's report into Russia's election interference operation reached a fever pitch. There had been a steady drip, drip, drip of reporting on the Trump team's cozy and peculiar relationship with Russia since his surprise election victory in 2016. Ahead of the Mueller report's release, Trump's Attorney General, Bill Barr, issued a letter to Congress purporting to summarize the report's findings. The letter declared that Russia and the Trump campaign did not collude to steal the election. The press, ravenous for any news of the long-anticipated Mueller report's conclusion, largely accepted Attorney General Barr's narrow, carefully worded conclusion. And not yet having access to the full report, blasted the Attorney General's summary around the world. Trump himself declared, all caps, no collusion. He said he'd been cleared of the Russia hoax, a term he reserves only to describe things that are true, like climate change. Frustrated, Mueller wrote to Barr that the Attorney General's letter did not fully capture the context, nature, and substance of the investigation. But by the time the dense, voluminous Mueller report was issued the month after Barr's letter, its message had been obscured. The Mueller report actually concluded that the Trump campaign knew of and welcomed Russian interference and expected to benefit from it. That conclusion was later echoed and reinforced by an investigation led by then Chairman Marco Rubio's Senate Intelligence Committee, a bipartisan report. But Barr's scheme had largely worked. Many in the media and in the Democratic Party seemed to internalize that the Russia speculation had perhaps gotten out of hand, and that perhaps we had been wrong to believe there was a troubling connection between Trump and Russia after all. But were we? Let's take a look at a sampling of what Trump has done for Russia just lately, and usually at the expense of American interests. There are many, but here's a top 10. 1. After Trump and Vice President Vance theatrically chastised the heroic Ukrainian President Zelensky in front of TV cameras in the Oval Office last year, Trump paused our weapons shipments to Ukraine. 2. In July, during the worst Russian bombing campaign of the war until that point, Trump paused an already funded weapons shipment for Ukraine, including the Patriot interceptors that protect civilians from Putin's savage attacks. 3. That same month, Trump's Treasury Department stopped imposing new sanctions and closing sanctions loopholes, effectively allowing dummy corporations to send funds, chips, and military equipment to Russia. Leaked phone calls show that White House envoy Steve Witkoff and Putin envoy.
Hey, aloha, Katie. Absolutely. Yeah, Sheldon Whitehouse is absolutely like top 5 politicians that actually care about the American people and does his job that, he was put in office to do.
Kirill Dmitriev.
And yeah, I love hearing him. He's awesome. Learned a lot from Sheldon Whitehouse.
Have worked together closely behind the scenes on a peace deal favorable to Russia. 5. Last summer, Trump rolled out the presidential red carpet for the Russian dictator on American soil, with a summit in Alaska that yielded, unsurprisingly, no gains toward ending the war in Ukraine. 6. Trump's vice president traveled to the Munich Security Conference last year to parrot Russia's anti-Western talking points, pushed by right-wing groups that Putin has long funded and used to create political strife in Europe. 7. Trump installed Russia apologist Tulsi Gabbard as his director of national intelligence, much to the glee of Russian state media. 8. Upon the confirmation of Trump's Attorney General Pam Bondi, the Department of Justice shuttered its anti-kleptocracy work that had successfully targeted Putin's Russian oligarchs. 9. Late last year, Trump unveiled a new so-called national security strategy, which abandoned traditional alliances in Europe and favored a transactional foreign policy that the Kremlin praised as, quote, largely consistent with Moscow's vision and desires. And 10, the Trump administration is even paving the way for Russia's return to global sports competition, ending its isolation in those arenas in the wake of the hostile Ukraine invasion and state-backed systemic doping programs in Russia. That's a top 10, but the list goes on. If Trump were purposefully doing Russia...
Yeah, I'm a firm believer that like Putin has like photos and stuff or just documents or whatever of Trump in like compromising positions because like Robert Maxwell, Ghislaine Maxwell's dad, was like a triple agent. And who knows, Melania could be like a honeypot. I don't know, I think she's probably a victim, but you know, she got like brainwashed so hard by these people that she ended up like being like a double agent or something. Who knows? I don't know. She definitely was an Epstein escort.
It is hard to see what he would be doing differently. The United States is the most powerful nation in the world. Russia is a weak, corrupt regime. My old friend Senator John McCain used to say that Russia is a gas station run by gangsters with an army. It doesn't make sense that the President of the United States, who insists on being dominant in essentially every relationship, is so submissive to one person. And that one person is Russia's dictator, Vladimir Putin. So what is it about Trump and Russia? And could it have any connection with Trump's close friendship with the deceased pedophile Jeffrey Epstein? Much about Epstein remains unknown. But the survivors who have come forward and the millions of emails released through the bipartisan Epstein Files Transparency Act have shed some light on the operation of the late financier's global pedophile ring. And over, it touches Russia. When recently asked by a reporter about the Epstein files, Trump said in part, "It's just a Russia hoax." Again, hoax, the word he uses for when something is true. But the most telling part is that Trump's mind, asked about Epstein, immediately went to Russia. Russia. I should start by pointing out that Epstein's ties to foreign intelligence may never be fully known. It's a murky world. He had links to officials in the United States, Russian and Israeli governments, and many others. But it's worth looking at those ties to Russia, a nation so hostile to the United States. Epstein's career began in the mid-1970s at the prestigious Dalton School in New York City, where despite dropping out of college, 21-year-old Jeffrey Epstein was given a position teaching high school mathematics to the children of some of New York's wealthiest families. Perhaps of note, the outgoing headmaster at the time of Epstein's hire was Donald Barr, the father of future Attorney General Bill Barr, and a former intelligence officer during World War II. The elder Barr was known for making unconventional hires at Dalton. After a couple of years, Epstein was able to leverage the elite connections he made at Dalton to a job at Wall Street investment bank Bear Stearns, where he rose quickly through the company.
I've never heard anyone say the word like that. I noticed Sheldon Whitehouse said the word leverage as leverage. I always said it as leverage. Is it leverage or leverage? Or are both of them correct?
However, after getting caught fabricating his resume, using the company credit card on expensive gifts for his girlfriend, and ultimately providing privileged stock information to a girlfriend.
Oh, hey, what's up, Pokey Pie? All right, cool. That's awesome. I'm gonna start saying leverage. I like the sound of that better, actually.
Among other unscrupulous behaviors, Epstein called it quits and started his own financial firm. Those early scams were just the start. Shortly thereafter, Epstein fell in with a wealthy man named Douglas Leese, a British defense contractor with connections in the arms industry and the British government. During this period, Epstein would tell people he was a bounty hunter who tracked down hidden money. According to Stephen Hoffenberg, a former business mentor of Epstein's, who went to prison for a massive Ponzi scheme that he later said Epstein had designed, Leese introduced Epstein to Robert Maxwell. Ghislaine Maxwell, who became Epstein's girlfriend and sex trafficking accomplice after her father's death, was Robert Maxwell's favorite daughter.
Hey, what's up, Justin? All right, so if that was true, I heard the story about that though. He only did it because he didn't want to get caught. But riddle me this: why was Donald Trump offering Jeffrey Epstein a spot in his cabinet during his first administration?
And he involved her deeply in his work. An opportunist in pursuit of wealth, the Czechoslovak-born Robert Maxwell had complex, shifting ties to British, Soviet, and Israeli intelligence. Initially bankrolled by...
Oh man, Lindsey Graham's another horrible piece of crap. Can't stand any of those people. Lindsey Graham, Coward Nutlick, Pete Kegsbreath, Stephen Pimplehead Miller, scum of the earth right there.
6, he accepted secret payments from the KGB through his Soviet-friendly publishing company and was the rare individual who traversed both sides of the Iron Curtain. In 1992, the British newspaper, the Sunday Express, wrote that a secret document signed by the head of the KGB months before Maxwell's death at sea showed that Maxwell was a political and intelligence asset for the Soviet Union. The newspaper claimed...
Hey, what's up, Pokey Pie? Yeah, my friend's mom, she was an English teacher. And I remember because we always grew up saying the word cupboard, you know, like where we keep like our dishes, like a cupboard. But I guess it's always been said cupboard is like the real name of it. But somehow, like over here in the United States, we started saying cupboard. But it's cupboard.
Document indicated Soviet leadership had instructed the KGB to protect Maxwell's reputation and business activities. Maxwell's UK Foreign Office file, released more than a decade after his death, described him as, I'm quoting here, a thoroughly bad character and almost certainly financed by Russia. Journalist Vicky Ward wrote the following in Rolling Stone magazine in 2021. She said, Hoffenberg told me that Epstein had said he'd worked on several projects with Robert Maxwell, including solving Maxwell's debt issues. The word get is in quotes. Maxwell died in 1991 under very strange circumstances. Apparently,
Man, I was mind blown when I found out that Ghislaine Maxwell's dad, Robert Maxwell, was the owner of all the books that we grew up learning from, in all the the public schools, all the science books, all those books. They were all owned by Robert Maxwell's company. I forget the name of it.
fallen off his yacht, the Lady Ghislaine, in the middle of the night, and it was discovered in the aftermath that he'd stolen hundreds of millions of dollars from the pensions of his employees.
Hey, what's up, Champ? This is a live stream. We're hanging out right here. Hey, what's up, everyone? This is a live stream. There's my husky dog right here hanging out on his bed. But this is a speech that Sheldon Whitehouse gave on the Senate floor not too long ago. So the government's shut down right now, so we gotta keep the Trumpstein files alive. Let everyone know out there, because we gotta keep the blue wave tsunami going.
The story continued. Epstein had also told Hoffenberg that via Maxwell and Lease, he was involved in something that Hoffenberg described as national security issues, which he says involved blackmail, influence trading information at a level that is very serious.
His name's Carlo.
Dangerous. The story concluded, 4 separate sources told me on the record that Epstein's dealings in the arms world in the 1980s had led him to work for multiple governments, including the Israelis. End quote.
Hey, what up, Vic Morrison? Good to see you.
Epstein's strategies for making money and working intelligence contacts seem to have some similarities to Robert Maxwell. For the record, Epstein, a profligate liar, once told Ward that he never met Robert Maxwell or Lease. At some point in the 1980s, Epstein struck up a friendship with a fellow brash New York businessman by the name of Donald Trump. Author Michael Wolff has said of Trump and Epstein, they shared everything. They shared their airplanes. They shared women between them. They shared constantly business and financial advice. End quote. There are many photos of the two men together on the New York and Palm Beach party circuits throughout the 1990s. Trump now famously said in 2002, years, terrific guy. He's a lot.
I've known Jeff for 15 years. Terrific guys. Oh, man, that's what Donald Trump said. Let me rewind that.
Famously said in 2002, I've known Jeff for 15 years. Terrific guy. He's a lot of fun to be with. It is even said that he likes beautiful women as much as I do. And many of them are on the younger side. Alan Dershowitz told the New York Times in 2019 that in those days, if you didn't know Trump and you didn't know Epstein, you were a nobody. Dershowitz is the well-known lawyer who served both on Epstein's defense team when he was charged with having sex with minors back in 2006, and on Trump's impeachment defense team in 2020. The president of Trump's Atlantic City Trump Plaza Hotel in the late 1980s said he saw Trump and Epstein together so frequently that he believed Epstein was Trump's best friend. That same man described an incident where Trump brought Epstein and a 19-year-old girl to the casino gaming floor. Epstein once took a model to Trump Tower, where she says Trump groped her while laughing with Epstein. She remarked that it seemed like a twisted game between the two men. One survivor says Epstein summoned her to his offices late one night. Trump soon arrived, and according to the New York Times, she recalled feeling scared as Mr. Trump stared at her bare legs. Then Mr. Epstein entered the room, and she recalled him saying to Mr. Trump, "No, she's not here for you." After the men left the room, she said she overheard Trump commenting that he thought she was 16 years old. In 1992, Trump hosted a calendar girls competition at Mar-a-Lago for dozens of young women. The event organizer was appalled to learn that Trump and Epstein would be the only men present. A private showing. During Maxwell's trial, one of Epstein's victims said he took her to meet Trump at Mar-a-Lago when she was 14. Maxwell recruited 16-year-old Virginia Jeffrey from the spa at Mar-a-Lago. Jeffrey was abused by Epstein and trafficked to other men in Epstein.
Hey, what's up, Thorne? Good to see you. How you doing, pal? Happy Sunday. I hope you had a good 4th of July weekend.
Trump said in 2025, "I think Jeffrey worked at the spa. He stole her." He being Epstein. In 1997, the UK tabloid The Daily Mirror, formerly owned by Robert Maxwell, claimed that Trump was dating a 20-year-old British model and that Ghislaine Maxwell had introduced them at a party. The tabloid notes Trump met the model at a party in Manhattan. Several American millionaires already had their eyes on the model, but she was there with Robert Maxwell's daughter Ghislaine, who has introduced several of her attractive friends to the property developer, Trump. According to the Mirror, after their meeting, Trump flew Madam Maxwell and the model south to the Sunshine State, where they enjoyed a happy weekend together. When they returned to New York, the model was installed in one of Donald's many apartments there. In an interview with BBC Newsnight, the model stated, "Ghislaine Maxwell did introduce me to him," that is Trump, "and she introduced me to him with a clear message of my being with him, in the same way that she had trafficked me and brought me to Jeffrey Epstein," end quote. She also said, "I can only speak for myself, and this is in no way to negate any other experience that anyone else might have had with him, but at no time did President Trump behave with any impropriety with me." The same woman accused Epstein of sexually abusing her when she was a teenager in a 2019 interview with NBC. From NBC, I'm quoting, "The abuse spanned several years and locales. In addition to the estate on his private island, she said Epstein preyed on her at his homes in New York and Paris." According to Craig Unger's book, American Compromat, and I'm quoting here, "Trump was often the center of Maxwell's attention, and women who entered Trump's orbit sometimes ended up being associated with both Trump and Epstein, spending part of their time living in a Trump Tower condo and part in Florida at Mar-a-Lago or one of Epstein's homes. Among them was a Russian model and beauty pageant contestant."
It's funny seeing the MAGA cult members' reactions when they start hearing Sheldon Whitehouse speaking facts and truth, bringing the receipts. Like, they can't handle it. Like, they're so involved in, they're such cult members, they can't comprehend that their Orange King could do no wrong. It's hilarious. I mean, it's pretty sad, really. Like, man, these MAGA cult members, because all they do is just watch like Fox News and Truth Social, so they don't hear any of this true stuff. But hey, congratulations to the MAGA cult members that do stumble in here, because you guys are finally seeing the truth. So all you guys got to do next is just accept that the MAGA movement's done. It's acceptance time.
Whose journey from the world of beauty pageants and modeling to Trump's Mar-a-Lago and Epstein's island retreat is highly suggestive in terms of how Epstein and his associates began manipulating young women. The story continues. In the early 90s, before coming to the United States, the woman had placed well in a number of beauty pageants, coming in second in Miss Russia, 1993, and winning the 1994 Miss Baltic Sea title that year. In 1995, she left Moscow, spent 6 weeks learning English in St. Petersburg, Florida, not Russia, and was profiled in the Tampa Tribune as reigning Miss Russia.
I mean, Trump did say the uneducated love him, so it all makes sense and checks out.
Before long,
I mean, if MAGA cult members were smart, they wouldn't be Trump supporters.
Trump. Quoting here, notwithstanding the fact that Trump was still married to his second wife, Marla Maples, the woman moved into a 30th floor condo in Trump Tower on Fifth Avenue. There, according to an item in the New York Post, her lavish accommodations were taken care of courtesy of an unidentified sugar daddy. She spent time with both Trump and Epstein. Flight logs released by a federal judge in New York in 2019 showed that in February 1999, the woman, then 27, flew.
Oh, that's, I think it's Bill Belichick, the coach from the Patriots.
Epstein's Gulfstream, the so-called Lolita Express, with Maxwell and Prince Andrew from Epstein's Little St. James, aka Pedophile Island, back to Florida. End quote. Trump has tried to distance himself from his former friend, the monstrous pedophile who is believed to have abused at least 1,000 women and girls. It's worth taking a look at how the friendship between Trump and Epstein allegedly soured. There are varying accounts as to whether Trump ever banned Epstein from Mar-a-Lago over his recruitment of spa workers from the resort. But we know the falling out was at least in part related to a bidding war between Trump and Epstein over a Palm Beach mansion in 2004. Trump won and purchased the property for $41.3 million. Just 4 years later, and after modest renovations, Trump sold the mansion to billionaire Russian oligarch Dmitry Rybolov.
Hey, what's up, Tammy? How's it going? What up? What up, everyone?
For $95 million.
Yeah, I'm in my mid-40s and I'm single, but I could never see myself like dating a girl that's like under 30. Like, that's just weird. Like, if anything, I actually like a older woman. Like that I used to like Red Hot Chili Peppers, but that Anthony Kiedis guy is like a real weirdo. So I don't know. I mean, I guess the old saying goes, age is only a number when it comes to that kind of stuff, you know. But I don't know. I think that's kind of weird for somebody to be in like their 70s dating like a 20-year-old. I don't know. I think Al Pacino just had a kid and he's like 85, and I think his girlfriend, I don't know how old she is.
At the time, it was reported to be the most expensive residential property sale in United States history. Pretty stellar investment for Mr. Trump. The oligarch, for his part, after paying the $95 million, never even moved in. Which brings us back to Russia. Epstein claimed to have given at least some insight on Trump to the Russians. Epstein met on many occasions with Vitaly Churkin, Russia's representative to the United Nations from 2006 until Churkin's death in 2017. Epstein wrote in an email, "Churkin was great. He understood Trump after our conversations. It is not complex. He must be seen to get something. It's that simple." end quote. Epstein wrote in 2018 to Thorbjørn Jagland, a former prime minister of Norway, who was then head of the Council of Europe. I'm quoting here, "I think you might suggest to Putin that Lavrov can get insight on talking to me." That appears to be a reference to Sergei Lavrov, Russia's Minister of Foreign Affairs. The email was sent prior to the Helsinki summit between Trump and Putin. In another email to Jagland, Epstein wrote that he wanted to help Putin and Russia reinvent the financial system. A 2017 FBI report, based on a confidential human source, claims that Epstein was President Vladimir Putin's wealth manager, end quote. Epstein tried several times to meet with Putin, often via Jagland, although it is unclear if any such meeting took place. But Putin is named almost 1,000 times in the latest tranche of Epstein file documents, and there are almost 10,000 references in the documents to Moscow. Epstein roped many Russian and East European girls and women into his trafficking operation. The New York Magazine profile of Epstein, published all the way back in 2002, reads, "Indeed, at a party at Maxwell's house, her friends say, one is just as apt to see Russian ladies of the night as one is to see Prince Andrew," end quote. In Ward's 2003 profile of Epstein, a guest described a, quote, "cocktail party thrown by Maxwell that Prince Andrew attended, which was filled," she says, "with young Russian models." In a 2010 email, Epstein suggested a young woman as a dinner companion to Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, the former prince, assuring him that she was, and I'm quoting here, "Russian, beautiful, and trustworthy," end quote. The Daily Beast recently reported on an alleged classified U.S. intelligence document claiming that, and I'm quoting here, Andrew Mountbatten Windsor was drawn into Moscow's orbit thanks to his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, which the Kremlin allegedly used as a route into the British establishment. In another 2010 email to a person whose name has been redacted, Epstein wrote, and I'm quoting here, "Tomorrow I'm organizing a dinner for some new Russian girls. See you at 10. He received an email from a redacted sender in 2012 that read, "I have 2 Russian girls for you to meet. One 21, another 24. A message left for Epstein by one of his employees in 2005 claims that French model scout Jean-Luc Brunel had found a, quote, teacher who could give Epstein, quote, free lessons. Quote, "He has a teacher for you to teach how to speak Russian. She is 2 times 8 years old. Not blonde," end quote. 2 times 8 years old. According to American Compromat, in addition to whatever legitimate careers Brunel may have fostered, as a model scout, he also allegedly hired scouters to identify, procure, and transport underage girls, many 15 years of age and under, hire them to give, quote, massages, and traffic them. Brunel was found hanged in his French jail cell in 2022 after being arrested on rape and sex trafficking charges. Bill Gates said he had affairs with 2 Russian women, which Epstein later discovered. Somewhere along the way, Epstein struck up a relationship with Sergei Belyakov, Russia's former Deputy Minister of Economic Development and a graduate of the FSB, Russia's intelligence academy. Epstein introduced him to contacts like Peter Thiel, the tech billionaire, who would go on to give $10 million to the super PAC that helped elect now Vice President J.D. Vance to the Senate in 2022. In 2015, Epstein warned Belyakov that, I'm quoting here, a Russian girl from Moscow is attempting to blackmail a group of powerful businessmen in New York. End quote. It was, Epstein said, quoting again, bad for business for everyone involved. Belyakov responded back with information about the woman, who he said worked in the sex and escort business. The FSB Academy graduate said he would meet with someone who knows her. The following year, Belyakov told Epstein that he had a new position at the Russian Direct Investment Fund, the Russian Sovereign Wealth Fund headed by current Putin envoy, Kirill Dmitriev, the same guy who was caught in those friendly leaked phone calls with Steve Witkoff that I mentioned earlier. Masha Drakova, a former spokesperson for Nashi, the pro-Kremlin youth movement, was in regular touch with Epstein in the last couple of years before his death in prison. She was ostensibly helping Epstein with his public relations. According to the Washington Post, she was, quote, the subject of the 2011 documentary Putin's Kiss, whose title refers to a widely publicized awards ceremony in which she received a medal from Putin and spontaneously kissed him on the cheek. End quote. In a 2017 email, Drakova asked Epstein to connect her with adequate Russian oligarchs. The Post reported in 2022 that her fundraising pitches highlighted her ties to wealthy Russians, although Drakova denied writing those emails and said she did not receive Russian funding. Epstein advised Drakova as she launched her Silicon Valley venture capital firm, and she introduced Epstein to the contacts she had made in the tech world. In one emailed interaction in 2017, Drakova, after claiming to meet billionaire Jeff Bezos, tells Epstein she is, quote, trying to understand what she is not understanding about him, end quote. Epstein writes back that Bezos is, quote, smart, funny, and visionary. He's a very nice person, probably, mistyped, but obviously means probably, the best in the valley among the bees. The files also indicate that Epstein had dealings with Oleg Deripaska, a Russian billionaire who...
Hey, you guys remember, I think it was it was last summer, KGB agents were over there seen at Mar-a-Lago having a good old time just jet skiing around. Yeah, so Putin's boys were over there hanging out with Trump in Mar-a-Lago having, riding jet skis. That's MAGA cult members communist daddy for you.
Treasury Department has identified as a money launderer for Vladimir Putin. Deripaska also cultivated a friendship with Peter Mandelson, a senior figure in Britain's Labour Party. It appears that Mandelson tried to use Deripaska's contacts to acquire a last-minute Russian visa for Epstein in 2010. Correspondence also shows Epstein's assistant trying to set up a meeting for Epstein and Deripaska in Moscow or Paris. There's also audio of Epstein advising then Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak to have dinner with Putin, to line up work after he leaves government. There is at least one itinerary for a lengthy trip across Russia, and photos of Epstein and Ghislaine in what is believed to be Russia, including with people who appear to be Russian soldiers. Umar Jabrailov, a former Russian senator who committed suicide in recent days, described Maxwell as a soulmate. Epstein had a series of Russian visas between 2011 and his death in 2019. Epstein's crimes left a long money trail, and that trail winds back to Russia. Ranking member of the Finance Committee Ron Wyden has doggedly sought the truth about Epstein's transactions with Russian banks and Eastern European entities. One suspicious activity report, filed by JP Morgan Chase after Epstein's death, shows that between 2003 and 2019, Epstein conducted 4,725 wire transactions totaling over $1 billion. And that's just one bank. Epstein used multiple banks. According to JP Morgan Chase, the wire activity was flagged for the suspicious activity report for being, and I quote, consistent with alleged sex trafficking of minors and for involving, quote, the high-risk jurisdiction of the Russian Federation, end quote. CNN notes that 2 accounts included in the suspicious activity report were linked to now sanctioned Russian banks Alfa Bank and Sberbank. Also named in the suspicious activity reports, Maxwell, associated entities like Brunel's MC2 Model Management, and various women and girls. Let's go back to the journalist Vicky Ward. Sources who range from former arms dealers to former spies, and also Hoffenberg, suggest that Epstein, who lacked any sort of moral compass.
Oh, wow, that's interesting fact right there, Thorne. Thanks for sharing. And then I think I heard one of Trump's sons just recently married Jeffrey Epstein's banker. So yeah, one of Trump's sons just recently married Jeffrey Epstein's banker.
Decided to compromise influential people by recording them doing things they wouldn't want made public. And once he got out of jail in the last 10 years of his life, Epstein bragged to various people, including journalists, that he was advising a whole assortment of foreign leaders who included Vladimir Putin, Mohammed bin Zayed, Mohammed bin Salman, various African dictators, Israel, the British, and of course the Americans. He also told several of the same people he was making a fortune out of arms, drugs, and diamonds. I'm still reading the same quote. He was known in the intelligence world as a hyper-fixer, somebody who can go between different cultures and networks. Epstein was, of course, known for his parties, which he insisted on hosting in his various mansions, where he could completely control the environment. Many of Epstein's victims have said they believe they were.
Yeah, Epstein also invented MAGA and QAnon. So technically, all the MAGA cult members, their real daddy's Jeffrey Epstein. Donald Trump's just stepdaddy.
Virginia Giuffre wrote in her posthumous memoir that Epstein had a huge library of videotapes and a room in his New York home where monitors displayed real-time surveillance footage from his properties. Quote, he explicitly talked about using me and what I'd been forced to do with certain men as a form of blackmail, so these men would owe him favors, she wrote. Another survivor said Epstein once walked her through his mansion, pointing out pinhole-sized cameras He boasted that they were in every room. According to Epstein's emails, in 2014, he directed a staffer to procure hidden cameras, which were installed in tissue boxes. The New York Times obtained photos of the interior of Epstein's New York mansion, which show a camera installed near the ceiling of the master bedroom, and another along the molding of an adjoining room. The Times also spotted cameras near a suite of bathrooms on the same floor as Epstein's bedroom. When police searched his Palm Beach home in 2005, they, quote, located two covert, hidden, close cameras, end quote. Both cameras were located inside clocks, one by a desk and the other in the garage. It's worth noting that Epstein often seemed to get tipped off in advance as to when the Palm Beach police would be dropping by. Epstein is said to have once told an ex-girlfriend, I collect people. I own people. I can damage people. The disgraced financier Hoffenberg allegedly claimed to the National Enquirer in a final account before his death that, quote, wherever Epstein was entertaining, he and Ghislaine were taping. That report was only released last summer, as Hoffenberg had asked the Enquirer not to publish his comments until 3 years after his death. According to the Daily Beast, the former U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of Florida, Alex Acosta, is once said to have claimed Epstein, quote, belonged to intelligence, and that the decision to let him off easy in 2008 was made above his pay grade. The Prime Minister of Poland, a country that has extensive experience with Russian intelligence operations, has opened an investigation into potential links between Epstein and Russian intelligence. Prime Minister Tusk said, more and more leads, more and more information, and more commentary in the global press all relate to the suspicion that this unprecedented pedophilia scandal was co-organized by Russian intelligence services. According to alleged anonymous intelligence sources published in the British tabloid The Daily Mail last month, some believe, and I'm quoting here, Jeffrey Epstein was running the world's largest honey trap operation on behalf of the KGB when he procured women for his network of associates, end quote. I want to stress that we don't have answers here. Epstein was an inveterate liar and a criminal who often sought to exaggerate his own power and influence. And the Epstein files need to be viewed through that lens. He could have been working with an intelligence agency or several intelligence agencies. He could have just been what the Russians call a useful idiot. We may never know. What we do know is that a significant number of powerful men, our current president, some of his cabinet secretaries, tech billionaires like Elon Musk, Bill Gates, and others, were very mixed up with Epstein at different times. And Epstein seems to have been very mixed up with.
Hey, what's up, Pussyfoot Productions? I'm glad you finally recognized that you're a cult member. I like how you have the finger pointing towards your handle. Yeah, that means you're a cult member. You're finally recognizing it. So, Pussyfoot Productions, give a round of applause to him. He's transitioning. He's going through a transition phase. He's transitioning from red to blue.
We also know that there is a cover-up afoot at the Department of Justice. The MAGA Department of Justice is trying to shield Trump from something in the Epstein files. We know that documents in the files about President Trump that should be released have not been released. The missing files, first discovered by independent journalist Roger Sollenberger, are alleged to detail claims by an Epstein accuser who said she was also sexually assaulted by President Trump when she was a young teenager. One of the great forces that Washington runs on is normalcy bias. It's often in the interest of the bureaucratic establishment to look skeptically towards outlandish or extreme stories, because in most cases the truth is more ordinary than what may first appear. What I've done here today is lay out the facts as documented by the many brave survivors who have come forward at great personal risk, as well as by the many journalists who have tried and continue to try to get to the truth. As a lawyer, I know that you can prove cases with circumstantial evidence. You don't always need the smoking gun. Here, we have links with Russia, girls from Russia, money from Russia, people from Russia, deals and transactions with Russia, contacts with people with Russian intelligence, news reports exploring contacts with Russia, and an official investigation from the government of Poland into an Epstein-Russia connection. Sometimes, with a little imagination, you have the chance to see what's right in front of your face. Mr. President, I'd like to ask unanimous consent that this document, which is a bibliography of all of the sources that I quoted from in this speech, to be made a part of the record and appended at the conclusion of my remarks. Without objection, then.
All right, so Sheldon Whitehouse just yielded back. That was a great speech by Sheldon Whitehouse. Solid politician. And he should be a Sheldon Whitehouse, Jamie Raskin, 2028. Let's go see what's up with Thomas Massie. This was from, we'll turn back the clock a little bit. This was from February 24th, 2026. This is Thomas Massie from the House, from the Senate floor. This is titled, Thomas Massie explodes on DOJ over Epstein handling, names people he wants prosecuted.
For the oversight. Gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Massey, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Congress created the Department of Justice. Congress funds the Department of Justice, and Congress is responsible for the oversight of the Department of Justice. When will we see justice? I'll tell you what I've not seen. I've not seen any arrests from the revelations in the Epstein files, over 3 million documents describing horrible things, describing unspeakable things, so much of it redacted. Over 24 people have resigned, CEOs, members of government worldwide, but I haven't seen any arrests or investigations here in the United States from this Department of Justice. Prince Andrew, Duke of York, who has since been stripped of his royal titles due to his affiliation with Jeffrey Epstein, has been arrested. Peter Mandelson, who previously served as UK's ambassador to the United States, resigned in disgrace from United Kingdom's House of Lords and the Labour Party, and he's been arrested. Former Prime Minister of Norway, Torbjorn Jagland, has been charged. But we don't see any charges, arrests, or investigations in the United States. What do we see? We see our FBI director celebrating in the locker room at the Olympics overseas. It's fine to be proud of this country, But we should be proud of this country because we have a system of justice that works. And yet we do not. Who are the men that should be investigated? I'll name them right here. Leon Black. You don't even have to see past the redactions to see that.
Oh yeah, Leon Black's son. For all you MAGA cult members, in case you don't know, because you guys are always blinded by the facts, because you guys are in a cult suffering from Stockholm syndrome. But I digress. But Leon Black's son is in Trump's cabinet.
And needs to be investigated. Jess Staley, accused of terrible things. It's right there in the files. Why is he not being investigated? And Leslie Wexner. Why did the FBI list him as a co-conspirator in their own documents in a child sex trafficking case, and then tell him, according to him, that they had no questions for him? Why is that? Well, the Epstein Files Transparency Act requires the DOJ and the FBI to disclose to us their internal memos and emails about how they made those decisions, whether to prosecute or not prosecute. Yet they have not delivered those memos. And we still don't have the memos and documents and emails from 2008 to explain why Jeffrey Epstein was given such a light sentence in what would have been an open and shut case of child sex trafficking, which allowed him to go back and recommit these terrible crimes, create hundreds of more victims, and ensnare so many other people in his conspiracy. Where are those documents that describe those decisions? We need justice. We want the Department of Justice to get to work, and that's what they need to do now. Madam Speaker, I rise today to let the American people know that this government is under siege. All three branches of this government is under siege by lobbyists and lawyers from a German company named Bayer. They spent over $9 million lobbying the executive branch and the legislative branch so that they don't have to be liable for any damages that their herbicide causes, otherwise known as Roundup. And they're having some success. Now, they haven't had any success yet in this chamber to get that immunity. They've had some success in the state legislatures, which are also under siege, to get this immunity from liability. Look, the Constitution guarantees people a trial if they've been harmed. Why are we contemplating going against the Constitution? The Attorney General has opined favorably for this German company in front of the Supreme Court about getting rid of any liability that they should have for any damages. And the most recent thing that we've seen, the executive branch. By the way, the president's chief of staff, the president's attorney general, worked for one of the biggest lobbying firms that's received hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars from Bayer. And maybe that's why we've seen an executive order that says that the production of this chemical from this German company is a national defense priority. And we know why they're doing that. It's to keep them from having any liability. Everybody in this country deserves their day in court. This is wrong. We shouldn't succumb to the lobbyists, not in the executive branch, not in the judicial branch, and certainly not here in Congress and not in the state legislatures. But there's a lot of money at play. And I implore my colleagues to resist it and do not give them immunity. And I yield back.
So yeah, Thomas Massey is the only Republican that has a spine. I mean, pretty much the MAGA cult political movement, like, pretty much just hijacked the Republican Party and turned it into this un-American party. All right, let's go see what's up with this hearing. All right, this was like a press conference that they gave regarding Pam Bondi. Let's see what this is about. This came out like a month ago. I haven't seen this yet. I've been wanting to check this out.
Are also going to give some remarks, and then I'll answer any. Great, thank you. I'm Ranking Member Robert Garcia, Oversight Democrats. I'm going to have some remarks, and then I'm going to have a few folks are also going to give some remarks, and then I'll answer any questions. We are on a break right now from the interview, and so I want to make sure that we answer some questions. Let me just start by sharing with the American public where we're actually right now in this transcribed interview. To repeat what we continue.
Hey, yeah, I heard about that. I don't know about that, though. Who knows?
It is a shame and a disservice to the American people that this interview is not being recorded, videotaped, and then released to the American public, and that she was not brought in under oath. We continue to say that this should be recorded by video and released to the American public, and we're also asking that Chairman Comer immediately release the transcripts that right now are being done throughout today. I want to also say just a few other things. It is clear in just this part of the interview that she continues to push all of the investigation and the blame on acting AG Todd Blanche. She said, and I quote, "Acting AG Blanche was managing the entire investigation," end quote. And what you're going to hear in that interview, and what she's saying here in her words and remarks, is that it was Todd Blanche, the current acting AG, that was leading the Epstein investigation. And quite frankly, all of the mistakes that we saw, the redactions, not protecting survivors, she continues to push that back onto the acting AG, Todd Blanche, who, by the way, was Donald Trump's former personal lawyer. I also personally asked the former AG 5 times and 5 different questions about her conversations with President Trump, whether he directed her at any given time on the Epstein files, what he knew, what he asked her to redact or not, and she refused to answer any questions about President Trump. In fact, she said that she would not speak or respond to any questions that had anything to do with President Trump. It's also interesting that sitting next to her is DOJ counsel, somebody who currently works for the Department of Justice, who on multiple occasions stepped in and told the former Attorney General that she was not going to answer those questions, and especially when we asked questions of what the president directed her to do. And so the DOJ is in there right now stopping questions about President Trump and about what happened in the release of these files and why so many survivors were doxxed and their information, of course, released to the public. And let me also just say, finally, before I turn this over to Liz Stein here, we asked questions about Ghislaine Maxwell and the transfer. And again, she referred those questions to Todd Blanche and the Bureau of Prisons. So let's be clear, we have many questions for Mr. Blanche and for the Bureau of Prisons that yet Republicans are refusing to ask. Why was she transferred to a less secure facility? And Ms. Bondi claims to have no knowledge of the actual transfer, no knowledge that it was a less secure prison, and didn't know about it until she found out after the fact, and then will refuse to answer additional questions. So let me introduce Ms. Stein, of course, to a brave survivor with some remarks.
Thank you. My name is Liz Stein. In 1994, I was 21 years old and a senior in college when I met Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein. For years, the Epstein case has been treated like entertainment in this country, a spectacle, a conspiracy theory, an endless.
Hey, what's up, DA? You're wrong. This is a pro-American channel. This is where the true patriots come and hang out at, so they can spread the truth out there about these MAGA morons spreading all this disinformation and causing all this chaos around the country.
Of headlines and social media focused on sensationalism and powerful people. Republicans versus Democrats. Conspiracy.
And by the way, anyone can vote in the pool, so it's an organic pool. It just shows you that's just how the blue tsunami is going to come. The blue wave tsunami going to get wiped out in the midterms.
Cover up.
64% of the American people think Donald Trump's a piece of shit. Probably more, 90% actually.
left versus right. That framing is wrong. What has gotten lost in all of this is the reality of what this is, the crime of sex trafficking. More than 1,000 vulnerable girls and young women were identified, groomed, trafficked, and abused in a system Jeffrey Epstein built around power, coercion, exploitation, and access to wealth and influence. And I think many Americans still do not fully understand what that means. Because if they did, they would never accept the way that this case is being handled. The partial release of the Epstein files, riddled with redactions that expose identifying information about survivors while protecting perpetrators, is not just bureaucratic incompetence. It reflects something much deeper about whose dignity our Department of Justice is prioritizing and whose suffering it is willing to sacrifice. And survivors see that clearly. For survivors, privacy is safety. Privacy is dignity. Privacy is the ability to rebuild a life without being re-traumatized by the very institutions that are supposed to protect us. And while survivors' identifying information was exposed, the Department of Justice is simultaneously telling the American people that there are no additional investigative leads worth pursuing. We can see with our own eyes when we look at the Epstein files that this is not true. These files contain leads, names, connections, friendships, patterns, witnesses, travel records, financial relationships, and institutional failures. In any other sex trafficking case of this magnitude, those leads would be aggressively pursued. But in this case, they have not been. And as citizens of this country, we should all be asking why. That is why people are losing trust in our Department of Justice. Not because this case is politically inconvenient, but because Americans understand instinctively that justice should not operate differently for wealthy people who have power. And that is also why many of us have serious concerns about today's proceedings. This should not be a transcribed interview. Former attorney Pam Bondi should testify under oath on video with a full transcript and recording released publicly, because the American people deserve transparency, and accountability cannot only exist when it is politically convenient. For survivors, this has never been about politics. It's about whether we, as victims of this crime, matter when the cameras are off. It's about whether the United States Department of Justice is willing to fully confront a massive sex trafficking operation when wealthy and powerful people are implicated. That should concern every American, because if the law only applies selectively, it is liberty for some, but not justice at all. Thank you. Now we're going to hear from Melanie Stanford.
Good afternoon. I'm Melanie Stansbury, and I represent New Mexico's 1st Congressional District. And I want to be clear today that one thing is clear, that this is absolutely a cover-up and a smokescreen to prevent Pam Bondi from having to testify under oath pursuant to a congressional subpoena. Now, let me explain a few things about what we have seen in the room. First and foremost, if Pam Bondi was complying with a congressional deposition to testify under oath, Department of Justice attorneys would not be intervening and essentially trying to stop her from answering basic questions about her conversations with Donald Trump, with the administration, and trying to claim that she does not have to answer questions. In fact, as the ranking member said, she has been asked multiple times about the Trump administration, about her conversations with the president, about her conversations with other administration officials. And when asked specifically about a conversation with Donald Trump, one of the Department of Justice attorneys intervened and said that she did not have to answer the question because it was a voluntary interview, and said, in fact, quote, we don't even have to assert privilege because of that, and said, quote, we refuse to provide answers. That means that the United States Department of Justice is intervening on behalf of Pam Bondi to stop her from answering questions about what happened in the cover-up of this case and her conversations with Donald Trump, and is asserting that she does not have to answer questions because she is not required to, because she is not being deposed under oath. This is a cover-up. This will be remembered as the largest cover-up likely in American history, and it is clear that this interview is a smokescreen to try to show the American people that they are complying while they are not. Now, I also want to point out that there is not a single Republican in the room besides the chairman. For a supposed group of individuals who care deeply about justice for the survivors, not a single Republican could be bothered to travel across the country today to come hear testimony from the former Attorney General. Not one. They're not here. And they won't allow this interview to be put on video for the American people to see. And that means that only those of us who are allowed in the room can tell you what is actually happening. And what I can tell you is that when we started to ask difficult questions, Ms. Bondi got combative. The DOJ attorneys began rolling their eyes. They started intervening, and they tried to shut down any questions about the president and these administration's handling of the files. Now, I just want to end by saying this could all end now. The administration could end this by releasing the 3 million files they still have. In fact, Pam Bondi confirmed that they had 6 million files in their possession and have only released 3 million. She said that today. They could end this now by investigating crimes of known perpetrators that we have seen in the files. They could end this now by turning the Epstein files into Epstein trials, and they could end this now by actually speaking with survivors. And Pam Bondi herself said today that she had never spoken to a single survivor. She said that multiple times in the room today. So it's time to end the cover-up now. I turn it now to Mr. Maxwell Frost with Florida's 10.
Thank you. I'll be really quick. Every single one of our questions got one of 3 responses. 1, not to my recollection, or I don't know. Number 2, talk with Todd Blanche. I don't know anything about it. And number 3, I am not talking about Donald Trump. Those are the 3 answers we're getting to every single question that we ask. This actually really reminds me of our deposition with Alex Acosta, where he obviously didn't know anything about anything going on in his own damn office. It's the same thing with Pam Bondi. Either she doesn't know or Todd Blanche was running the entire operation. So, okay, we're going to want to talk with Todd Blanche. And we're hoping that not just Chairman Comer, but every single Republican on this committee join us in issuing a subpoena to him, because we need to speak with him, because obviously the former Attorney General is in that room placing every single thing on the current acting Attorney General of the United States. And the fact that she won't answer any questions relating to Donald Trump is disgusting and shows just how much of a cover-up this is. First, it started off with her saying, I'm not going to talk about any private conversations I've had with the president. Okay. Then we ask questions about the president generally. And she says, I'm not answering any questions having to do with the president at all. Anytime we ask for any information relating to this administration, somebody from the Department of Justice sitting right next to her puts their hand over the mic and tells her, do not answer that question. It's disgusting. It's a cover-up in broad daylight. And what they're hoping will happen is we'll walk out of here and we'll stop, but we're not going to stop. We are committed to this. We're not going to let this story die. We're not going to allow the survivors to just go off, right, and people forget about this. We're going to keep fighting for justice. We're going to talk with Todd Blanche. We're going to talk with people, and we're going to get the answers here. We're not going to let this story die. It's a disgrace what Pam Bondi's doing in that room. It's the same thing she did months ago when she came to try to evade the subpoena by coming in and speaking to us, not under oath, but we're going to keep this fight up.
I got it. Thank you all so much for being here. I'm Summer Lee, representing Pennsylvania's 12th congressional districts. And listen, my colleagues have really laid it out. But what we've been seeing has been a consistent theme, not just since last August, when our ranking member Garcia and I were able to help to secure the initial subpoena. to actually bring in the DOJ to release all of the files to our committee, but it has been an ongoing theme here. What we just witnessed from Pam Bondi, what she demonstrated was the fact that they believe and that they are an unaccountable DOJ that's running cover for and protecting an unaccountable president and administration. But the real problem is that while we might expect Donald Trump to move in this way, someone who has himself been named in these files, we shouldn't expect that Chairman Comer, that our Congress, that Republicans here, sorry to make it political, but those folks who do have the power to actually use what influence, what tools we have with the United States Congress to actually bring about some justice right now, and to allow her to continually evade justice, to evade questions as we've seen today, is a continuation of the indignity that they've inflicted upon our survivors, the indignity they've inflicted upon the American population, who have continuously had to watch an unaccountable justice system, a two-tier justice system in our country, and people all over the world who are looking to see if the United States will get their shit together. And the reality is that they are refusing to do that. Every step of this last year that we've gone through this process, which is, as we know, simply a renewed process here, because survivors have been fighting for justice for decades now. But since the Congress has taken up this particular fight in the ways that we've been able to by being able to press for subpoenas, we've seen over and over and over an unwillingness of power to be accountable to people, an unwillingness of our Congress to be a co-equal branch of government with the presidency, with the executive branch, and truly an unwillingness for us to actually demonstrate that we are willing to put women, children, and survivors first. So right now, what we want to do and what we're committed to doing is continuing to keep the main story, that justice doesn't have a time limit. And no matter how much Comer or Bondi or Blanche or Trump or whoever else fights back against the truth coming out, that this fight will continue, that we will not relent until every single person who has been impacted, not just by Jeffrey Epstein or Ghislaine Maxwell, but everyone who's being covered up or hidden, and the fouls are in people's personal knowledge that they won't share truthfully with us, and whether they're unofficial transcripts or real depositions on the record. That it's important that they recognize that not only will the oversight dim, but also the American people will not back down. The survivors have not and will not back down. And it's important that we continue to keep this pressure on them and remind them that legally binding subpoenas must be answered. So right now, Pam Bondi is in non-compliance with 2 for herself. And we have to keep putting that pressure on them. And we'll continue to do that. I will hand it over now to Rep. Superman.
Thank you. I just want to talk about the survivors for a second. Thank you so much for your words. They're here today. They were with us in Palm Beach a few weeks ago when we had a hearing there. And they've asked the Department of Justice repeatedly to meet with them. They've asked repeatedly to release certain files to them at least, such as their witness statements. And so we asked Pam Bondi about that today. She said it wouldn't be appropriate to meet with them for some reason. She said she doesn't recall anything about them asking for their witness statements. She's forgotten all about all of their requests, even their public letters. It seems as though she was ignoring survivors this whole time, which is pretty astounding to me. So I also asked her pretty basic questions about whether she knew about any effort to look for Donald Trump's name in the files before they were released. And she said she doesn't recall. And so I think it wasn't that long ago before they were releasing the files, yet somehow she doesn't recall things that happened about 6 months ago. And then finally, going back to Ghislaine Maxwell, she said she wasn't involved at all in the process of moving her to another prison, but she wasn't sure if that new prison was even a lower security prison, which factually it is. She also thinks that the Bureau of Prisons is doing a great job, and she said that these things happen all the time because you want to protect some of these folks in prison. Well, that's true, but we really need to protect Ghislaine Maxwell right after she just talked to Todd Blanche about the Epstein files. Seemed too coincidental, but again, she doesn't recall a lot of other things. It was a really unimpressive, disappointing interview today, but not surprising to us. We're not going to stop our investigation. I'm going to hand it over to Yasmin Ansari.
Thank you. Today's ridiculous charade has made astonishingly clear that the United States Department of Justice has been weaponized by Donald Trump to ensure that the most massive cover-up in American history is carried out. And this is being enabled by Republicans in Congress.
Yeah, exactly. The biggest cover-up in American history, led by the Orange Man himself.
By Republican Chairman James Comer and Speaker of the House Mike Johnson. This entire Epstein investigation led by Chairman Comer has been absurd.
Hey, what's up, Waffle Jackson? Hope you had a good 4th of July weekend. I did watch the game. It was really good. I was rooting for Mexico, but England ended up getting the W. But Mexico could have got that game. Just a couple of kicks didn't go their way, but there was 2 goals that they could have made that missed by mere feet. So it could have been a 4-3 score. But I don't know. Congratulations to England. Oh yeah, congratulations to England. See what they do next game. USA plays tomorrow.
Have 2 legal subpoenas against former Attorney General Pam Bondi. She is supposed to be here under oath today on video, answering questions for the American people about her role and the direct hand that she had in this cover-up. Instead, she is deflecting, she is refusing to answer questions, and she continues to refuse to answer specific questions about the President of the United States. It is so clear that whether it be Pam Bondi, whether it be Chairman Comer, whether it be Mike Johnson, the entire party is terrified of Donald Trump and his retaliation as it pertains to the cover-up of the Epstein files. It's unacceptable. It is notable that she continues to blame Todd Blanche and Kash Patel. We, of course, want to speak to them, but I think what I want to make clear to the American public and to everybody and to the survivors especially is that we are not going to give up on this. I think Republicans believe that they just kind of carry out these nonsense transcribed interviews and don't show up here today, that we will forget about this. We are just getting started as it pertains to accountability and justice for the survivors of Jeffrey Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell, and any other rich and powerful person in this country who perpetrated these crimes. I'm going to hand it over to Congressman Mitt.
Thank you very much, Congressman Dave Min out of California 47. And yes, I have an election in 4 days, very important one. Robert Garcia and I have our primary elections on Tuesday of next week. But I'm here rather than my district because this is important. We looked the survivors in the eye last year and made a promise to them that we would try to find justice, find transparency. Republicans also looked these women in the eye and did not follow through. It's a shame that James Comer is the only Republican here today because this is the biggest cover-up in history. This should not be a partisan issue. Now, as a former law professor, as a lawyer, I just want to note a couple things that struck out to me. One, the fact that she is appearing as a voluntary witness today, voluntary interview is important because she is claiming that she's not complying with the subpoena. She's claiming the subpoena doesn't apply to her because she's no longer with the Department of Justice. But at the same time, as has been noted, you have 2 DOJ attorneys in there. If it's a personal interview voluntarily done, why is the DOJ so heavily involved? It doesn't make any sense unless you think about it as a cover-up. The second point I want to make, we got a pretty important insight today into the flimsy basis on which they're not turning over 3 million documents right now. They claimed earlier that Pam Bondi claimed that documents that were related to any decisions to prosecute or not prosecute were being withheld. That is all the witness interviews. It's all the evidence gathered by the FBI. There's a reason we don't have the smoking guns. We don't have the video evidence. We don't have the witness interviews because they're claiming that's all privileged. And that is a bunch of bullshit, pardon my language. Any lawyer will tell you that our subpoena, whether it's the oversight subpoena or the Epstein Files Transparency Act, specifically apply.
Hey, what up, Thorne? Hey, I noticed you put Trump Hatter in timeout, and I was trying to see why. I didn't see anything. I didn't see any violations. But yeah, we got free speech over here, Thorne. You know, I mean, unless somebody does any kind of spamming, then yeah, put them in like a little 10-second or a minute timeout. But other than that, you know, it's all shits and giggles. Until someone giggles and shits, you know, we're all just here hanging out, shooting the shit. But yeah, thanks for everyone that's hanging out. Appreciate it. Thanks, Thorne, for being a mod. And Yeah, after this press conference, we'll check out. There was a Melania press conference she did, and she was like, "You guys remember when Trump started his unlawful war, his illegal war?" And Melania came out and did this surprise press conference about the Epstein files. We'll go check out that press conference that she did after this.
Types of documents. We don't have the real information here because they're claiming it's all privileged. And that is something that we need to get to the bottom of.
All right, sounds good, Thorne.
Actually exposed a lot of what they're doing right now. We need those documents. This should give us the basis to overturn them. And I'll just echo what everyone else is saying in there. It's a sham in there. They are not answering any questions. And with that, I want to turn it over to my friend, James Walkinshaw from Virginia.
There's a terrible and tragic irony at play this week because behind these closed doors, the Department of Justice is continuing to cover up and stonewall the courageous Epstein survivors like Liz here. At the same time, the same Department of Justice, led by Harmeet Dillon and others, Todd Blanche, has launched an investigation into E. Jean Carroll and those who supported her successful legal effort that found Donald Trump liable of sexual assault. So the message to survivors of sexual assault from this administration and this Department of Justice, sadly, is quite clear this week. I want to share one piece of information, one question that the former Attorney General did answer. She was asked specifically about Donald Trump, President Trump's awareness of Epstein's crimes before they became public knowledge. She had the opportunity to say Donald Trump certainly wasn't aware of those crimes. She had the opportunity to say, I know Donald Trump, and if he was aware of those crimes, he would have done something. Instead, she said, I don't know. She also said, quote, this is a direct quote, I'm not certain of the extent of his knowledge. I think that's a perfect example as to why we need Pam Bondi under oath in a real deposition for the camera so the American people can see and hear her answers to our questions for themselves. I'll turn it over to the ranking member.
A couple questions, and it's continuing, so we got to keep going. So a couple questions.
Was your next step to try to subpoena Todd Blanche about his testimony and so
Well, the request.
No, you're all good. Trump had her. Must have been an accident or something.
Is going in today to Chairman Comer to have Todd Blanche come in. It's clear that after this testimony, that is where a lot of the information is, and so we're gonna. If he doesn't do it, we're gonna force a subpoena and try to get votes, but he's got to come in.
Cash Patel's name was also mentioned. Will there be a subpoena for him as well?
Cash Patel is number 2 on the list. So Cash Patel was also multiple times we had questions about the FBI, the way the files were redacted, why redactions were done so messy, and why there was doxing that happened in certain cases, survivors. The finger was pointed back at Cash Patel, and so we have a question for Cash Patel as well. Yes.
You're President of Justice. Did AG lean on that? How many times did they
Well, first let's be really clear. It's bizarre.
Well, that's what the Trumpstein class does, is they prey upon the vulnerable.
At the DOJ is also someone from the DOJ, a high-ranking official, is also acting now as personal counsel to Miss Bondi. And so the fact that the DOJ is essentially stopping Miss Bondi from answering questions and interjecting, particularly around President Trump, is incredibly concerning. And the fact that it's being allowed by Chairman Comer is also as concerning. She stopped Miss Bondi multiple times from answering questions and interjected multiple times, especially as related to President Trump. One last question.
What is oversight and next step to
Look, I think there are still 50% of the documents have not been released to the public or the Congress. We're going to continue to get those. That's breaking the law, the Transparency Act, and the subpoena. And of course, we have additional subpoena ideas on the way. We're going to go back in, guys. Thank you very much.
All right, so that was a press conference that they did not too long ago. The government's shut down right now. It's Sunday night. I actually have a kind of a day off tomorrow. I don't have to work until later tomorrow. So I'm gonna continue this party going. So if anyone wants to hang out, you're more than welcome to hang out and share your opinions and whatnot. Because we're about to get crazy right now. We're about to watch the Pam Bondi hearing she had.
ties himself.
I'm down to revisit this. It happened just 4 months ago. I already watched this when it was live, but I'm down to watch it again since the government's shut down and all. Let me try to find the beginning of this. Let's rewind it to the beginning here. All right, so this is an oldie but a goodie, guys. Get out your popcorn, get out your medicinal marijuana, get out your coffee, or whatever it is you like to partake in. I got some cookies and coffee and some bong loads. So I don't know. At some point, I'll probably fall asleep and I'll do like a part 2 of this tomorrow, or I don't know. Who knows? Maybe we'll watch it till the end. I don't know. But I'm not tired, so let's dive into this. This is a really good. This is like the best hearing that's happened this year. Yeah, this is one of the best hearings that's happened this year. All right. Here's the beginning here. But yeah, what up, everyone? Please hit the like button. Thanks for hanging out. All right, here we go. This is the beginning. Here we go. Oh my goodness.
Department of Justice.
Look who leads the hearing is Jim Jordan. Look at that. Look at that scumbag right there. He was over there doing weird stuff with Les Wexner over there at Ohio State University. Another Trumpstein psychopath.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Tiffany, to lead us in the...
So this came out February 11th, 2026. Just about a month and a half before Trump illegally started his unlawful war with Iran. Pretty much Operation Epstein Fury, because he needed a distraction from this.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We'll begin with opening statements. The chair is now recognized. 18 cities, 11 states, 3 counties, and the District of Columbia are sanctuary jurisdictions, accounting for 31% of the population in this country. 31% of the American people, almost 1/3 of the American people, live in a city, county, or state where the left-wing leadership tells local law enforcement not to work with federal law enforcement. Now, what does that mean in practice? Let's look at Abraham Gonzalez, who on September 20th, 2023, was arrested by Border Patrol for illegally entering the United States. And of course, the Biden administration released him into the country. 5 months later, February 26, 2024, Mr.
Hey, what up, Living Dead Girl? Hope you had a good 4th of July weekend. How goes it?
Gonzalez is charged with assault. 2 weeks later, March 11, 2024, he's charged with felony motor vehicle theft. Stole a car. And on March 20...
What the hell's Jim Jordan even talking about? This is supposed to be about Jeffrey Epstein. Let's fast forward this clown and let's go to Jamie Raskin. All right, here we go. Here's a real politician right here.
Because your mission is justice and
fraud division. In fact, I met with Colin McDonald, who will head that division last week. I think he's going to do a great job. There's a lot of work to be done in that area, but I want to thank the Attorney General for her great work in the first year on the job, and I want to thank you for being here. With that, I would yield to the ranking member for an opening statement.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Attorney General Bondi. You've got the best lawyer's job in America because your mission is justice and your clients are the American people. But to promote justice for the people, you've got to listen to the victims, like the women seated behind you today. Those are just some of the hundreds of survivors of Jeffrey Epstein's global sex trafficking ring who are demanding that the truth be told and are demanding accountability for the abusers who trafficked and raped them. You still haven't met with these survivors. So with their permission, let me introduce to you the survivors and late survivors' family members who are present today. There's Teresa Helm, there's Jess Michaels, Laura Bloom McGee, Danny Bensky, Liz Stein, Marina Lacerda, Sky and Amanda Roberts, who are the family of the late Virginia Giuffre, Charlene Richard, and Lisa Phillips. Now, you're not showing a lot of interest in the victims, Madam Attorney General, whether it's Epstein's human trafficking ring or the homicidal governmental violence against citizens in Minneapolis. As Attorney General, you're siding with the perpetrators and you're ignoring the victims.
Yeah, Trump also asked Jeffrey Epstein to be on his cabinet during his first administration.
That will be your legacy unless you act quickly to change course. You're running a massive Epstein cover-up right out of the Department of Justice. You've been ordered by subpoena and by Congress to turn over 6 million documents, photographs, and videos in the Epstein files, but you've turned over only 3 million. You say you're not turning over the other 3 million because they're somehow duplicative, but we know that there are actual memos of victim statements in there. And you also took down the Department of Justice's prosecution memo from 2019. So it's clearly not all duplicative, but even if it were, why not release it? Just release all the duplicative stuff. In the half you did produce, you redacted the names of abusers, enablers, accomplices, and co-conspirators, apparently to spare them embarrassment and disgrace, which is the exact opposite of what the law ordered you to do. Even worse, you shockingly failed to redact many of the victims' names, which is what you were ordered to do by Congress. Some of the victims had come forward publicly, but many had not. Many had kept their torment private, even from family. And
Quantum, that's a lie. Don't speak about Jamie Raskin like that. Jamie Raskin's a solid guy. More patriotic than all these MAGA cult members combined.
You published their name.
It was the Orange Man that was best friends with Jeffrey Epstein for 20 years. Orange Man said Jeffrey Epstein was a great guy. Real fun to be around.
Their identities, their images on thousands of pages for the world to see. So you ignored the law, and even with over 100,000 employees at your disposal, you acted with some mixture of staggering incompetence, cold indifference, and jaded cruelty towards more than 1,000 victims raped, abused, and trafficked. This performance screams cover-up. Convicted sex trafficker and groomer Ghislaine Maxwell opened the gates of hell to Virginia Giuffre and hundreds of other victims, as Virginia recorded in her remarkable book, Nobody's Girl. But when Maxwell was subpoenaed to come testify before Congress, you and Todd Blanche quickly moved her from a higher security prison to a minimum security camp in Texas, where she's enjoyed 5-star treatment, including catered meals, private gym time, and access to a therapy puppy. All because Todd Blanche, who's utterly failed to investigate the monstrous crimes of Epstein and Maxwell's co-conspirators, spent 9 hours with Maxwell and satisfied himself that
Hey, what's up, Living Dead Girl? And Thorne and Eric Klein. That shit's hilarious. The MAGA cult member that was trying to claim Jamie Raskin was on Epstein Island. That's MAGA cult member logic for you, though. It's like, why would a guy be investigated? If he was in the Epstein files, I don't think he'd be investigating it as hard as he is. MAGA cult, man. Oh my God. Like Donald Trump said, the uneducated love me. Oh man. That's the only good thing about these MAGA cult members. Every once in a while, they'll give you a good laugh with their delusional comments.
nothing untoward to say about Donald Trump, which is your only real interest in the matter, based on institutional performance. But abandoning victims and coddling perpetrators is what you do best. When the FBI opened a criminal investigation into the brutal killing in Minneapolis of Renee Good, a poet and 37-year-old mother of three, by Trump's masked paramilitary ICE agents, you shut it down. You claim you're investigating the cold-blooded murder of Alex Preddy, an ICU nurse at the VA. But how can we trust the administration when the president and Kristi Noem called?
Oh, yeah. Ghislaine Maxwell and Melania Trump were best friends, too. They even had nicknames for each other. So Melania Trump would call Ghislaine Maxwell Sweet Pea, and Melania Trump would call Ghislaine Maxwell G.
Domestic terrorist, and Stephen Miller called him a would-be assassin. Not only do you refuse to share evidence with the state and local investigators and prosecutors in Minnesota, you have blocked their access to the crime.
Hey, what's up, McDan? You can't handle the truth? Well, the truth is your orange daddy's a pedo protector, and he's a con man. He's a fraudster. He's a low-life piece of crap. He's a warlord, blowing up innocent kids out of schools in Iran and blowing up innocent fishermen. Crimes against humanity, kidnapping people off the streets, throwing them in concentration camps, feeding them maggots. Stop drinking the Kool-Aid, pal. Open your eyes, wake up. Get yourself together.
And the evidence. How are you seeking justice for Marimar Martinez, the Montessori school teacher in Chicago who was shot 5 times by a Border Patrol agent who bragged about it on text? Or the family of Keith Porter, a father of 2 shot and killed by an off-duty ICE agent in LA? Or the family of Silverio Villegas Gonzalez, shot and killed in Illinois minutes after he dropped his kids off at school? There's no sign of any movement at the Department of Justice. You even launched a criminal investigation into Renee Good's grieving widow. How sick is that? But it's even worse. You've turned the People's Department of Justice.
Yeah, buddy. I'm a Muslim Somalian, pal. 6'7".
To Trump's
live streaming from North Korea.
Of revenge. Trump orders up prosecutions like pizza, and you deliver every time. He tells you to go after James Comey, Letitia James, Lisa Cook, and Jerome Powell, the head of the Federal Reserve Board, and members of Congress like Adam Schiff, Mark Kelly, Alyssa Slotkin, Chrissy Houlihan, Jason Crow, Chris Deluzio, and Maggie Goodlander, to name a few, and you snap to it. You replace real prosecutors with counterfeit stooges who robotically do the president's bidding. Nothing in American history comes close to this complete corruption of the justice function and contamination of federal law enforcement. And the good news is many serious lawyers at DOJ, including some of your own original appointees, have refused your lawless orders. Danielle Sassoon, your original pick for acting U.S. Attorney in Manhattan, resigned rather than follow your corrupt order to quash an indictment against Mayor Eric Adams as a political favor from Donald Trump. A Federalist Society member who clerked for Justice Scalia, U.S. Attorney Sassoon refused to participate in this blatantly corrupt scheme. Her top assistant, Hagan Scotton, an Iraqi war vet and 2-time Bronze Star recipient who clerked for Chief Justice Roberts, and then Judge Kavanaugh, promptly resigned too, writing to your office, quote, "I expect you will eventually find someone who is enough of a fool or enough of a coward to file your motion, but it was never going to be me." You and the president nominated Eric Siebert, a 15-year career prosecutor, to be your U.S. attorney for the Eastern District of Virginia. But after 5 months of investigating Letitia James and James Comey, he found no evidence to justify criminal charges. So you forced him out. You replaced him with Lindsay Halligan, Trump's personal lawyer from the Mar-a-Lago documents case, who had 0 prosecutorial experience and no qualifications. And then you were humiliated when a federal judge found that this corrupt appointment was blatantly unlawful and threw out Halligan's indictments entirely. And grand juries of American citizens have repeatedly rejected your vendettas and baseless indictments brought by the hacks left at DOJ now, with 2 different grand juries in Virginia voting down indictments against Letitia James in a single week. And just yesterday, another grand jury shut down your vendetta factory by rejecting indictments against the 6 members of Congress who had spoken out to remind all service members that they have a duty to refuse illegal orders. You tried to get a grand jury to indict 6 members of Congress who were veterans of our armed forces on charges of seditious conspiracy simply for exercising their First Amendment rights. I hope you will heed the wisdom and the constitutional patriotism of those grand jurors and not try it again by doubling down.
Hey, what's up? What's up, Travis Murphy? Good to see you. Hope you had a good 4th of July weekend.
Humiliation. As your best lawyers are sacked for having participated in the January 6th case, or just flee for the exits now, Your new lawyers keep lying in court. In dozens of cases, they've been excoriated for lying to federal judges. Chief Judge Boasberg, right here in DC, suggested your Department of Justice perpetrated a fraud on the court. Other judges found your statements to be, quote, inexplicably misleading, patently incredible, totally inconsistent, and so disingenuous that the court is left with little confidence that the government can be trusted to tell the truth about anything. Now, as ranking member, I asked the chairman to add a few extra rounds of questions today because we each have 5 hours of questions, not 5 minutes, but we're stuck with 5 minutes. That's clearly insufficient to give voice to America's victims and survivors and to demand answers about all the corruption and cover-ups that we see at DOJ right now. We've got just one round, so we ask you politely but firmly, Madam Attorney General, please do not waste 1 second of our precious time by evading questions, by changing the subject, or engaging in personal attacks against members of Congress. We saw your performance in the Senate, and we're not going to accept that. This isn't a game. In the Senate, you brought something with you called a burn book, a binder of smears to attack members personally for doing the people's work of oversight. Please set the burn book aside and answer our questions, and when you hear us reclaim our time, that means it's time for you to stop speaking. We only have 5 minutes, so when we reclaim our time, that means you stop. And if you don't, we will ask the chair to stop the clock and let you go on his time. The quality of justice in America depends on the character of our government. Please do your job and bring the Department of Justice back from the brink. The survivors seated behind you and the American people watching everywhere deserve a Department of Justice worthy of its name. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection, all of the opening statements will be included in the record. We will now introduce today's witness. The Honorable Pamela J. Bondi has served as the Attorney General of the United States since February 5th, 2025. She previously served in the Office of the White House Counsel, 2 terms as the Florida Attorney General, and spent more than 18 years as a prosecutor. We welcome our witness and thank her for appearing today. We will begin by swearing you in. Would you please rise and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, so help you God?
I do.
Let the record show that the witness has answered in the affirmative. Thank you. You can be seated. And please know that your written testimony will be entered into the record in its entirety. Accordingly, we ask that you summarize your testimony. Madam Attorney General, you may begin.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Jordan, Ranking Member Raskin, and distinguished members of this committee. Thank you for hosting me here today. I'm grateful for the opportunity to answer your questions, highlight the work of our department, and discuss the most important topic of all, keeping the American people safe. A little over a year ago, I was sworn into office as 87th Attorney General of the United States. I came into office with the goal of refocusing the Department of Justice on its core mission after years of bloated bureaucracy and political weaponization. The Department of Justice's core mission is to fight violent crime, protect the American people, and defend the rule of law above all else. While our work is never done, we have made tremendous progress to make America safe again. In 2025, we saw the lowest murder rate in 125 years. That's nothing short of historic. If you compare 25 to 24, here's what you'll find. The murder rate is down 21%, robbery down 23%, carjacking down 43%, gun assault down 22%, ag assault, burglary, could go on and on. Crime is declining. This did not happen by accident. The numbers tell an important yet straightforward story. President Trump has given us the resources, the support, and the leadership to protect the American people. President Trump's policies have saved lives. I cannot think of a policy outcome more important than protecting the lives of American citizens. Can you? This trend has been especially clear in Washington, D.C. and in Memphis. These are 2 iconic American cities that spent years in the grip of horrific violent crime. The Department of Justice surged law enforcement resources, and the results came quickly. Crime plummeted in both cities. And I want to make one point loud and clear. We achieved those results by working with Democratic mayors. Public safety does not have a party registration. When your constituents call 911, they don't ask for political views of the responding officer. They ask for help. I have federal agents in each and every one of your districts. They're here to help, and I am here to help. Many cities and states have worked with us and taken advantage of our federal support. Some have not. Meanwhile, a few elected officials have declared that they are, quote, at war with the federal government and encouraged widespread obstruction of law enforcement. This has resulted in avoidable clashes on the streets, as you've all seen. We've seen rioters storming a Christian church. Citizens and law enforcement officers have both been endangered by reckless rhetoric. We have made dozens of arrests in and around Minneapolis so far, and many of them could have been avoided by simple compliance with federal law. Of course, our efforts reach beyond our urban centers. We are striking crucial blows against terrorist organizations such as MS-13, TDA, the Sinaloa Cartel, and Antifa. And as we sit here, I think you've seen the news this morning. The news is reporting.
Antifa. Oh my goodness. I can't believe they think Antifa is like a real organization. It's an ideology, lady.
That cartel drones are being shot down by our military. That's what we all should care about right now. Protecting America. As we seek to dismantle these drug trafficking networks that poison Americans, in 2025, our DEA agents seized more than 47 million fentanyl pills and more than 9,800 total kilos of fentanyl. That represents 369 million potentially deadly doses that can kill Americans. Meanwhile, our attorneys are fighting for President Trump's agenda in courtrooms across this country. This administration has been sued 627 times. We've fought through a nonstop flood of bad faith temporary restraining orders from liberal activist judges across this country. America has never seen this level of coordinated judicial opposition towards a presidential.
Oh man, MAGA cult members don't even drink the Kool-Aid anymore. They like freebase it, probably and snort it. They just open the package, chop up some lines. They just snort the Kool-Aid nowadays. Imagine if at Trump's fair somebody dresses as the Kool-Aid man. That would have been hilarious. Somebody needs to dress as the Kool-Aid man next time Trump has a rally.
Administration. It is not only an unlawful attack on the executive branch's authority, but a serious attack on the democratic process. In spite of this unprecedented judicial activism, we've attained 24 favorable rulings at the U.S. Supreme Court. Their emergency docket and even more to come. We've done so while ending the weaponization of the prior administration by dropping FACE Act prosecutions, exposing the Arctic frost scandal via congressional disclosure, thank you, Chairman, and restoring one tier of justice in this country. To address the Epstein files, more than 500 attorneys and reviewers spent thousands of hours painstakingly reviewing millions of pages to comply with Congress's law. We've released more than 3 million pages, including 180,000 images.
Oh, hey, what up, Living Dead girl? Oh, so you know probably a lot more than anyone about Pam Bondi because she's kind of from where you're around, I guess, right? But yeah, Pam Bondi, man, I think she's part of the cover-up for sure. She's like the greatest cover-up in American history, perpetrated by the Orange Man and all his minions, such as Pam Bondi. She was like the attorney general where all the Epstein's crimes happened, and she's the one that let it all slide.
To the public, while doing our very best in the time frame allotted by the legislation to protect victims. And if you brought us a victim's name that was inadvertently released, we immediately redacted it. All members of Congress, as you know, are invited to visit DOJ to see for yourselves.
Donald Trump covering up the whole Trumpstein class, pretty much his own crimes.
I want to take a moment to acknowledge the Epstein survivors who are here today. I'm a career prosecutor, and despite what the ranking member said, I have spent my entire career fighting for victims, and I will continue to do so. I am deeply sorry for what any victim.
Yeah, Pam Bondi's a disgusting human being. I think this is the hearing that Donald Trump realized. That's why he started his unlawful war. His war of choice was because this went so wrong. This hearing we're watching right now, that he actually fired her, like not too long, like a few weeks after this, and then he started his illegal war. You know, as a distraction from this hearing. That's why they call it Operation Epstein Fury.
Victim has been through, especially as a result of that monster. If you have any information to share with law enforcement about anyone who has hurt you or abused you, the FBI is waiting to hear from you. I want you to know that any accusations of criminal wrongdoing will be taken seriously and investigated. The Department of Justice is committed to holding criminals accountable to the fullest extent of the law. In 2025, the FBI arrested over 1,700 child predators, a 10% increase from 2024. We also located 2,700 victims of child exploitation and shut down 3.8 million dark web pedophile accounts. 3.8 million. So please, if you have information to share that needs to be investigated, contact the FBI. Today, I look forward to discussing further our shared obligation to protect the American people, uphold the rule of law, and keep this nation safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Attorney General. The chair, we now proceed on the 5-minute rule. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam General, thank you for your extensive remarks, particularly on your continued investigation of those responsible over the years in the Epstein debacle. Obviously, you have an amazingly full docket between civil rights, between criminal, between so-called white-collar crime, and doing so, as the chairman said, at a time in which both you and the president are under attack, and our ICE agents and FBI and others are under attack when they try to enforce law. I personally want to apologize for those who would embolden, support, or even stand with those lawbreakers that sit on this and other daises here in Congress. My job generally is to talk about patents and trademarks as the chairman of that subcommittee. I'll forego that today because one of my other jobs is the creation and maintenance of Article 3 judges. And I work with the Chief Justice on that. We're trying to expand the court. But currently, there are only 677 district court judges. They have very full dockets as well. But you create a tremendous amount of judges, particularly immigration judges. You do so in order to save the court that, but adjudicate, as is requirement, each of those people who claim a right to be here in the United States. And that has been going on under Republican and Democratic administrations for years. What's unique about the Trump administration this time is that you and President Trump have managed to reduce the backlog of people seeking that for the first time in decades. You are getting ahead of that tremendous backlog that caused, for better or worse, the release of millions of people with little pieces of paper saying, come back later when we call you, and often to no avail when you call. So I want to congratulate you on that because it's an accomplishment you might not take credit for.
Oh man, the guy that's talking right now is nothing but an orange ball-licking, spineless coward.
I would never give you credit for.
This guy's a piece of crap politician right here.
But I hope you can continue to do that and do more. And I say so for a reason, because much of this hearing will be about Minneapolis and other places in which the backlog of criminal aliens, including in my home state of California, people who have hurt other people, people who have victimized their communities, is extensive. And although the overall number through adjudication may be going on, because of places like my home state, California, you're unable to apprehend people that my sheriffs want apprehended. They desperately want to cooperate, and they're prohibited by law. It is this committee's opinion on this side of the aisle that, in fact, you should be given the ability to demand that participation, and that the release of a known criminal not be considered to be acceptable just because a state or city has declared itself a sanctuary. I want you to opine on just one thing that I think has been misunderstood. As I said earlier, you create and maintain those judges that adjudicate these cases. You also support so many that, in fact, have to make decisions as judges. Knowing that this limitation of so few Article 3 judges are there, please educate those who seem to miss the point that Article 1 judges, including bankruptcy judges, including immigration judges, including lots of people with the title appropriately judge, do in fact issue documents that look like, act like, and are normally accepted as warrants, as subpoenas, as demands for state officials to stand aside and allow the production of either an individual or documents. Because I think people are missing the point that these ICE retainers and detainers and so on, they act like they're nothing, when in fact, in the ordinary course, Madam General, you do in fact have Article 1 judges constantly putting those out, and they are respected normally.
Thank you, Congressman, for talking about all the great judges. And if I could add one thing to that, we are always recruiting and looking for judges. So please reach out to our office for these judges who are handling all these very important matters. We've even added some JAG officers as immigration judges.
Thank you.
And so we're continuing to do that, but we're always seeking qualified lawyers as well to be part of that. And thank you for highlighting that.
Yeah, they're seeking people because everyone's jumping shit. Because you guys are a failed regime, failed administration.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from Washington's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Attorney General Bondi, right here. We are joined in this room by some of the thousands of survivors from Jeffrey Epstein's horrific sex trafficking reign. They have shown such incredible courage.
All right, awesome. So we got a real politician here, Senator Jayapal. Let's go, Jayapal. The hard-hitting questions, unlike these spineless maggots.
Speaking out in demanding accountability to bring the predators and pedophiles to justice. The Epstein Files Transparency Act required your Department of Justice to disclose the perpetrators connected with Epstein's criminal activities and to redact the information of survivors to protect their identities. Let me show you what actually happened. First, In violation of the law, your department has shown a pattern of redacting the names of powerful predators. Here behind me is one example of an email from Epstein to a man whose name was redacted. The email reads, quote, "Where are you? Are you okay? I loved the torture video." Only after members of Congress demanded that we see the unredacted files did the world learn the name of this individual, Sultan Ahmed bin Sulayman, the chairman and CEO of a company that had financial ties to President Trump's business and personal ties to Trump's advisor, Steve Bannon. Second, the survivors were not similarly protected, also in violation of the law. Here is another email titled Epstein Victim List. We have blurred the names of the survivors for their protection, but your Department of Justice initially released this list of 32 survivors' names with only one name redacted, along with numerous files that disclose not only the names, the emails, and the addresses of survivors, but also nude photographs and even the identities of Jane Does who had been protected for decades until your department released their names. Survivors are now telling us that their families are finding out for the first time that they were trafficked by Epstein. In their words, quote, "This release does not provide closure. It feels like a deliberate attempt to intimidate survivors, punish those who came forward, and reinforce the same culture of secrecy that allowed Epstein's crimes to continue for decades." To the survivors in the room, if you are willing, please stand. And if you are willing, please raise your hands if you have still not been able to meet with this Department of Justice. Please know for the record that every single survivor has raised their hand. Attorney General Bondi, you apologized to the survivors in your opening statement for what they went through at the hands of Jeffrey Epstein. Will you turn to them now and apologize for what your Department of Justice has put them through with the absolutely unacceptable release of the Epstein files and their information?
Congresswoman, you sat before, Merrick Garland sat in this chair twice.
Attorney General
Twice.
Bondi.
No, can I finish my answer?
No, I'm gonna.
Oh my goodness, Pam Bondi. Oh man, I forgot how much of a lowlife she is. Oh man, so glad she's gone, but fuck, now we got Todd Blanche, Trump's personal lawyer.
My time because I asked you a specific question
Attorney General
that
can
I
respond
would
to the
like
question.
to answer, which is, will you turn to the survivors? This is not about anybody that came before you. It is about you taking responsibility for your Department of Justice and the harm that it has done.
Hey, what's up, Sonny? Hey, hope you had a good 4th of July weekend. Hey, is this the hearing where she says, but the Dow? I think this is it, right? This is the hearing where she talks about the Dow. And then she has her burn book.
Who are standing right behind you and are waiting for you to turn to them and apologize for what your Department of Justice is.
Members get to ask the questions, the witness gets to answer it.
Oh, hell yeah. That's what's up, Sonny. Yeah, this is definitely worth a rewatch. I remember watching this live like 5 months ago when it came out.
Want to answer?
It's definitely still relevant today.
Attorney General,
That's not accurate, Mr. Chairman.
Because she doesn't like the answer. So,
Mr. Chairman,
why
I have asked.
Didn't she ask Merrick Garland this?
I am
Twice.
reclaiming my
He
time,
sat in
and when
I
I
will
reclaim my
continue to
time,
answer.
it
Mr.
is.
Chairman, the gentlelady's
I'm
reclaimed
not
her
going
time.
to get in the gutter for her theatrics.
The time belongs to the gentlelady. The gentlelady has 17 seconds.
Thank you. You're not going to answer this question, so let me just say
Chairman, I'll
this.
direct it to
What
you.
a massive
No, I'm
cover-up.
answering a question.
Chairman, will you restore her time? The witness is interrupted.
I'm not in the gutter with this woman.
Stop the
She's
time.
doing theatrics.
Let me have
Oh my goodness, Pam Bondi's already triggered, and this is the first round of tough questions she has to face.
survivors who are standing right behind you and are waiting for you to turn to them and apologize for what your Department of Justice is.
Members get to ask the questions, the witness gets to answer in the way they want to answer it. Attorney General can
That's
respond.
not accurate, Mr. Chairman.
Because she doesn't
It is
like the
my
answer. So,
Mr. Chairman,
why
I have asked.
didn't she ask Merrick Garland this?
I'm
Twice.
reclaiming
He's
my
sat in my
time, and when
chair.
Why didn't you ask Merrick Garland this? Oh my goodness, Pam Bondi, jeez.
in my time, it
Mr.
is.
Chairman, the gentlelady's
I'm
reclaimed
not
her
gonna
time.
get in the gutter for her theatrics.
The time belongs to the gentlelady. The gentlelady has 17 seconds.
Thank you. You're not going to answer this question, so let me just say
Chairman,
this.
I'll direct it to
What
you.
a massive
No, I'm
cover-up.
answering a question.
Chairman, will you restore her time? The witness is
I'm not gonna get
interrupted.
in the gutter with this woman.
Stop the
She's
time.
doing theatrics.
Let me have my
The gentlelady from Washington controls the time. The gentlelady has 17 seconds. You can proceed with your final
Thank you.
17 seconds.
What a massive cover-up this has been and continues to be. Donald Trump made the release of the Epstein files the center of his political campaign because he thought it would benefit him. Then you got into office, Attorney General, claimed to have a client list, only
Regular
to
order.
then say that there was no list. Your
You know what? This is actually the hearing that started the Iran war, Operation Epstein Fury, because it was such a disaster for Trump that he needed a distraction. So he figured he probably could go, start his unlawful war for two reasons: to steal all their, to steal money from taxpayers, and also, for a distraction from his Trumpstein files. So this is the hearing that started the Trumpstein war, Operation Distraction Epstein Fury.
alone
Time of the
with
gentlelady
Ghislaine
has-
Maxwell
time of the
and
gentlelady has
transferred her
expired.
to a minimum security prison. And now you continue the
time of the
cover-up. And
gentlelady
I
has
wish
expired.
that you would turn around to the survivors who are standing right behind you and on a human level.
Chairman,
apologize
Chair now recognizes the
on
chair.
what you have done.
Time of the
I
gentlelady
yield
expired.
back.
The gentlelady, you have no time to yield back.
Yeah.
We appreciate that. We appreciate the thought. And I would argue the central issue in the last election, the presidential election, was securing the border. The gentleman from Arizona who knows something about securing the border is up for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Attorney General Bondi, for being here today. In 2022, Lafarge, which is a French cement company, pled guilty in U.S. federal court to participating in a criminal conspiracy with ISIS.
What are you talking about, Janice? You're more likely to be harmed by a right-wing extremist than you are an undocumented person.
Conspiracy contributed to the deaths of U.S. service members fighting in Syria during Operation Inherent Resolve. As part of the plea agreement, Lafarge was required to pay more than $775 million to DOJ.
Oh God, who's this bloke? There's another MAGA. There's another spineless MAGA coward.
Asset Forfeiture Fund. In February 2025, my colleagues and I sent you a letter urging the department to review the petitions for remission submitted by the families of those fallen service members, including several of my constituents. The previous administration ignored these victims and our requests and left their petitions unresolved. My question for you on this particular issue is if you're willing to work to ensure those families that their petitions will be reviewed and brought to a resolution.
Congressman, we are aware of that and we're committed to doing everything we can to support the victims and work with you. Thank you for that question.
Yeah, appreciate your answer. And now let's go to something that is also pressing that I've been working on for years, and this is the FISA Section 702 and Arctic frost. In January 2025, you testified before the U.S. Senate and agreed with Senator Lee that, quote, anytime an American citizen's private communications are intercepted or stored, whether through incidental.
Hey, what's up, hot dog? Touche, my friend, touche.
Otherwise, those communications should not be searched without some showing of probable cause, close quote. You still hold that view today, I assume.
Yes.
And During the most recent FISA reauthorization, I offered an amendment to establish a clear warrant requirement for searches of Americans' data while preserving every publicly cited operational exception, including emergencies, defensive queries, cybersecurity threats. And my intent was to ensure the Department of Justice could continue to keep Americans safe while also ending warrantless searches of U.S. persons' data. Are there any additional circumstances or exceptions that you believe must be included to ensure DOJ can continue to operate effectively while still protecting American citizens' data and privacy?
Yeah, Congressman, we are committed to working with Congress to uncover weaponization and other misconduct by Jack Smith, by others, Arctic Frost, everything that happened under the past administration. And we are committed to working with you on that. And we are working with Chairman Jordan, with the House Intel, with all of our my fellow cabinet members on resolving that issue.
Well, thank you. I'm glad you brought up Arctic Frost because Section 702 was used in the Arctic Frost investigation.
It was.
And information derived was used by Special Counsel Jack Smith. And my question has always been, and no one's been able to answer this, is what was the legal predicate for using a foreign intelligence authority in the Arctic Frost investigation? Have you been able to ascertain any legal predicate?
Congressman, what I can tell you today is that has been referred to my office. I can't discuss anything regarding that because it is very active and ongoing.
And you probably can't answer this one either, but I really want to know if Section 702 queries related to that matter involved members of Congress, which we know at some level it did, congressional staff, which we know at some level did. We've heard that journalists or other U.S. persons not suspecting of acting as foreign agents were also caught up in that. Can you answer that question and say whether queries did cover all those groups I just identified?
It is a very active pending investigation within my office. However, I believe many members of Congress have stated that their phones were part of Arctic Frost. We are well aware of that, and we are taking this very seriously, and this is a very active investigation. And I would keep going and say, if any member of the Democrat Party, if any of them, if that had happened to them, we would take that just as serious as we do. And they should be jumping up and down, screaming, supporting you and what you want to do, because this should be a bipartisan issue.
Well, I hope it is a bipartisan issue. I'll just leave with these last couple of questions, which I'm sure fall into the same investigation privilege. But that's this: how many such queries were actually conducted overall? This is outside Arctic Frost in the prior year by the FBI or other intelligence community, and particularly, we really need to know what were the legal standards applied. Did they use probable cause? Did they use reasonable articulable suspicion? Or did they have no individualized suspicion and just were gathering up information? And that's beyond the investigation regarding Arctic Frost. I don't expect you to have that information today, but if you can help get that information so we can understand the extensive nature of this continued misuse of 702, it would be very particularly helpful.
And it was extensive. Yes, Congressman. Thank you.
Time of the gentleman has expired.
I have a UC, Mr. Chairman.
And that is the gentleman from Texas.
I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record. El Paso airspace reopened after FAA quickly rescinds 10-day flights restriction. This was published by the Texas Tribune on February 11th, 2026. And it says it was because of an impasse with the DOD over the use of unmanned military aircraft and not triggered by Mexican cartel drones.
Objection.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. I didn't hear back about the second round of questions. I assume that's not happening. I just want to be able to assure the members, certainly on my side, if not both sides.
That's not a point of order.
That every member will get 5 minutes with the witness. Will there be 5 minutes for each?
Yeah, you get 5 minutes. Yeah.
With the witness. Okay, very good.
Yeah. Okay. And are you up next? Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I want to begin by acknowledging the survivors of Jeffrey Epstein's horrific abuse who are in the room with us today. I want to thank all of you for your bravery in speaking out. I I want to say that you and the other survivors of these heinous crimes deserve better from this Department of Justice. In particular, it is shocking that the department did not redact the names of Epstein's victims, but it did redact the names of their abusers. I don't know whether this was done out of incompetence or whether it was deliberate and malicious, but either way, it is completely unacceptable. Even more troubling, the DOJ has failed to bring any of these perpetrators to justice. Instead, it has engaged in a relentless pursuit of Donald Trump's perceived enemies. I want to focus on just one example. The Attorney General of my home state of New York, Tish James. This DOJ has been hell-bent on securing an indictment against Ms. James for something, anything, simply because she held Donald Trump's companies accountable for years of financial fraud. And indeed, the department manufactured an investigation against her for alleged, quote, mortgage fraud. But the U.S. attorney leading the investigation, Eric Siebert, a Trump appointee, refused to bring charges against Ms. James because there was simply no evidence. Unfortunately, a prosecutor who refuses to do Trump's bidding has no place in this DOJ, so Mr. Siebert was forced out. Trump could not contain his fury that he expressed to you in a social media post addressed to you by name. I'm sure you've seen it. Quote, I fired him and there is a great case, he wrote to you about Mr. Siebert. Then we moved down. We can't delay any longer. It's killing our reputation and credibility. They impeached me twice and indicted me 5 times over nothing. Justice must be served now. And obviously, you followed that order. Lindsay Halligan, Trump's former defense lawyer who had never prosecuted a case in her life, was installed to replace Mr. Siebert, and it was clear that part of her mandate was to go after Ms. James. Halligan immediately sought an indictment, which the court dismissed because Halligan was illegally put into the role. But your department was undeterred. Not once, but twice, it tried to indict Attorney General James in separate courts. Both grand juries rejected you and refused to indict her. It is practically unheard of for a grand jury to refuse an indictment. In 2016, it happened in just 6 cases out of over 150,000 offenses. And you had it happen twice in the same week, in 2 different courts. That must have been humiliating. And now there are reports you are continuing to investigate her. The amount of resources that have gone into targeting Attorney General James, months of investigations, multiple failed indictments, is astounding. Since your own prosecutors told you that there is not enough evidence to support a conviction, it's clear that you were going after her simply because she held President Trump accountable and he wants to punish her. And she is just one name on a long list of Trump political enemies that DOJ is reportedly targeting. From Jerome Powell and Lisa Cook at the Federal Reserve to James Comey, numerous Democratic members of Congress, John Brennan, Jack Smith, Democratic officials in Minnesota, Chris Krebs, Miles Taylors, and more. Those are just the ones we know about. In contrast to these politically motivated investigations, grasping at something they can charge their enemies with, we now have concrete evidence of disgusting criminality revealed in the Epstein files. So I really have just one question for you. How many of Epstein's co-conspirators have you indicted? How many perpetrators are you even investigating?
First, you showed it. I find it.
How many have you indicted?
Excuse me. I'm going to answer the question.
Answer my question.
No, I'm going to answer the question the way I want to answer the question.
No, you're going to answer the question the way
Oh my goodness, what a big baby she is. You gotta be kidding me. Oh my gosh. Another incompetent Donald Trump clown.
Investigating.
First, you showed it. I find it.
How many have you indicted?
Excuse me. I'm going to answer the question.
Answer my question.
No, I'm going to answer the question the way I want to answer the question.
No, you're going to answer the question the way I asked it.
Chairman Jordan, I'm not going to get in the gutter with these people. I'm going to answer the question.
How many have you indicted?
Again, the time belongs to
me. Claiming my time.
The time belongs.
I think it's very interesting.
My time.
I think it's very interesting.
And you can
he talks about they indicted. The president said they indicted him twice.
Mr. Chairman, please stop the clock and restore his time.
Okay, here we go.
Time belongs to the gentleman from New York. We will give you a few more seconds. We will do that. But when you ask a question, the witness gets to answer. You may not like the answer, but she gets to
The
answer.
question was, how many of Epstein's...
They don't like the answer, Chairman,
My time.
because it's honest.
Reclaim
So he asked a
my
4-minute question.
Restore 45
And
seconds,
I am
Mr. Nadler,
going
please,
to
Mr. Chairman.
answer.
You can let her filibuster all day long, but not on our watch.
Reclaim
Not on our time. No way. And I told you about that, Attorney General, before you started.
You don't tell me.
No, I
anything.
did tell you because we saw what you did in the Senate.
You're a lawyer, not even a lawyer.
Committee will be in order.
I should get back at least 45 seconds.
We will give you a few more seconds. I said that already.
45 seconds.
Okay, I'm timing right now, Mr. Nadler. Go.
All right.
During my time, the answer to my question, how many of Epstein's co-conspirators is she indicted, is 0. You have been the Attorney General for a whole year, and your DOJ fired the lead prosecutor of this case, sat on evidence this entire time, and claimed falsely last July that there were no more leads. It took an act of Congress for you to finally release part of the Epstein files, and when you did, you included personal information about the victims while protecting the names of abusers.
Time of the gentleman
None of
has
the perpetrators
expired.
were brought to justice, but enormous resources.
Time of the gentleman has expired, and
It's
obviously
clear that under your leadership, the Department of Justice
there was
no longer
no
works
question in there.
It works
Order respond to.
Trump. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back.
May I answer?
I think our next questioner, Madam Attorney General, is going to give you time to respond to
Thank you, Chairman.
all kinds of things. So we will turn to the gentleman from Texas for 5 minutes.
Ms. Bondi, you go right ahead. I'm over here. The time is yours.
Thank you. First, he brought up the president saying they indicted me twice. They sure did. They tried to impeach him twice. And you, Mr. Nadler, were one of the leads on the impeachment. I was on the other side. I lived that with you. During impeachment, you said the president conspired, sought foreign interference in the 2016 election. Robert Mueller found no evidence, none, of foreign interference in 2016. Have you apologized to President Trump? Have you apologized to President Trump, all of you who participated in those impeachment hearings against Donald Trump? You all should be apologizing. You sit here and you attack the president, and I am not going to have it. I'm not going to put up with it. You know, all they want to do, all the American people need to know this. They are talking about Epstein today. This has been around since the Obama administration. This administration released over 3 million pages of documents, over 3 million. And Donald Trump signed that law to release all of those documents. He is BEMA.
She's so full of shit. The only reason Donald Trump signed the law was because he was forced to do it to the very last, his very last pushback. And he ran his whole campaign on it.
Transparent president in the nation's history. And none of them asked Merrick Garland over the last 4 years one word about
And they've only released like 2% of the files.
Epstein. How ironic is that? You know why? Because Donald Trump, the Dow right now is over. The Dow is over $50,000. I don't know why you're laughing. You're a great.
The Dow is over 50,000. There it is. Oh my goodness.
Trump, the Dow right now is over. The Dow is over $50,000. I don't know why you're laughing. You're a great stock trader, as I hear, Raskin. The Dow is over 50,000 right now. The S&P at almost 7,000. And the NASDAQ smashing records. Americans' 401ks and retirement savings are booming. That's what we should be talking about. We should be talking about making Americans safe. We should be talking about, what does a Dow have to do with anything? That's what they just asked. Are you kidding?
Mr. Jordan, Mr. Jordan.
Committee will be in order.
Mr. Jordan, am I going to get an extra 45 seconds added to my time?
The committee will be in order. The time belongs to the gentleman from Texas. The Attorney General can respond.
Thank you. The Dow has shattered 50,000 for the first time. This is crazy. They said it couldn't be done in 4 years, yet President Trump has done it in 1 year. National median rents have fallen to a 4-year low thanks to Donald Trump. That's why they want to focus on Epstein and our most transparent president in the nation's history. The murder rate, as I said, has plummeted to a 125-year low thanks to Donald Trump. For an unprecedented 9 straight months, there were 0 illegal border crossings at the southern border. That's what we should be focused on. All the great work that this president has done and will continue to do to keep America safe and to make Americans safe.
Thank you, Attorney General Bondi. I agree with you totally. I think you've done a fine job. I think that Democrats, in fact, should be apologizing to the Epstein victims for doing nothing during the 4 years that they...
It's crazy to think all the destruction ever since this hearing took place on February 11th, 2026. Like in the last 5 months since this hearing, Trump's just done so much death and destruction all over the world and looting.
The government, we did not hear about this, and it took you and President Trump to finally provide transparency and give answers to the American people, and I want to thank you for that. I want to thank you also for standing up for truth today and for fighting back against the theatrics and the time waste that you will endure over the next hour or two. I want to apologize on behalf of my colleagues on the left. They're not all that bad, but they've got to put on a show. And I'm sorry that you have to go through that. And I would like to yield the last, I'd say 40 and 40 is 80 seconds. The clock says 40, but I've got 80 seconds since I was so rudely interrupted. And I'll give all 80 seconds to Chairman Jordan.
And I would just yield to the Attorney General if she has anything to add.
I'm fine to continue. Thank you, Chairman.
All right, the chair now recognizes, the gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would note that Mr. Nadler's question has not yet been answered, but I want to start by asking that out of respect for the American public and the Epstein survivors, some of whom, of course, are here today, that we can have a transparent conversation and get the public the answers they deserve. I want to briefly direct your attention to 2 documents I'm hoping we will put up on the screen. In the first, an individual emails Jeffrey Epstein asking whether a woman identified as M was pro or civilian, and Epstein responds that she was a civilian, Russian, and fun. In the second email, Epstein writes to Steve Tisch about a Ukrainian girl, noting that she was, quote, a little freaked out by the age difference and stating that he would try to convince her not to return to Ukraine. He then instructs Mr. Tisch to call him, adding, I don't like records of these conversations. So I'd like to ask a straightforward question that really is either a yes or no answer. Do these emails constitute credible evidence, not proof, but credible evidence warranting further investigation into whether Steve Tisch was involved in Epstein's criminal conduct? Do you think yes or no?
I'm not going to play a yes-no game with you, but I will answer the question to the best of my ability. As I said, we will look and investigate.
Man, she's such a... I really hate using this word, but Pam Bondi is a real cunt.
Any case involving any victim. I'm not familiar. There were 3 million pages, of course, with that email. But of course, we will look into anything. The documents have been released, 3 million. The redacted versions, we left them open for all of you to come view. Have you? I believe you view them. If not, will you have some copies?
I'd like to.
But can I finish, please? I'm not being rude. Please.
I only have 5 minutes.
No, yeah, and I only have 30 seconds based on your filibuster.
But you didn't give a yes or no answer. So let me just go further. Director Patel testified in this committee room that there was no credible information indicating that Epstein trafficked victims to anyone else. In glancing at the documents, that's proves that's not the case. In July, your department issued a memo stating that it had conducted an exhaustive review of the Epstein files and concluded that no additional individuals would be charged. So I did go over to the Department of Justice yesterday. I would note that 400 and all our 35 members are in the House, and there's 4 computers. So it would take many months to actually have the time. I only had a few hours. I think the transparency argument is really kind of a sham because it's not really.
Whoa. Did you have to wait to get
it is not possible to really go in. I did, however, see a U.S. Attorney information for the Southern District of New York indicating that there were additional survivors and probable co-conspirators. Other members of Congress had uncovered likely co-conspirators whose names were blocked out. Now, the Epstein File Transparency Act, which all but one member of this House voted for and the president signed, requires the department to release everything except that it needs to be redacted to protect the victims or an ongoing prosecution, which currently there is none from the testimony we have received. I am concerned that this act has not been fully complied with. When Director Patel came to the committee, he admitted that up to 1,000 FBI agents had gone through the files and redacted President Trump's name from them. And it's pretty clear that what has been transmitted from the FBI continues to redact President Trump's name, even though he is mentioned, thousands of times in these files. So I think
you guys remember in the first batch of files they released, they forgot to redact a bunch of stuff, and they put in a bunch, there were some photos. There was one particular photo of Epstein. He had a desk, and then but the drawer was open, and if you zoom in, it was pretty much like a Donald Trump drawer that Epstein had. It was all this Trump paraphernalia in there. And then they once they had DOJ realized their mistake, they removed it.
Credibility of the department in terms of complying with the act has been damaged. And I think the department's credibility has been damaged in other ways. I think we all saw the horrible video of American citizens being killed by ICE agents in Minneapolis. And I think how the department has handled these cases raises a lot of doubt about the department. State and local police in Minnesota got a court order to get access to the crime scene to be sure evidence would be properly preserved by federal agents. But they took the agents defied the court order, and in a departure from general policy, the DOJ is not collaborating with state and local law enforcement on these homicides. So I really think that is a disgraceful approach to the homicides of American citizens, and really does nothing to bring credit to your department. And Mr. Chairman, I would yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
May I answer?
Attorney General can respond.
I find it interesting that she keeps going after President Trump, the greatest president in American history. And if they could maintain their composure, this isn't a circus, this is a hearing. I find it interesting.
Yeah, that's a hearing. You're the clown, Pam Bondi, and your whole regime's the circus.
After Donald Trump, she doesn't say how much money she took from Reid Hoffman, did you? And nor did
Mr.
she
Chairman,
post
regular
anything.
order, please.
She
Regular
posted
order.
nothing on her X account, on her Twitter account during the Biden years.
Gentlelady.
And now all of a sudden,
question
she's
asked.
going after
Committee will be in
order. There was no
During the Biden years, she says.
asking the Attorney General. She doesn't just get to speak.
Committee will be in order.
I have a point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Committee will be in order.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Lady can state her point of order.
When a witness attacks.
Not a valid point of order. You got to state.
She hasn't completed her point of order yet. Please let her speak, Mr. Chairman. Let's have some regular order here.
Regular order is you got to state the rule.
I am trying to make a point of order that the witness,
What are you referring to?
without responding to a question, has attacked me personally. I think it's pathetic that she can't answer the questions and instead is attacked.
That is not even close to the point of order. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
In August of last year, I sent a letter to the Department of Justice asking for assistance in seeking compensation for the town of Lac du Flambeau. Town of Lac du Flambeau is in my district, and your office replied that it was an ongoing matter and unable to comment on it, which I understand. It's just fine. I want to set this up just as a reminder. So 3 years ago, it was at this time of year that 4 roads were blockaded in the town of Lac du Flambeau, and the temperature was 25 below zero. People had to park their cars at a neighbor's place, take the snowmobile across the lake to get their car, and then be able to drive into town. There were people 80 and 90 years old that could not, were very concerned that they'd be able to get emergency medical services. And the perpetrators of this, the tribe out there, they demanded compensation from the town. I would call it extortion. They ultimately got $600,000 from the town of Lac du Flambeau. The unfortunate part, Mr. Chairman, is that the Biden administration took the side of the perpetrators who closed those roads off, and the Biden administration made it clear to the town of Lac du Flambeau that we are not on your side in regards to this. Well, fortunately, there was a federal judge that said no.
Yeah, that's Jim Jordan Jim Jordan, another piece of crap. He's from Ohio. I guess he did some weird stuff with like Lex Wexner over there.
What happened, and these roads should be left open. They should continue to be left open. My question to you is, are you willing to work with my office and with the town of Lac du Flambeau to further investigate this matter and seek compensation from the tribal government after their extortion of $600,000 from this little town in northern Wisconsin?
Congressman, you do a great job representing your district. And yes, we would more than welcome working with you, and we are familiar with that investigation.
Mr. Chairman, I would just add, we're highlighting these miscarriages of justice in the previous administration. This is just another one of those small examples, no different than the Catholic Diocese in Richmond and many others that you have retold so many times. But here's another instance of what they did to a small town and nearly bankrupted them as a result of it. Fortunately, there was a federal judge that saw through it and has fixed it. I want to move on.
Not a single trumpet turd politician talks about the Epstein files one bit. Like none of those clowns, none of those heartless bastards want any justice for the victims.
Enforcement. You've established a National Fraud Enforcement Division. Is that correct, Madam Attorney General?
Yes, Congressman.
Has this new division begun any investigations and getting after those individuals that have committed the rampant fraud we've seen, like in Minnesota?
Well, it's not only rampant in Minnesota, it's rampant throughout this country. Much of it is in California, as you know, and other places. Yes, we are working on it actively. Our criminal fraud division has been working on it. We are expanding that. It was the vice president's idea to come up with this amazing separate fraud division, which we are establishing and going nonstop, not only to expose the fraud in Minnesota, but around the country. It's taxpayer dollars that have been stolen from the American people. And we are committed to recovering that money and holding those people accountable.
Mr. Chairman, I would remind everyone here, why did this happen in Minneapolis? Why did federal law enforcement have to go to Minneapolis? Because of industrial scale fraud. It was an assistant United States attorney that said, this is industrial scale fraud that's going on in Minnesota at this point. I sent a letter to our governor in Wisconsin. We're right across the border there. My district is only 20 miles from the city of Minneapolis. And I asked him to open the books for a federal audit on food stamps and Medicaid. Don't you think it would be a good idea for every governor to do that at this point?
It protects the citizens, and I can't understand why that's not happening. And yes, I do think that's a great idea. It's happening around this country. And when our new division with Colin McDonald is established, it's established. When Colin is confirmed, he's amazing. I think you've met with him, you said, Chairman. When that is established, we're going to work on both sides of the aisle. That's what we want to do, to stop fraud in every city, in every state in this country. We will continue to fight for the American
So
people.
you would encourage every governor across the United States, after what we have seen in Minnesota, what we almost certainly know is happening in other states, you mentioned California, you would agree that every governor should avail themselves of federal resources to make sure that this industrial scale fraud is rooted out to protect the taxpayers of the United States. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I'd like to thank you for holding this hearing and holding it in a proper fashion as you have. Secondly, I'd like to thank all of the victims of the Epstein case who've come here to attend this hearing, for doing it and for being brave and trying to move this justice forward. I apologize, I can't do it, but the Attorney General not recognizing it. That's embarrassing. I am from Memphis, General Bondi, and Memphis does have the task force there. The Memphis Safe Task Force has been operating in Memphis for several months, and we do have a Democratic Mayor, Paul Young, and he's not against the task force, but he is against ICE being in Memphis, and he's not in favor of the National Guard being in Memphis. And I concur with him on those positions. I think the DEA being there, the alcohol, tobacco, and firearms, the FBI, who have been in Memphis in other ways, having more people there is good for Memphis. Crime has gone down in Memphis, but it went down 25% before the task force got there under the direction of Mayor Young and Director Davis, Chief Davis. It's gone down about 15% more since then, and that's good. But I would like to comment that Mexico City's homicide rate has gone down 40% during the same time, when Memphis has only gone down 25%. And that's not necessarily because of the task force, although the mayor says he thinks it's helped. So I thank you for that. You would agree, I presume, that violent crime in communities across our country is critically important, and that's why the task force is there. Is that not true?
Yes, and if I can just add to that, I think the surge, the FBI, our FBI under the leadership of Director Patel, came in and did a surge in Memphis.
Earlier.
Prior to the task force. And thank you for saying that about Mayor Young. He's been great to work with, and thank you.
He's a good guy.
He's a very good guy.
One problem I've got with where we are in priorities here. A recent Department of Justice, National Institute of Justice report based on arrest records in Texas and in California found that undocumented immigrants were less than half as likely as U.S.-born Americans to be arrested for homicide. And this pattern holds for assault, sexual assault, robbery, burglary, theft, and arson. Half as likely to be arrested for drug offenses. So I ask you, and I've written to you about this, there are TV ads that run that say to local law enforcement, specifically, are you tired of having your hands handcuffed because you can't do the things you wanted to do when you joined? And if you want to do something different, join ICE, and you'll get a $50,000 bonus, and we'll pay off your debts, student debts, and we'll help you with pensions, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So they're encouraging local law enforcement to leave local law enforcement and go to work for ICE. We need people working in the front lines of local law enforcement to protect our citizens from the worst of the worst. The worst of the worst are not the immigrants. The worst of the worst records show are native-born Americans, and they are committing crimes that hurt our citizens and our cities. And you're working against it, and thank you for that. But by trying to get our local law enforcement, where we have an undercount of officers in Memphis, to leave Memphis and go to work for ICE to deport people is a wrong priority. Why are we trying to get people, policemen who are working on the front lines, to leave the front lines, take the $50,000 and go to work for ICE, and instead of working to fight the worst of the worst?
Congressman, I have not yet seen that commercial, that ad. I would argue that we need strong people in both local law enforcement, state law enforcement, and all of our federal agencies working together. I've seen some of the worst violent criminals who were in this country illegally. We both know that. And in Memphis, working hand in hand, I want to stick with Memphis and your mayor and what you discussed, because there have been nearly 6,000 arrests as of February 8th, and I think you agree with this, in your district, and almost 600 gang members. What we found in Memphis, a lot of the gangs are local gangs. but 600 gang members were taken off the streets.
I'm going to agree with you.
148, yeah.
I thank you for that.
And 148 missing children were recovered by all of us working together, and nearly 1,000 illegal guns were seized as a result of us working together.
And I don't disagree with some of the things you said, but there are questions about those children, but it's a different thing. The fact is, ICE is running rampant, and you are not investigating it. When they killed Mr. Prete, and Miss Good, that was an execution, and you did not investigate it. And you tried to investigate her, Miss Good's widow, and you tried to investigate Mr. Prete. They were executed like Kristi Noem executed her dog. And that was wrong. And you should investigate those people, and you should investigate anybody that uses a weapon, federal official or not, for civil rights violations. I yield back the balance.
Gentleman yields back his time. Madam Attorney General, anytime you need a break, just let us know. If not, we'll just keep going. The chair is now recognized for 5 minutes. Madam Attorney General, you're not allowed to exercise your constitutional rights in a way that tramples on someone else's, are you?
No.
No, you can't do that. I mean, you have a right to petition the government under the First Amendment. That doesn't mean you can come into this room and start screaming at Mr. Raskin or me or anybody else and disrupt a congressional hearing. You have a right to protest on the street, but that doesn't give you a right to go into the Capitol and disrupt Congress. Something these guys talk about every day. You can't do that. So when Don Lemon said that he was exercising his First Amendment free press rights, freedom of the press rights, that's not really accurate because he was trampling on other individuals' rights. Is that true?
Chairman, we will always protect our churches and the freedom of religion. And yes, that's accurate.
First right mentioned under the First Amendment,
right.
Freedom of religion, freedom to practice your faith the way you think the good Lord wants you to, right?
That's right, under the federal government.
And isn't it true that Mr. Lemon met at a shopping center with the rioters who entered City's church in St. Paul, met with them prior to marching to the church?
He did meet, and this is a pending.
I watched that whole live stream. Don Lemon was invited in. These MAGAs are all crying about it.
Now, so I will only stick to what is in the four corners of the unsealed indictment.
Plus, the pastor of that church was like the director of ICE. Like, you can't be like deporting people and be a pastor at a church.
Good, Chairman.
Yeah,
there's a lot more that will come out. But under the four corners of the indictment, yes, he did. They had an operation called Operation Pull Up. They said they were gearing for a resistance. They met in a parking lot and they caravanned to a church on a Sunday morning when people were worshiping together.
And Mr. Lemon said that he live streamed before entering the church with the rioters. Did he say we're going to head to the operation? Did he say this he said this on camera? Is that right?
Yes, Chairman.
Yeah.
And more.
That he was in Minnesota and that, as you said, they were gearing up for an operation. So you can't do that. This is why this is, I think, so important that this guy be held accountable. And I think why you guys have charged him and indicted him. Moving to the second subject here. Will John Brennan be indicted? Mr. Brennan lied to the committee, which you're not supposed to do, last Congress, and we deposed him. He definitely, 18 U.S.C. 1001, we're all familiar with it. He lied to the committee, and the committee, the Congress, and I think the country would like to know if, in fact, he's going to be indicted for lying. And here's why it's so important. I'll give you a chance to respond. Here's why it's so important. It wasn't just that he lied.
I thought Jim Jordan was from Ohio, or was it the Ohio State University that the scandal he was involved with?
It's what he lied to us about. He lied to us about when all this weaponization against the President of the United States started. He lied to us about the dossier, and specifically what role the dossier played in the intelligence community assessment. Because we know back when President Trump was first elected, first term.
And Jim Jordan's the perfect example of a MAGA. Look at that guy. What a weirdo.
This is when it all started, which led to the Mueller, into the impeachment, into the Jack Smith, and all the stuff that's happened in the last decade. But it began here, and he lied to Congress about the role he played. And I just want to read a couple of things he said during that deposition before I give you a chance to respond. Mr. Brennan, when asked a question, said the CIA was not involved at all with the dossier. He said it was their purview, FBI's purview, and not ours. He also said the CIA was very much opposed to having any reference or inclusion of the Steele dossier in the intelligence community assessment. Well, that's interesting because declassified information that was declassified this past summer by the CIA says something entirely different. It says, Brennan, I want to put this one up if we have it. It says, Brennan ultimately formalized his position in writing, stating that, quote, this is released by the CIA Director Ratcliffe. My bottom line is that what I believe that information warrants inclusion in the report. He was further asked by an CIA official. The same officer said when he approached the director and asked and that the director refused to remove it after being explained this wasn't good. With the dossier's many flaws, he said, yes, but doesn't it ring true? So this is John Brennan using that document to change intelligence community assessment, which I think led to all the stuff we've seen over the last decade. And I think this committee in the country, Congress in the country, like to know if Mr. Brennan is going to be indicted.
What I can confirm is that we have received a referral from you, Chairman Jordan, to investigate John Brennan. His attorneys have made some public statements, but the department is still bound, of course, by our longstanding policy of not discussing matters. What I will say today, I can't confirm nor deny whether there's a pending investigation, but what I will say is no one is above the law.
Mr. Chairman.
Weaponization has ended.
Yeah.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from New York is recognized for a point of order.
If we want to know whether Mr. Brennan will be indicted, you should just ask the president.
Point of order, but I appreciate the trying to make it one. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. General Bondi, it's been reported that there were at one point 1,000 personnel assigned to the task of identifying and scrubbing Donald Trump's name from the Epstein files. Were those reports accurate?
That's hilarious. I remember that. Yeah, there was like thousands of people, like FBI agents Donald Trump took off like important assignments just to like scrub his name from the Epstein files.
Reported that there were at one point 1,000.
If we want to know whether Mr. Brennan will be indicted, you should just ask the president.
Point of order, but I appreciate the trying to make it one. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. General Bondi, it's been reported that there were at one point 1,000 personnel assigned to the task of identifying and scrubbing Donald Trump's name from the Epstein files. Were those reports accurate?
I believe his name has appeared countless times in the documents that have been released. If I could finish, I'm going to read you the stats.
I just simply asked whether or not it was true that it was 1,000 folks who were assigned that task. Were those reports accurate?
There are more than 500 attorneys and reviewers. I cannot give you an exact number.
Okay, and I wanted to ask you about that also, because this is a different question that you're getting to now. There were 500 DOJ lawyers and others assigned the task of redacting the appropriate information, including identities of the Epstein victim survivors from the Epstein files prior to their release. 500, is that correct?
If I could have finished my answer, there were more than 500 attorneys and reviewers who assisted with the. They asked the question and they don't want an answer.
That answers my question, ma'am, and I'm going to move on. I'm going to move on.
From multiple
Bondi, would you agree?
time belongs to the gentleman from Georgia.
General Bondi, would you agree that your 8 years of service as the state of Florida's Attorney General, the third largest state in the nation, served as an excellent preparation for your current role as Attorney General for the United States of America?
Not only that, I was a career prosecutor for
18 years. And for
18 years.
And for 18 years. For 18 years.
He asked a question and doesn't want an answer. This is theatrics.
Well, no, for 18 years, you prosecuted serious felony cases, including drug cases, correct?
Oh, I prosecuted homicides. I prosecuted capital cases. I prosecuted domestic violence cases. I prosecuted multiple cases, and that's why I feel for all of these victims. And did you ask Merrick Garland this when you were sitting before him, sir?
You also prosecuted sexual assault cases and child sex trafficking cases, correct?
I answered that question earlier. I prosecuted multiple cases when I was a prosecutor.
Bottom line, you're an experienced and seasoned.
For 18 years.
Mr. Chairman, will you remind her of the rules? The time belongs to the member of the committee.
You are a seasoned and experienced prosecutor, correct?
I think we've established that.
Yes or no?
Does he want an answer or not?
He wants to say.
I want a yes or no answer.
I think he wants to say
that. Yes or no answer, but I'll live with what you have already said. Let me ask you this question.
Clearly,
in the prosecution of sexual assault cases, you are acutely aware of how important it is to protect the identity of victims of sexual assault, correct?
I have addressed this multiple times. I think others were cutting me off when I was trying to.
I just simply asked, are you aware of the fact that it's vitally important to protect the identity of sexual assault victims as you prosecute the people they accuse of assaulting them? Isn't that correct?
Excuse me. As we have said multiple times,
protection of
all victims
of the victims
are
protected.
So very you are protected under. Do you want me to answer or do you want to interrupt?
Well, because you're not answering the question. You do a Jekyll and Hyde kind of routine around here, and I just want you to answer my questions.
What does Jekyll and Hyde mean? Can you
it means
that?
You're nice to the Republicans and you turn like Hyde on Democrats. But let me ask you this, ma'am. We have the Epstein victim survivors here today. Representative Jayapal asked a simple question: if you would be so kind and honorable as to turn around and face them and apologize to them for outing them. I mean, how many lives have been derailed because your department was either sloppy and incompetent or willfully trying to intimidate and punish these ladies coming forward?
The time of the gentleman has expired. The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin for 5 minutes.
Attorney General Bondi, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have spent the past some.
Yeah, what a bitch Pam Bondi is. She's like, your time is up. Oh my goodness.
Attacking the administration for doing exactly what the American people wanted when they overwhelmingly elected President Trump. Securing our border and enforcing our immigration laws. I find it a bit ironic because this is the same party who just a few years ago were openly supporting strong immigration enforcement after witnessing criminal illegal aliens wreak havoc on the American communities. I have a short video I just wanted to play.
Of immigrants. We're also a nation of laws. Undocumented workers broke our immigration laws, and I believe that they must be held accountable.
They've committed a crime, deport them. No questions asked, they're gone.
No great nation can be in a position where they can't control their borders.
We need to address the issue of immigration and the challenge we have of undocumented people in our country. We certainly don't want any more coming in.
Every place in this country are rightly disturbed by the large numbers of illegal aliens entering our country. The jobs they hold might otherwise be held by citizens or legal immigrants. The public service they use impose burdens on our taxpayers. That's why our administration has moved aggressively to secure our borders more by hiring
they're taking it out of context.
new border guards, by deporting twice as many criminal aliens as ever before, by cracking down on illegal hiring, by barring welfare benefits to illegal aliens.
Illegal immigration is wrong, plain and simple. When we use phrases like undocumented workers, we convey a message to the American people that their government is not serious about combating illegal immigration, which the American people overwhelmingly oppose. If you don't think it's illegal, you're not going to say it. I think it is illegal and wrong.
Open the borders, my God. You know, there's a lot of poverty in this world, and you're going to have people from all over the world. And I don't think that's something that we can do at this point. Can't do it.
Yes or no? Would you allow the cities to ignore the federal law?
No. We simply cannot allow people to pour into the United States undetected, undocumented, unchecked, and circumventing the line of people who are waiting patiently, diligently, and lawfully to become immigrants in this country.
So Attorney General Bondi, what's the Trump administration DOJ doing to end the open border policies of the prior administration that saw dangerous drugs and criminal aliens flood our communities?
Congressman, President Trump has worked tirelessly.
Oh, hey, what's up, Margaret? I think you need to delete the Fox News app off your phone.
To close our border, which is what the Democrats had asked for in that video. President Trump closed our borders on day one. He is protecting Americans. He is protecting our kids from the influx of drugs that were flowing into this country from Mexico. The fentanyl precursors that were coming from China. These precursors were taken from China into Mexico. And in Mexico, they were mixed and freely taken right into our country, along with gang members, MS-13, TDA, freely coming into our cities around our country, thanks to Joe Biden's open border policies. That has stopped under Donald Trump. It will no longer happen under this administration, and he is doing everything to keep Americans safe. And let me continue. When he was elected overwhelmingly by the American people, the majority of the American people wanted Donald Trump. One of the main reasons was border security and keeping Americans safe. And that's exactly what he did. And that's why today the other side sits here, they yell, they cut me off. They want to yell, they want to ask a question and don't want answers because they want to distract from all the great things that this president and this administration working hand in hand, and that includes Secretary Noem, who has closed our borders, and Tom Homan, who has closed our borders to keep Americans safe. And they're trying to distract from that, and they're not going to do it because the American...
Oh, give me a break, lady. Tom Homan took a bribe of $50,000 cash in a paper bag. On video.
Smarter than that, and they see through their theatrics.
Thank you. Just quickly, yesterday, Senator Grassley reached out to my office to tell me that I was one of the 20 members that was now disclosed were under surveillance from Jack Smith. This brings up the question of non-disclosure orders and whether or not they should apply to members of Congress. But with my phone records being surveilled, as well as looks like 19 other members of Congress, just wondering how DOJ views that.
Time is gentleman's expired, but the gentlelady can respond.
As I stated earlier, Congressman, anyone's records who were illegally obtained, Democrat or Republican, we will fight vigorously to stop that. Anything with Arctic frost, I can't discuss right now.
And isn't it true, Madam Attorney General, that DOJ has changed their policy? You can't do that now. The DOJ is not going to go do that and ask the judge for an NDO.
Absolutely.
Yeah, good. That in and of itself tells you how wrong it was. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California.
Madam Attorney General, you acknowledged earlier to Mr. Johnson that President Trump was mentioned in the release countless times, you said, in the Epstein files. I just want to play a video, though, for you that I think speaks to the frustration that many of these victims have.
Oh shit, it's Eric Swalwell. Wonder what he's up to these days. Kind of just disappeared.
Times Trump's name appears in the files, so it could at least be 1,000 times. Is that right?
The number is a total misleading factor. We have not released anyone's name. We have not released anyone's name in the Epstein files that has not been credible.
Director,
we have released every piece of legally permissible information. Okay, you can characterize the numbers however you want it.
Claiming my time, Director.
Oh shit, it's Kash Patel. I forgot Kash Patel's in this.
It sounds like if you don't know the number, it could at least be 1,000 times.
It's not. It's not.
Is it at least 500 times?
No.
Is it at least 100 times?
No.
Then what's the number?
I don't know the number.
I understand why the victims are frustrated. And the Attorney General acknowledged what Mr. Patel would not acknowledge, that it was way more than 1,000 times. But I want to move, Madam Attorney General, to weaponization of government. And yesterday it was reported that 6 members of Congress had indictments sought against him, and they were not returned by a grand jury. My colleagues have spoken about their frustration of being in subpoenas and having cell phone records combed through. Well, in 2017 and 2018, Adam Schiff and I had our cell phone records and email records combed through, not by you, but a different Department of Justice under the president. It was in retaliation for our role in the Russia interference campaign. An Inspector General report would find this improper and that the predicate for it was absurd. In 2020, after sitting on 2 committees that were a part of the president's first impeachment, an FBI agent leaked my cooperation in a national security case where my campaign was targeted. The president's FBI senior leadership authorized 2 statements to the press that said I was never suspected of wrongdoing and only helped the investigation. But that didn't stop the death threats or my GOP colleagues from referring me to an ethics investigation where Kevin McCarthy's chairman on the ethics committee would find the same thing as the FBI. Our current FBI director would then write a book called Government Gangsters and identify a long list of enemies. About a quarter of them have been either investigated or indicted. He listed me at the very top, along with Adam Schiff, and during that same testimony, refused to recuse himself when asked if he would recuse if any case came across his desk involving me or people on that list. Since that testimony, his department has put me under investigation with Senator Schiff for the nonsense mortgage fraud cases that we've seen. I get it. This is what the president does. I've priced it in. We have a bingo card at home that my kids have made of what will come next. I expected that the president would come after his enemies. But what I want to talk to you next is serious. And I did not expect this would happen. And I'd like your help on it. The president has inspired death threats against me and many sitting up here with me. In June 2025, an individual left 11 voicemails at my district office. On the voicemails, they said, get the message to him. I'm going to hunt him down, that motherfucker, and toss his ass over the Golden Gate Bridge by my fucking self. Donald Trump's Department of Justice in the Northern District of California declined to prosecute. On May 14, 2025, on Twitter, responding to something I posted, the individual said, no, it wasn't Eric, and now I'm going to kill you. The Department of Justice from the Southern District of Texas declined to prosecute. May through December of 2025, we received messages at my office that said, I hope somebody shoots you and your children and your wife in the head. Pew, pew, motherfucker, pew, pew. I would stay indoors as much as possible, and my children, unfortunately, have to do that. The Department of Justice has not charged this individual and cited that he's a prolific caller and has health conditions, although what we have found in our own investigation and his voicemails is that he has said he will employ others to do this. The president can come after me. It's fine. I'm in the arena. So are these folks. But we never expected that the Department of Justice would not seek to prosecute and investigate those who are making threats against us.
I remember, I think it was like sometime last year. So I guess this Eric Swalwell guy, along with some other, like at the same time, there was like a MAGA politician, and they both had like some sexual scandals going on. This was like earlier this year. But I remember when Eric Swalwell started making waves and hit the scene to like run for governor last year, I watched one of his like first town halls, and I never really liked the dude. I never really watched him after that, but I guess he's like a disgraced politician. He kind of disappeared after all that stuff went down. don't hear anything about that dude anymore.
Include those on that side of the aisle. And I'm just asking for your help to protect life, because life is at risk with the environment we're in right now.
Congressman, I completely agree with you. I know about several of those personal.
And I remember when I was watching this hearing live, I remember watching this segment right here of Eric Swalwell, and the way he came at Pam Bondi, I was like, man, this guy's a weirdo. Like, I don't like Eric Swalwell.
Involving you, I believe one has been charged publicly, and there's something I would be happy to talk to you about off camera, but I can assure you that they are very serious. They are being looked into, and I can give you more details on those. None of you should be threatened, ever. None of your children should be threatened. None of your families should be threatened. And I will work with, you can come into my office any day. I will work with all of you on both sides of the aisle if you are ever threatened. And I'll gladly talk to you after this hearing about your cases. But I can tell you some of them are very active.
Appreciate that. And yield back.
Gentleman yields back, and we're sorry for what the gentleman and his family have had to go through. We appreciate what the Attorney General said. And I think some of the things that the gentleman from California related, we can all relate to, and it's unfortunate, it's wrong, as the Attorney General said, and we appreciate the help we get from the Justice Department. With that, we will now recognize the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Van Drew.
Thank you, Chairman. I don't know where to begin. Thank you for being here, General. Right, see me when I'm right in front of you. I have to mention this first. You know, I used this word before, and my friends on the other side of the aisle got mad at me, but hypocrisy. Epstein. But for years on the other side of the aisle, we heard nothing. Crickets.
Look at the look of this guy's face right here. That's what years of being a MAGA bootlicker does to you. Looks like he's done a lot of like mental gymnastics, ate a lot of word salad. So brain got twisted into a pretzel. So it's the definition of a MAGA mush brain right here, this guy.
Nothing was said when they were in control. Nothing was mentioned basically the last summer, and the ranking member points out that he did do something last year. Yeah, he did a letter complaining about the plea deal for Maxwell, but it wasn't a big deal. Then we get a new administration, and all of a sudden it's a big deal, and they feign concern, they're upset, they're investigating. They had all these years and all this time. And in fact, Stacey Plaskett, and we all know that name, when they had a congressional hearing, Democratic member, were taking texts from Epstein on questions to ask to go after Trump. So Epstein was using her Democratic colleague as a tool to go after President Trump. Just everybody keep that in mind. And then we talk about ICE and how horrible it is. And there are concerns. Everybody wants everything to go right. Nobody ever wants to see somebody die. And they complain about it. But at the same time, hypocrisy, they encourage constituents to go after the ICE agents, to challenge them, to hurt them, to attack them. And that doesn't make sense. That's hypocrisy. And then we hear about the concern of, going after Democrats, that the legal system, that judiciary and Department of Justice is going after Democrats. But they literally rework the legal system under Alvin Bragg and Letitia James to go after Republicans and those sympathetic to Republicans. So, be careful when you accuse others that you're not guilty yourself. Be careful of what you say, because you got a history, and it's easy to go over it. I just want to talk about where we were and where we are now. We had over 10 million illegal crossings in the past between 2020 and 24. Over 10 million. This is probably a much bigger number. I'm being conservative. We were told the people...
Hey, what up, Rock James? I meant to say what's up to you earlier in the chat. Hey, good to see you. Hope you had a good 4th of July weekend. Oh, yeah, for sure. He kind of does look like Max Headroom from the 80s, huh? Man, this dude looks stressed out, though, for real. I bet you if we were to pull a picture... What's this guy's name, though? I know he's a MAGA meat-riding politician, though, but I bet you if we were to pull up a picture of him from, pre-Trump, he probably looks, happier and healthier. Now he looks all stressed out.
Dangerous, but they were, General. They were dangerous, many of them. More than 300 individuals on the terror watch list during that time. Violent criminals came across, as we saw consequences where mothers and fathers, daughters and sons, children were raped, murdered, hurt, abused, beaten, trafficked, all from the drugs. My God, the drugs they brought into our babies in this country. 73,000 illegals with criminal histories, 20,000 with convictions of assault, robbery, and sex offenses, 13,000 convicted murderers, offenders. It was madness. It was insanity. It's bizarre. It's perverse. What in God's name were you doing? So we finally are cleaning this up now.
Hey, Margaret, you go first.
Finally trying to make it right and safe for our people. So my questions are this. General, do you believe in removing criminal illegal aliens from our communities will save American lives?
Yes, and given the cases that you just discussed, that's proof of it every single day. President Trump is committed to that. This entire cabinet is committed to that and making and keeping Americans safe.
Thank you. Will you agree that, and thank you for doing that, will you agree that allowing individuals with known criminal histories to enter and remain in the United States, we knew this back then, they knew it. Would you agree that creates serious risk to our public safety? I know the answers, but let's just say them clearly.
Yes.
Would you agree that when dangerous individuals are released instead of detained, and they were released over and over and over again, and these are the real issues. This is really what America cares about. They want their children and their families to be safe. Do you think if you release them instead of detaining them, that crimes will happen because of that?
Absolutely.
Would you agree that, I'm sorry.
And it did.
And it did, thank you. Would you agree that cooperation between, and this is a biggie, and I'm gonna ask you to elaborate on this. This is a big deal. This is why some of the problems we're seeing in some of the places like Minnesota are happening. That cooperation between federal and local enforcement, which we always used to have, helps remove violent offenders from our communities, that we should be a team.
Yes.
And can you elaborate on that a little bit? In other words, when the local enforcement is forced by the politicians, not their fault, not to do their job and not cooperate, why does it create the situations that we see where we have the need for crowd control? By the way, they're not peaceful. Those are not peaceful protesters. We know what a peaceful protester is. When you spit on law enforcement, when you push them, when you hit them, when you beat their car. If you can answer the question, thank you.
Time's expired. You may answer the question.
Thank you. Yes, I spent 4 days myself in Minnesota, in Minneapolis. What I will say about some of these sanctuary cities, some of these democratic cities, law enforcement, they quietly want to work with us. I've spoken to law enforcement in multiple cities who want to work with us. And yes, we're going to do everything we can to keep our citizens safe, whether or not these Democrat-controlled sanctuary cities do or don't.
And damn it, that's what really matters. I yield back.
Mr. Chair, I have a UC.
Man, I'd rather live in a town full of immigrants than a town full of maggots, that's for sure.
Ms. Crockett from Texas is recognized for UC.
Thank you so much. Donald Trump's approval rating implodes on his strongest issue. This is from Newsweek today. It says 40% of people approve of Trump's handling of immigration and border security, while 60% disapprove.
Without objection,
that is a net
admitted.
drop.
Now I recognize the gentleman
20.
from California, Mr. Liu.
Thank you, Attorney General Bondi, for being here today. I'm going to show you two photos.
Thank you.
I'm going to show you two.
Oh, this is going to be good. Hey, I forgot about this part. Yeah, Ted Lieu coming through. All right, let's go.
Photos of former Prince Andrew. Prince Andrew attended various parties with Jeffrey Epstein. Under the law Congress passed, you are allowed to redact photos to protect the victims of Epstein's sex trafficking operation. You redacted the photos of this victim's face because you were following the congressional law. Is that correct?
I'm sorry that we redacted the victims.
Because you're following the congressional law, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You have now established that please put the photos back up, that we are looking at a sex trafficking victim under the Federal Victims Trafficking Protection Act. Not only is Jeffrey Epstein guilty, but anyone who patronizes Epstein's sex operation is also guilty of a crime. That's why I find it absolutely despicable that you sought to protect Epstein's clients, like former Prince Andrew. Last July, you closed the case on Epstein's abusers. The July 2025 memo from your Department of Justice stated, quote, "We did not uncover evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties." These two photos, please put the photos back up. These two photos staring you in the face are evidence of a crime and more than enough evidence to predicate an investigation against former Prince Andrew. So I ask you, Attorney General Pam Bondi, why did you shut down this investigation last July, and why have you not prosecuted former Prince Andrew?
I don't believe you asked Merrick Garland these questions when he was Attorney General and stuff before.
I agree with you.
You twice.
I've been claiming that time. I agree with you. I agree with you. During the Biden administration, I called for people looking at Epstein files. Merrick Garland dropped the ball, as did Attorney General Bill Barr, as did Alex Acosta, a whole string of failures. But you are in charge. You have the power to change things, to hold these men accountable, and you're doing the opposite. You're protecting them. So I want to move on to another man.
Can I answer
Donald
that?
Trump. I want to move on to another
question. Can I answer your question about protecting?
You answered the question.
You're saying no. I love this.
I want to discuss another man, Donald Trump, who is all over the Epstein files, like former Prince. Here's a video.
Look at that. Look at those two lovebirds right there. Look at Donald Trump and Epstein over there having the time of their lives. They were doing that for like 2 decades. Living it up. Being weirdos and oh my goodness. Man, well, I wonder what Donald Trump told Epstein right there for Epstein to like bend over like that.
Like former Prince Andrew, Donald Trump attended various parties with Jeffrey Epstein. I want to know, were there any underage girls at that party or at any party that Trump attended with Jeffrey Epstein?
This is so ridiculous, and that they are trying to deflect from all the great things Donald Trump has done. There is no evidence that Donald Trump has committed a crime. Everyone knows that. This has been the most transparent presidency. He's the one that asked that those files.
I'm going to claim my time. I got your answer. You said there's no evidence.
Trump asked
Chairman, please stop the clock.
sign the legislation. This is
Time
ridiculous.
belongs to the gentleman from California.
Okay. I'm going to put up another document from a witness who.
Hey, what's up, Hoot Owl? Well, why is Coward Nutlick Trump's Secretary of Commerce when Coward Nutlick was over there island hopping with Epstein on Epstein Island and he lied under oath about it? Can you explain that, please?
FBI's National Threat Operations Center. Because I believe you just lied under oath. There is ample evidence in the Epstein file.
Don't you ever accuse me of a crime.
I believe you just lied under oath, and this is on videotape. You said there's no evidence of crime. I'm showing you, here is a witness statement who called into the FBI's Threat Operations Center. He drove Donald Trump around in a limo. He overheard what Donald Trump said to Jeffrey on his cell phone. He was so angry, he was going to stop a limo and hurt Donald Trump. And he met a girl who said she was raped by Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein. She later had her head blown off. And the officers at the scene said that could not have been suicide. No one at the Department of Justice interviewed this witness. You need to interview this witness immediately. Epstein should rot in hell. So should the men who patronized his operation. And as we say here today, there are over 1,000 sex trafficking victims
And you have not held a single man accountable. Shame on you. If you had any decency, you would resign right after this hearing concludes.
The gentleman has expired.
May I respond?
Yeah, I don't know how you respond. No one can.
I did not ask a question.
He doesn't want to talk about the
I did not ask a
horrific crime in California. He does not want to talk about
I did not ask a
crime
question.
in his
You
state.
can't just ask this. I did not ask a question.
Meeting will be in order. The gentleman has yielded back his time. I think our next witness will be more than happy to let the Attorney General.
Madam Attorney General, would you like to?
Gentleman from Alabama is recognized for 5 minutes.
Yeah, you have a few minutes to respond.
Thank you, Congressman. This is what Congressman Liu didn't want to talk about. He didn't want to talk about all the crime that is happening in his state. California refuses to honor detainees because of its dangerous.
Gavin Newsom just did a speech yesterday that we got the lowest crime in years.
Sanctuary city policies. The refusal means California has released 4,561 criminal illegal aliens onto its street. The crimes of these aliens include 31 homicides, 661 assaults, 574 burglaries, 184 robberies, 1,489 dangerous drug offenses, 379 weapons offenses, and 234 sexual predator offenses. That's why they are deflecting. That's why they're trying to talk about the Epstein files. That's currently happening in his home state.
Attorney General, thank you for being here, and I wanted to make sure you had time to respond. I'm going to change gears a little bit. In October, when you were testifying before the Senate, I know you and my friend Senator Katie Britt discussed concerns of infiltration of the illegal Chinese vapes into our country. As a father of 3, obviously, I'm worried a little bit about this, and I believe that many parents in the country share our similar concerns. Can you provide an update on DOJ's work in this space over the past few months?
Yes, and thank you for bringing that up. We're talking about the vapes. And this should be an issue where both sides of the aisle can work together on. Parents need to understand, children need to understand that so many of these are being manufactured in China, sent to our country, and have the potential to be laced with lethal drugs. We've seen an overdose. We need to get on the front end of this before we have another crisis and children are dying. I've partnered with Secretary Kennedy, of course, at HHS on this matter, but thank you for bringing it up. You know, they're selling these things as flavored vapes illegally in many stores around the country. Secretary Kennedy and I actually we went and did something on this, and it was sadly the day that Charlie Kirk was assassinated. And so it didn't get a lot of attention, nor should it have after that happened. But yes, we're continuing to work on that, and thank you for bringing that up. That's happening in all of our states, and I would ask everyone here, I know Congresswoman Ross was just nodding, it's happening in every state. And not only are they laced with THC, many of these vapes, but they could be laced with fentanyl. We have had a child.
Shit, I'm smoking some THC right now.
Think of the state it was in, but we have already had someone overdose, and we have to get together on this, and we have to get on the front end of this. And I would love to work across the aisle on this to protect our kids. How many school kids do you see now vaping? And it's not only, I believe a vape has 20 cigarettes, but you know, that's one vape is 20 cigarettes. I believe it is, but also what they could be laced with, because so many of them, the majority of them, are manufactured in China.
Sure, and if you need additional resources, please let us know as you're going through the process. And I'm going to change gears one more time on you. Under the Biden administration, there was a lot of confusion created when parts of the DOJ began treating software developers like financial institutions. Even when they did not hold or control anyone's money, they were simply building the technology. That uncertainty made it harder for Americans to build, innovate here at home. Earlier this year, the Deputy Attorney General issued a memo entitled Ending Regulations by Prosecution.
a clear break from the Biden administration's approach, and I think it's important that that's a good step in the right direction. But can you talk a bit about how the DOJ is now putting that memo into practice, especially when it comes to making sure that people are just writing the software and don't control the user's funds, we don't want them treated as an unlicensed money, or they're not money transmitters. So.
Yes, and we're doing everything we can to protect the American people on that, and I would refer everyone to Deputy Attorney General Blanche's memo, and we're working as hard as we can on that topic.
So we want to lead the way in the space on that, so we appreciate the help. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back 10 seconds.
Gentleman yields back. Recognize the gentleman from Arizona for unanimous consent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a number of UCs.
Gentleman can proceed.
Thank you. Bombshell new docs show Trump called police about Epstein in 2006.
No objection.
Kamala Harris defends Biden administration decision not to release Epstein files.
No objection.
Why weren't they released during the Biden administration?
No objection.
House Democrat Stacey Plaskett exchanged texts with Epstein during 2019 congressional hearing.
No objection.
New York judge allows Epstein victims' claims against Plaskett to proceed.
No objection.
Hakeem Jeffrey solicited funding from Epstein in 2013 after financier was convicted child sex offender.
No objection.
Jeffrey Epstein was invited to dim fundraising dinner and to get to know Hakeem Jeffries by firm working with Brooklyn's Barack.
No objection.
An email from Leslie Groff to Jeffrey Epstein concerning Hakeem Jeffries fundraising. Epstein file says Biden was replaced in 2019, question mark?
No objection.
Thank you.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from California is recognized. Mr. Craig.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Ms. A.G. Bondi. I agree with you. Our top priority should be protecting Americans. In my past life in the California State Legislature, I did a lot of work on solving sex crimes, passing legislation to update our codes. And I found that the biggest challenge to solving sex crimes is reporting them. Victims have to have the guts to stand up to report those sex crimes. But it's not easy. It's the most unreported sex crime there is. Crime there is sex crimes. It's painful, humiliating. A lot of times the victims don't think anything's gonna come out of their reporting these crimes. Then we have adults who as children were molested, boys and girls, who will live in silence for the rest of their life. I believe the Epstein files are just one of many sex rings, sex crimes taking place in our society today. I hear 1,200 Epstein victims, some additional victims as young as 9 to 10 years old. The challenge I have today, what bothers me today about this hearing, Madam AG, is what's the message we're sending out there on Main Street? Shouldn't ask a question I don't know an answer to, but I'm going to ask the victims behind you right now. First, can you please stand up? And then, can you please raise your hand if you think after everything you've heard today, you feel that our AG, the feds, have your back? Do we have your back? Raise your hand if you're confident that we got your back. And that's the issue, Madam AG. We've got to make sure that victims stand up and report the crimes. Otherwise, we're going to be taking a step backwards. Today, AI, cyber, social media, the new realm for people to be hurt, attacked sexually. These are the areas I'd welcome the opportunity to work with you on. It's not your problem. It's not my problem. It's our problem. But to have redacted files that are not showing us the names of these predators is wrong. These are very powerful people. This was a very expensive business, and we don't know who they are. I would imagine they're very prominent Republicans, very Republican Democrats, and we are covering up for them. We got to know what's going on out there, Madam AG. It looks like you want to say something. I'm going to give the opportunity to address my statement.
I look forward to working with you on any crimes involving child sex predators, children, and also cyber crimes. That is a tremendous problem now throughout our country. AI, you are correct. AI is causing great problems online we're working on that though. AI is an incredible tool, but it also can be fraught with peril with victims of crime. I've experienced that with someone I know who we've been trying to help. I look forward though to working with you on that and on cyber crimes. Can I?
Please, go ahead.
And as I said before, to any victims, we ask them to come forward to our office and we want to work with them. I have never not worked with a victim, and I believe I've actually spoken to several of them.
Madam, if I can reclaim my time, only have a minute.
Behind me.
I can reclaim my time. I just think we start out by making sure those redactions are unredacted, those Epstein files, to make sure that the public, according to the law, following the law, that those names in those files are made public. We have to make sure we tell those predators there is no place for them to hide. And if they commit the crime, they're going to fry for it. It starts with showing us the names of the perpetrators in the Epstein files.
Donald Trump's already fried. His face looks like a rotisserie chicken that's been sitting under the heat lamp at Walmart for like 7 hours.
May I respond to that?
Sure.
Okay. So, if any man's name was redacted that should not have been, we will, of course, unredact it. If a victim's name was unredacted, please bring it to us and we will redact it. We were given 30 days to review and redact and unredact millions of pages of documents. Our error rate is very...
Actually, approaching 5 months ago. Yeah, this came out February 11th, 2026. Just before Operation Epstein Fury.
The victims are right behind you. We've got to convince them that we're doing a good job
everything we can to help the victims. We will do everything we can.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from California, Mr. Kiley, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Madam Attorney General. I wanted to return to a point that the chairman raised at the beginning of this hearing, which is these jurisdictions that refuse to honor detainer requests from Immigration and Customs Enforcement, often called sanctuary jurisdictions. Now, I know that you are not involved directly in immigration operations per se, but you do deal with the legal issues surrounding these jurisdictions. So let's say we have someone who's here illegally, who has committed a crime that, like the thousands of people you mentioned in California, murderers, sexual predators, drug traffickers. If that individual is in detention in a jurisdiction that has a sanctuary policy where they do not honor ICE detainers versus in any other jurisdiction where they do, how does the nature of apprehending that person, how does the nature of ICE's involvement in that operation differ in those two circumstances?
Well, I believe you've seen that in Minnesota, where people were not cooperating with us. I believe there a lot of local law enforcement did want to cooperate, but we are doing everything in our power to arrest and deport illegal criminal aliens, and that is not going to stop under Donald Trump's administration. You know, why sanctuary cities are so dangerous, what we've seen in Minneapolis. Where do all the criminals go? The gangs, TDA, MS-13. Where are they going to go? They're going to go to a sanctuary jurisdiction because they believe they're protected, and that's not fair to the citizens of those cities.
Yeah, and this is a point that there at least used to be a lot of consensus on. The idea that, you know, it's better to do a handoff to the immigration authorities in a custodial setting rather than releasing them where they have to be apprehended in the community. This is Alejandro Mayorkas when he was before this committee, not exactly a paragon of border security, but he said, "I do not consider it in the service of public safety to release an individual into the community where that individual can be released to Immigration and Customs Enforcement for prompt removal." Now, his words are one thing, his actions are another. But when you have jurisdictions across the country, including my state of California, doing systematically precisely the thing that even Alejandro Mayorkas said threatens public safety, I mean, what does that say to you?
It's a danger to the citizens of your community, and thank you for fighting to protect them.
Absolutely. And we're having this conversation right now in relation to Homeland Security funding. And I believe there are some common sense reforms that have been proposed that folks on both sides would agree make sense. But those reforms have to go hand in hand with reforming this reckless practice of refusing to cooperate, refusing to honor detainers, and declaring oneself to be a sanctuary. So I'm hoping that we can find bipartisan support for what has long been a bipartisan principle.
Hey, all right, Rock James, have a good one. Catch you on the next one.
A second topic, which is the school board memo, which I know that you have rescinded, and
yeah, this is a turn back the clock on the hearing right here. This is a hearing that happened on February 11th, starring Pam Bondi and exposing her incompetence.
Initially promulgated by Attorney General Garland when he came into office with President Biden, essentially opening an investigation into parents who are showing up at school board meetings and expressing their views on COVID policies, masks, various other issues, and using the full apparatus of federal law enforcement and counterterrorism to go after these parents. Now, he said this was because there was an increase of threats. But when even his own FBI director, Christopher Wray, was before this committee, he said there was no evidence of an increase in threats. Yet nevertheless, when I asked him if he regretted the memo, Attorney General Garland said there was absolutely nothing wrong with the memo. Now, I take it you disagree with that, having now rescinded it?
Absolutely. That was one of the main focuses of President Trump and this administration. We will protect parents at school boards. We will protect children in schools. We will protect parents' rights for their children's education in our school system in this country. We will protect Christians. We will protect everyone who wants to freely protest. If Christians want to protest in front of an abortion clinic without being arrested, they will do so.
Thank you very much. And finally, I thank you for your efforts to step up the detection and rooting out of fraud. My home state is California. Any idea if there might be any fraud going on in California?
Well, we are establishing, as you have heard, a fraud unit, and I'm sorry you're having to deal with that in your state, but the cavalry's coming. And we have Colin McDonald, who is hopefully will be confirmed soon. We're working on Minneapolis. I don't know if you were sitting here when I said that, but California was right up there. I'm sorry to say for both sides of the aisle that California is right up there with fraud. It's out of control, but we are coming to your rescue. Donald Trump is coming to the rescue.
Well, thank you very much. And unfortunately, I think you'll find that what's happening in California pales in comparison to what's been going on in Minnesota. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Actually, I think the gentlelady from Pennsylvania.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Bondi, I'm here. On September 25th, President Trump signed a memorandum known as NSPM 7, purporting to address domestic terrorism. But Americans across the political spectrum were immediately alarmed by the memo's blurring of the line between unlawful conduct and constitutionally protected speech and activity, as well as its call to investigate, prosecute, and dismantle groups that the president and Stephen Miller described without evidence as, quote, an organized campaign of radical left terrorism. Now, counterterrorism experts were further alarmed by the administration's singular focus on left-wing extremism, combined with the sudden deletion from the DOJ website of decades of research and law enforcement analysis, which had concluded that right-wing extremism poses the greatest terrorism threat to Americans. The president's memo broadly and vaguely links violent conduct to ideologies, and it targeted specifically anti-American, anti-Christian, and anti-capitalist beliefs, as well as, quote, hostility to so-called traditional American views on family, religion, and morality, end quote. President Trump has repeatedly and openly, however falsely, tried to brand his political opponents with these sentiments listed in his memo. But as you know, as a lawyer, holding beliefs that the White House disagrees with is not a crime. And the statute defining domestic terrorism requires criminal acts, not just thoughts and ideas. That's why legal experts, nonprofit leaders, religious freedom and civil rights advocates immediately raised the alarm that the new presidential directive was a politically motivated attack on civil society designed to silence those who disagree with the administration. So, Ms. Bondi, Section 3 of that memo directed you, as Attorney General, to submit to the President and Stephen Miller a list of groups or entities whose members are engaged in acts that meet the definition of domestic terrorism. And then on December 4th, you directed the FBI to work with a variety of law enforcement entities to compile a list of groups and entities engaged in such acts by January 3rd, 2026, and to update that report every 30 days thereafter. So can we assume that you or persons under your direction at the Department of Justice have prepared that list of groups or entities who are designated as domestic terrorist organizations? And I just remind you, that's a yes or no question. Did you prepare
I'm not
the
going to
list?
answer it yes or no, but what I will say is I know Antifa is part of that. I will talk to you about that.
I'm reclaiming
And on
my time.
February
I
5th,
asked
2025,
you
an Antifa member
a
was
list.
arrested in Minneapolis
I'm
federal court
reclaiming
for
my
cyber
time.
stalking.
Did you
They
have
asked a question
a
and
list?
don't want an answer.
The answer is yes or no.
Time belongs to the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Gentleman, you can proceed.
Okay, so will you commit to providing this committee with any list of organizations that you have recommended be designated as domestic terrorist organizations?
We will comply with the law in all matters.
Will you commit to provide this committee with your list of entities that you recommend be designated as domestic terrorist organizations?
I'm not going to commit to anything to you because you won't let me answer questions.
Okay, well then we do understand that your current position is that you have a secret list of people or groups that you are accusing of domestic terrorism, but you won't share it with Congress. And I'd remind you that when the US government designates an entity as a foreign terrorist organization, it must report that to Congress and to the entity, because the government can make a mistake and the entity has the opportunity to contest it. So your position seems to be that if you falsely designate an American or an American organization as a terrorist group, there's nothing they can do about it. I think we get it. You don't want to answer the question.
No, you don't get anything regarding public safety.
Thank you.
Nothing.
Thank you for the insult. It's clear you didn't come to Congress prepared to answer questions that the American people have every right to have answered. But if you were to prepared to answer truthfully, here's what we expect the facts to show. The administration is keeping lists of Americans who the White House says are engaged in domestic terrorism. Those lists could include Americans who have not committed any acts of terrorism, but simply disagree with this administration, people like Renee Good and Alex Preddy. And your list may include clergy, elected officials, and members of indivisible groups across the country. And those lists likely don't include Proud Boys or Oath Keepers who were actually convicted. Americans have never tolerated political demagogues who use the government to punish people on an enemies list. It brought down McCarthy, it brought down Nixon, and it will bring down this administration as well.
You're right.
Yield back.
That's why we're so glad they rescinded the memorandum targeting parents. For goodness sake, as the gentleman from California just pointed out in his 5 minutes, the gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
May I respond very briefly to her statement?
Well, I think we can do that
Okay.
probably on one of our members.
Okay, thank you. I don't want that to get away. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Behind me, I have 3 documents from the DOJ production that are emblematic of the massive failure of the DOJ to comply with the Epstein Files Transparency Act. To my right is an email that was sent by the victims' lawyers to the DOJ. It was a list of names not to redact, a list of names not to release. What did the DOJ do with this email? They released this email in the document production. Literally the worst thing you could do to the survivors, you did. And they're getting phone calls. A lot of these people didn't want to be known. And we know you touched the document because you redacted one name and you redacted the lawyer's name, but you left the survivor's name there. The next document I want to show you, that was in the title. the victims, survivors' names, right? The title of this one is Child Sex Trafficking. Co-conspirators, fully redacted. And by the way, we don't redact them here. Les Wexner is in this. Now your your deputy attorney general said, oh, well, he appears hundreds of times in the files, but he doesn't appear in this file until I forced you to release it, where he's listed as a co-conspirator, not to tax evasion, but to child sex trafficking, not to prostitution, not to money laundering, child sex trafficking. And then finally, what we have here is the third exhibit that I have is emblematic of the FD 302 release. These are the documents that we need that you're holding on to and over redacting because they have the names of the men who are implicated. How do we know? Because the survivors gave testimony to the FBI, and it's in there. And what happens when you go to the portal at the DOJ to look at what's behind this redaction? Another redaction. So we can't even see them. And then there's some of these files you've pulled down from the website that we will never see because we can't search the redactions. So I have several questions for you. Who's responsible? Are you able to track who in your organization made this massive failure and released the victims' names? Are you able to track who it was that obscured Les Wexner's name as a co-conspirator in an FBI document? Do you have that kind of accountability?
I believe Webster's name was listed more than 4,000 times.
Yeah, I already told you that. This is where he's listed as a co-conspirator.
Can I finish my answer? Come on, let me finish my answer. We corrected that within 40 minutes. He was already, you're acting like everybody's trying to cover up Webster's name.
Reclaiming my time.
I'm going to answer this question.
Reclaiming my time. Mr. Chairman.
This is how this works.
Can I have my time?
Mr. Chairman, the gentlelady can give her answer. The time belongs to the gentleman from.
All right, I'm reclaiming my time.
I give my answer.
So I'm going to put the language of the bill up on the screen.
Chairman, may I give my answer on that? It's a political joke, and I need to give my answer on that.
We'll let the Attorney General respond, and then the gentleman can move to his next question.
My time.
Within 40 minutes, you asked me a question. Within 40 minutes, Webster's name was added back.
Within 40 minutes of me catching you red-handed.
There was one redaction out of over 4,700, and we invited you in. This guy has Trump derangement syndrome. He needs to get. You're a failed politician.
I want you to watch the Chairman, please restore his time and remind the witness of the rules here.
There is no credible information. None. If there were, I would bring the case yesterday that he trafficked to other individuals.
Is that your position as well?
My position is any victim who comes forward, of course, we would love to hear from them. 1-800-CALL-FBI. Did you ask Merrick Garland that the last 4 years? Did you talk about Epstein?
I'm reclaiming my time. I'm glad you're asking about Merrick Garland.
You don't get to reclaim time.
This is bigger than Watergate.
When I don't answer questions,
this goes over 4 administrations. You don't have to go back to Biden. Let's go back to Obama. Let's go back to George Bush. This cover-up spans decades, and you are responsible for this portion of it.
And that's
now,
where
I want to know at what point did the FBI and the DOJ decide that Lex Wessner was not a co-conspirator? Because our Epstein Files Transparency Act requires you, please put it back on the screen, please, to release the internal decision about whether to prosecute him or not. And it's not in the files, and it's not in the files for any of these other men.
Time of the gentleman has expired.
May she answer?
And he's a hypocrite because he voted against the ban that we were talking about on deep fake AI porn. Only 2 people voted against it, and you were one of them, hypocrite.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, could she answer the question?
Chairman, I was wondering, the gentlelady's allowed, the Attorney General's allowed to respond the way she wants to respond to any member's questions, Republican, Democrat.
I have unanimous consent request.
Gentleman's recognized for a UC.
All right. This is an example. I'm submitting these 302 forms that are entirely redacted. Even when you go to look at them.
Without objection.
I'm submitting a witness statement that implicates Les Wexner.
Without objection.
I'm submitting an article from the New York Times that the DOJ released nude photos and identifiable pictures of the victims. I'm submitting a letter from A.G. Barney to Kash Patel, imploring him to quit keeping the files when you found out that they were keeping files from you, because they're still redacting files.
Chairman, are we going to recess for votes?
Yes, we are.
I'm submitting for unanimous consent a document of 17 individuals who've resigned because of the Epstein files.
Without objection. Just want to check on how much time we have left in votes, but one thing I've learned here of late that they'll wait on us. How much time do we have? Oh, they just called. Okay. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Maryland.
And thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to start by saying I appreciate what you said, Attorney General Bondi, and you said it to me personally, that you take the personal security of every member of Congress seriously and that people can contact you about that. And in these times, that's a very serious matter. So I thank you for that. Article 2, Section 1, Clause 7 of the Constitution is the Domestic Emoluments Clause. And it says that the president is limited to his salary in office and cannot receive any other money from the federal government while he's in office. It cannot be increased by $1. This president is the first president in U.S. history who has repeatedly sued the federal government for $230 million for the judicial search warrant at Mar-a-Lago, which was perfectly lawful and was never struck down. But now he's suing the IRS for $10 billion. He's suing the IRS for $10 billion, which I think is around 80% of its annual budget, because his tax returns were leaked. And they were illegally leaked by a private contractor who actually is in prison now, Charles Littlejohn. But he wants $10 billion. Now, but I want to ask you the question of whether you think it would violate the Domestic Emoluments Clause for you to settle that $10 billion case or any of the other claims that the president has made against the government. He himself has remarked, it's interesting because I'm the one that makes the deal, right? And he says, I kind of have to work it out with myself. Do you think it would violate the Domestic Emoluments Clause for the president to work out a deal from people who are his subordinates under his unitary executive theory to get money in one of these cases?
I'm not going to discuss pending litigation.
Okay, so theoretically you're saying because his privacy rights were violated in that tax case, and they were. I'm with the president on that. I mean, his Mar-a-Lago thing is ridiculous, but there's no doubt that his tax returns, despite the fact that he promised to release them, despite the fact that every other president released the tax returns, he suffered embarrassment when it showed that he hadn't paid taxes for several years, and he had a right for that not to happen. Now, I want to turn back to the Epstein survivors, because President Trump may have been a little bit embarrassed by the release of those tax returns. How much do you think the claims of these survivors are worth? As the good congressman from Kentucky just pointed out, there were lots of survivors who had decided, for reasons of their own, never to release their names. That determination was represented to people in Congress, and we built it into our federal law that their names could not be released, and yet you published their names, their phone numbers, their addresses, personally identifying information. If Donald Trump can get $10 billion theoretically from the Department of Justice, how much should these people get for a far worse violation of their privacy rights and a far greater danger established to them in their lives?
Do Do you even know who Chase Mulligan is? You're so obsessed with, you don't, do you?
I'm gonna teach you the rules again. You're the Attorney General of the United States. We have rules here.
You're obsessed with him.
You're the Attorney General of the United States.
You're
The rules.
obsessed with Donald Trump. You have Trump derangement syndrome.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like my time restored. I'd like my time restored.
In your district. In your district, and you don't even know about it, about keeping children safe from online predators.
Time belongs to the gentleman from Maryland. Gentleman can proceed.
Yeah, and I want the whole country to look at this. Because this is the Attorney General of the United States, whose job is law enforcement. We've never had a witness who has misunderstood our rules and been unable to conform his or her conduct to our rules before. We have only 5 minutes, and so we use our time to ask you specific questions.
How long are you giving me?
Excuse me, I'm not yielding to you right now. I'd like that second restored too. So, Ms. Bondi, the way it works is we ask you a question and you answer it, and if you go tangent, you start reading statistics or you start talking about stuff going on in our district, and by the way, I invite you to my district. Come to my district, but that's not what we're here to do today. Okay, so, and you do that, then we're allowed to say we reclaim our time. At that point, you have to be quiet. You have no choice. You have to be quiet. So I hope you understand the rule of this one. Now, here's what I want to ask you. You're law enforcement. We've seen all kinds of evidence of crimes. And when we go over to the Department of Justice for the 4 computers for every member of Congress, we see more evidence of crimes. Will you create a joint task force of the Department of Justice and governors and state attorney generals and district attorneys across the country to investigate the crimes that have taken place against these victims and more than 1,000 like them? The DOJ is not doing its job. Will you create a task force with state and local law enforcement to make that happen?
Gentleman can respond. She wants to.
Thank you, Chairman. He called Chase Mulligan a wild goose chase and didn't even know who he was. He is a defendant in your own district who preyed on girls.
Mr. Chairman.
Well, you know what? If he were part of the Epstein investigation, you wouldn't do anything about it.
Online chat rooms and committed sextortion. Yet he didn't even know in your tiny little district who he
Chairman,
was.
she's embarrassing you.
He's about to be
This is your committee, and she is embarrassing you.
Time of the gentleman has expired. I would remind the committee that last Congress, Secretary Mayorkas was here numerous times, and he wouldn't answer our questions, even when we sent them to him ahead of time in writing. So that's what we've had to deal with. I think the Attorney General is doing just fine. We have votes shortly. I will go to the gentleman from Virginia, and then we will take a break to head to the floor.
I thank the chairman, Attorney General Bondi. Thank you for being here. And I wanted to thank you for your work at DOJ in restoring the rule of law, encouraging transparency surrounding Jack Smith's partisan investigations into President Trump, declassifying information about the Russia collusion hoax, cracking down on sanctuary jurisdictions, and establishing the National Fraud Enforcement Division. Let me first go to securing the border and immigration enforcement. Our new governor has recently rescinded 287G cooperation between the state and ICE. Can you talk about, have you evaluated the public safety?
Well, hey guys, I'm gonna dip out. If anyone wants to continue watching this, I'll play the rest of it tomorrow. Or if you want to continue watching it now, you can probably go find it over there. There it is right there. It's a long one. That's only halfway through. Damn, there's still like 2 or 3 hours left to go. Yeah, I'm gonna continue that tomorrow. All right, everyone. You guys all have a good rest. Good Monday. A good Monday out there. Thanks for everyone that hung out. Appreciate it. Let's check out the. So it looks like out of about 1,200 votes, 64% of the American people believe Donald Trump is complicit with Jeffrey Epstein's crimes. So that's pretty much how the blue wave tsunami is going to go, guys. Keep up the good work. Vote all those MAGA politicians out of office. All right, only 4 more months until the midterms. Hey, what up, Bug 101? Hey, catch you later. Hope you have a good Monday out there. All right, everyone. You guys all have a good one. All right, peace out.